Unfiltered. What's up, my brother? Oh my God.
You guys go follow this smart man right here. This smart man right here. Black Man Unfiltered. Go follow him.
It's a great show. It is an absolute great show. Yeah, you are missing out if you are not tuned in and subscribe to Black Man Unfiltered Network. Everybody in this panel, everybody in this chat, before you leave here, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure that you are subscribed, because whether you agree or not, you see that this is a higher level of conversation that we're having. So if you can hang with it, you're more than welcome to come on in and support Black Man Unfiltered and the messages that he's putting out here.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? This is your boy Black Man Unfiltered in the building tonight. Hey, listen, before we get started, let y'all know I'm struggle streaming tonight. Had a internet blackout where I was, but hey, I'm on location, so I'll be muting, so y'all gonna hear all this noise in the background. But hey, let's say what's up to the cast tonight, man. The original six in the building tonight. Hey, so I'll go ahead and start with Tony B. Go ahead and do your shout outs, and then we're gonna get started. Go ahead and start with Tony. We do L, Boogie, Brian, CB, and then last but not least at all, Mother.
What's good, my brothers and sisters, man? Nice to be back. Welcome. Nice to see you guys, man. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend. I'm ready to get into these hot topics today.
I guess Lance got to pray before he go. Go ahead, Lance.
Always. First in the order, right? Lance here, Carmen L. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate being asked to be on once again every week. And go ahead.
Hey, this Brian Jehovah. I'm happy to see y'all once again. Happy to see the cast back again. Ready to piss some people off and make some people happy and sad on this thing. Let's get it.
Go ahead, Sierra. Oh, Sierra, I think she had to step away probably. Mother, what's going on, baby?
Not too much. What's going on with everybody? It's a new year, new blessings, new energy. I'm here for it. See what 2022 brings us all.
I know that's right, man. So it's good to see everybody, man. Hey, listen, I want to go ahead and get...
Hey, I'm back.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, see.
Yeah,
go ahead,
I had a phone call. It kind of messed up the stream, so I wasn't even in. But yeah, like everybody else say, I'm here. Hopefully one day I'll be able to get back on camera, but working all day and coming home, I'm tired. I want to just not be there. So, but I like that intro though.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Right, it was all that. It was the bomb.
So guys, we'll go ahead and get started, man. So last night, we had I was on Sir Hill's channel, and we were talking about the power of life and death in the tongue. And so, with the power of life and death being in the tongue, we was talking about strictly and specifically about how we don't talk about the abuse, the verbal abuse or physical abuse that men inherit or men take on on a daily basis. And a lot of women on that platform felt like men don't take that kind of abuse, or men don't take verbal abuse or physical abuse from a female. And so we were trying to come up with solutions on how does a man that's married or engaged or seriously dating, how do they deal with a mouthy or aggressive or a woman that gets angry and throws things in his face, things like that. How do we deal with that? We'll start with Tony first.
So are we talking about like marriages? Are we talking about like girlfriends or like?
I'm talking about like, say for instance, seriously dating, fiance, married. So we'll do those three. Seriously dating, they're engaged to be married, and they're married, and you got married couples. Are we going to, all three, just cover all three areas?
I mean, it's kind of. I think if I was dating and I was in a situation like that, I would have to cut that short. I wouldn't go into a marriage knowing that a woman was like that. I don't think that'll be good for anyone. But if I was married and having to go through stuff like that, we have to do some serious soul searches, some counseling, some things of that nature to try to work that out. But I definitely couldn't be dating and going through anything like that.
And so, what about you, Brian?
Personally, I agree with Tony. I personally couldn't go through anything like this, so I would never put myself in a situation like that. But let's say I was in a situation like that, and I'm with a woman that's verbally abusive towards me. At the end of the day, I'm a man at the end of the day, so I ain't gonna let no woman cut me like that if I ain't gonna cut her ass back. Cause my mouth is slick too, so that ain't gonna happen, and men that do go through that, they need to grow some nuts. Like, you can't let nobody talk to you like that, period. Men gotta have more respect for themselves. You allow a woman to down talk you, that's just weak to me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I just don't know why men accept that, like allow a woman to verbally assault them all the time. That's just not right. And you don't take up for yourself. How can you be a man of the house? You can't take up for yourself when a woman doing that.
Right. And so let me ask you a question real quick, Brian. So say for instance you're married and y'all didn't go through nothing. Y'all ain't been through nothing yet. And then about a couple of years in, she have a kid or something. And then all of a sudden one day she just snapped and she starts saying that, you ain't shit. This and that, verbally abusing you. What's the solution to your problem if it was your marriage? How would you?
Bitch, who the fuck you talking to like that? Talk to her like the old folks talk to their woman. Bitch, who the fuck you think you talking to like that?
Now you don't think
you gotta check a bitch sometimes when they get like that.
Right.
I don't give a fuck she had a baby or not. A woman ain't gonna talk to me like that. And that's how you gotta talk to her if you gotta get that way. You got to. You just can't be like, we gotta get some help. Nah, man. Sometimes you gotta verbally assault motherfucker sometimes. Shit, what the fuck you talking about? You think I'm finna let a woman talk to me like that? Hey, you gotta bite at her back.
And so what happens, because the new day that we're living in, Brian, what happens if she says, I don't know, let's take it a little further because this is reality.
Let's go.
What happens if she says, hey, I don't know who you talking to, and she spit in your face or swing on you? Then what happens?
Spit on her back, I'm gonna stomp her. If she spit on me, I'm gonna stomp her and call the police because I got bond money. You spit on me?
Because you going to jail.
Yeah, I'm gonna call the police. I got bond money.
Man, that's way disrespectful.
Yeah.
Spitting on somebody?
Yeah.
A woman never call me a bitch. You think I'm gonna let a woman spit on me?
I think that's extreme though, Dwayne, because when it comes to spitting and putting your hands on people, like that's a different situation. Like, especially spitting on somebody. I think like spitting is like the most disrespectful thing that you can do to anybody. Whether it's a man spitting on another man or a woman spitting on a man or you spitting on a woman, like like man, like people spit on the ground like the ground is nothing. People spit in dirt like dirt is nothing. So for you to spit on me like in so many words, you saying that I'm like nothing, like I'm the lowest of the low, the worst of the worst, the nothing of the nothingness. And yeah, nah, that's a whole different ball game right there. I can't even say what I would do in that situation. I would hope that I could, control myself enough to, to move around, but it's just hard to say, man.
Right. So let's get to Lance. Lance, you're in a situation, Lance, you're being verbally abused by your partner, and y'all been together for a couple of years, and it just, something happened. What do you do, Lance?
And what's the situation? Are we talking about specifically getting spat upon, or are we talking?
No. We're not gonna go to the extreme. I just put that extreme there for Brian just to see the levels of how he thinks. But as far as if you're married and all of a sudden your spouse just turns and all of a sudden just start disrespecting you verbally, you ain't this, you ain't that, you get out my face, don't talk to me. I don't got nothing to say to you. Don't have nothing good to say to you. You know what I'm saying? Everything that just changed and went straight to verbal abuse. How do you handle it? What's your response to it?
I mean, I either got two choices. I can handle it like a good little victim, or I can not handle it at all. I choose the latter. I don't like when my last relationship went kind of sideways. I went completely left. So that's why I'm in Arkansas. So I cut that extremely short. That's firecracker short. Firecracker short for me.
LGBT toxic. You toxic. You're toxic. You're getting drunk and y'all fighting. Y'all fighting a lot. You'll get drunk, Lance, and start throwing shit at them when the land. That's why y'all Arkansas.
The best alcohol is made down here. I'm not gonna lie. We do have a couple of top-notch hole in the walls, but that's not the point. It's not what I'm talking about. No, seriously though, if you get to a level of disrespect without even any kind of desire to work on anything, then that's pointless. You're just being abused. So if you want to be a good little victim, go ahead. Whatever it's doing for you, it's not a part of my makeup, so I don't compute. It's a whole for it's Japanese to me. And the only thing I know about Japanese is origami. Is that even Japanese? Is that Chinese? I don't know. I don't know. I don't identify with that.
And so, ladies, let's get y'all involved. So we'll go with mother, a situation where you know of a woman or somebody that's being verbally abused. Like say your sister or your homegirl verbally abused, and we ain't gonna talk about how you verbally abused Tony. But I'm just saying, like, if you had a sister or a cousin that's verbally abusing somebody, how do you handle that? Like, how do you go into it and say, hey, girl, do you hold her accountable? Or are you asking her, what he did to her or vice versa? Like, are you holding her accountable for her behavior?
You know what? I ain't gonna even lie. Back in the days, the old mothers did used to encourage that type of behavior. If my friend would be like, oh, I had to check his ass. I told her this. I was like, but girl, what he did, and that's what he did. And this, that. And even myself, I ain't gonna lie, I've partaken in it before too. But, from a place of healing, from a place of growth, I know that it's not right, and you have to give out what you want to receive. And so I realized in my own marriage personally, if I want to be treated a certain type of way, and if I want to, be respected and all these things, then I can't be putting that out into the atmosphere and not expect to get it back. So now I do hold other women accountable, and I might try to investigate and see, what happened, or sis, is a better way you could have handled it, and maybe give some tips, some stuff I've had to take care of for my own self.
Hey, Dwayne, can you mute your mic, Dwayne? Black man Unfiltered. We can't hear mother. Yeah.
Dwayne, you got like some tips I've had to do for myself is like not if I know I'm on a 10 right then, like stepping away and taking some time. Because I used to get mad, like sometimes if it was going there and my husband would like walk away or something like that. Like I used to want to call him or like follow him, like and all that type of stuff. But I'm like I said, through growth, I'm learning, sometimes you either have to step away from the situation or take the time out and reapproach it and not always go in with the perspective, of like the issue I used to have is I would make these stories like in my head that, that my husband was against me, like we not on the same team, So I don't know. I've learned personally, so I try not to engage in that. But we are human, and I ain't gonna lie and say that I don't still have times or we don't still have moments, where I go off and maybe get aggressive or something. But I've tried to learn from past mistakes. So now, yeah, I do hold other women accountable too. I don't I don't encourage it no more or none of that.
On me.
You muted, Dwayne. You back muted.
Hit it once.
You muted.
Hit it once.
All right, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right, so mother, let me ask you this. So if you're just joining right now, you wondering why I'm in this area. I had a blackout of Wi-Fi and internet in my area in my house. So I had to come and do something different so we can get this show going tonight. So anyway, mother, why does it have to be an investigation? Why can't you just hold her accountable immediately?
Well, no, and I probably will say, well, since you know that ain't right, but then if I'm offering some advice, so I do need to know what happened. Because no, it's not right for people to just get aggressive, but some situations do, deem. I'm a big believer too, and whatever you summon, that's what you're gonna get. So some situations, if a man is out of line, I don't think there's ever a time where anybody, male or female, should get that aggressive and get in a person's face and, to where you even making it insinuate that you're gonna get physical. I think that goes both ways, but she had to get loud with him. If she had to stay her point, I will tell her off top, it's another way you can do that, sis. But if I'm gonna offer her some true advice, I want to know what happened and what the situation was.
So if that was your brother or a dude in your family, and if it was the other way around, would you investigate if you walked up on your brother talking to his wife, disrespecting his wife like that? Would it be a different scenario?
You say if I were to walk up on my brother, like disrespecting his wife? No, I mean, I'd say something to my brother. If he's, just being outright disrespectful. But yeah, but even in that scenario, I would want to know what happened.
Yeah, I ain't saying nothing.
So yeah, and so this the crazy part, because like Megan her mother keeps saying that like she would want to see what happened. Why does it matter at that point? Like because you also said that it doesn't matter what happened. There's no need for no one to just take it to that level. So what's the point of the investigation?
Well, the way you said, the black man just said, getting loud and stuff. I'm saying, because I mean, we are human. There are times that, in marriages and relationships, we gonna get loud with each other. It's, that's gonna happen. I'm saying in terms of like getting aggressive, making it even seem like insinuating that you might get physical, getting into a person's face. That's what I'm referring to. I'm not saying like just a disagreement where y'all getting, loud with each other. I think it goes sideways when people start like disrespecting each other, when you start cursing at each other, like kind of that kind of stuff. When you start getting, to me, that's not disrespectful. But if it's just a situation, my brother's being loud, to his wife or something like that, I'm gonna pull him aside and say, hey, you don't have to be, because I feel like for me to be able to walk up on them too, it must have been like in a public space. That's another thing too. I feel like everything is about a time and a place too. I feel like you should never, no matter what the case is, like be doing any of that with your spouse, like in public. Like in public, we need to be your spouse or your girlfriend, whatever. In a relationship, we need to be a united front. Like if you have an issue about with like that, like let's check that behind closed doors. It should never be a time when we out in public, that you getting loud or, you doing any of those things. Because I know for me first, like that's gonna amp the whole situation up by 10 for me. And that's something I'm working on personally because I just don't like to be not embarrassed, but I feel like, family, that we need to handle our business, amongst us, which I think like all any serious relationship or marriage should be.
And I have to agree with that public stuff, man. I feel like it's a time and like she said, it's a time and place for everything. I don't know, because I'm kind of like if you display that in public, then it's just gonna be done in public. So, and that's one thing that I have to work on, or that I had to work on as well, because it's hard as a man to be disrespected in any type and from anybody, whether it's another man or another woman, in a public place, around people, around family or whatever, and you just try to be the bigger person and just walk away. I used to fight fire with fire. If you start the fire in public, we just don't let it burn down in public. But I mean, it was a growth as well. But I definitely, man, it's a time and place for that. We can wait till we get to the house. We can go to the car. We can do anything. Just,
what's
nobody.
The secret, man? What's
the secret? Man, when you get locked up a couple of times, you got to make a change. Nah, I'm just playing.
Make me sick.
I start where it's at. I start wherever we at.
And I get it, but I think when you
in public,
when you think about the love that you have for that person and stuff.
Pantalina be leaving in the bathroom. Who you trying to holler at in the stove?
Brian
gonna talk about that Pantalina you gonna put in a trash can. You live in a crusty ass panty. We ain't gonna talk about that. And I'm sorry, I'm having flashback. I'm sorry.
But it's hard. I think one of the things that brings me back down or calms me back down is when you think about the love that you have for that person, especially if y'all have kids and stuff together. Because man, that stuff can go left so quick, man. I'm talking about 1 minute it can be a little conversation, next minute you being locked up, like seriously. And that's worst case scenario, but you can be being locked up and this person can be laying on the ground and you don't even know if they're gonna make it or not. That's how fast that kind of stuff can escalate. So if I can tone it down, leave, do something to kind of, bring it down a little bit, then, because at the end of the day, like I got 9 kids, so I got 9 other people that I got to look out for. So I have to make smarter decisions. But
I mean, yeah, you're putting our livelihood in jeopardy. Yeah. I've gotten into a fight with my significant other before in a parking lot. We both went to jail because of disturbance.
You toxic.
Absolutely.
You be getting drunk, though.
I'm toxic.
Lance, you toxic?
I don't get. I don't know. I think there are a lot of people that we can interact with that just don't mesh well together because of how 2 people carry themselves. Not every king can deal with another king. But no, I don't think anybody would say that. I'm friends with all of my exes, all of them. We're all great. We just didn't work as far as my expectations. So I don't subscribe to like toxic behavior. I grew up in that. I don't need to be it. I don't recycle that. I reduce it.
Yeah, that's the deal breaker for me. Verbal, I just can't do it. Like you said, Lance, I grew up in that situation. Seemed like throughout my mom's whole marriage, it was mostly verbal. So that's why it's basically a deal breaker for me. I can't do it. I'm not going to forgive you. I don't accept apologies. I'm sorry. And the reason why I don't accept apologies, because that behavior that you showed, those were your true feelings. You step on my feet, that's different. I'm sorry. I'll accept it. But you talk to me a certain way, call me out of my name, just anything detrimental, to me that I feel that's just a deal breaker, and I cut you quick. I'm sorry.
Mm,
And
mm,
sometimes
but
people discount verbal abuse. And
mm.
sometimes verbal abuse can be worse than physical abuse. Sometimes people discount that a lot. But you really have to look at like how a person is treating you. You know, you constantly dealing with that every day. And that can be like mentally taxing on you, you know? But people
Oh yeah.
discount like verbal abuse, and a lot of women like miss the signs. And you know, because I've heard some of my friends before, like, oh yeah, he was saying some, and I'm not just gonna, I'm not gonna say men because there's women that verbally abuse too. But I know just in my experience talking to some of my friends, you know, they tell me some of the things that like, you know, their spouse or their boyfriend was saying to them, and I was like, you know, that's really verbally abusive. You know, but I think, well, in some of the scenarios, I think it was like about a mind control thing. They were playing on like the one's confidence and you know wanted them to feel like that they were the only ones that would want them, and so they were trying to accomplish that with verbal abuse, like beating them up, you know, talking about their looks and just all that sort of thing. But I mean, it's all verbally abusive, but sometimes to me, for some reason, people tend to discount verbal abuse.
I got a question.
That's because it's there are no bruises that you can
Yeah.
see. And
Mm-hmm.
like verbal abuse, they say, I ain't gonna say they say, I know way worse than physical abuse because
Mm-hmm.
those bruises heal, but those words gonna stick with you forever. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you really gonna have to do some real therapy for verbal abuse, especially if it's coming, as a child on up into adulthood, even just adults, period. But it's really bad.
I feel bad. I used to in my 20s. I stopped though, and I did apologize to a lot of people, but
What, you're
I wasn't like that.
2021?
No, and I was like, man,
That
from
was
like
my New Year's
18.
resolution. I'm not gonna be verbally abusive
I'm for
anymore.
real, for real. From like 18 to 28, I used to run across a lot of women, man. And I never like talked about how they look or nothing or like roast them or nothing, but I used to talk down on a woman. Like I used to look down on like they was like something at the bottom of my shoe. I used to, and I didn't realize I was doing that. You know what I'm saying? Until I realized, like, damn, women ain't really fucking with me for a long time now after a couple months, you know? So I had to look at myself in the mirror and say, like, damn, bro, I can't be, talking slick to a woman like that or
So like what kind of
being
so
mean.
what type of stuff were you saying without going to like bro like what do you mean like what type of stuff were you like bitches and hoes
It,
or
it,
like
it,
or you were
I,
just talking like down to them?
like on some shit, like let's say you tell me why you didn't call me. The fuck you want? What you don't ask me what the fuck I'm doing or why I didn't call you. You wait till I call you or why you don't
oh
hold my
shit.
hand. Some shit like that. Like I don't want to hold your motherfucking hand. Some shit like that. That's how you talk to them or
Oh
like
yeah.
if I was fucking a girl or something and I nut in 2 minutes and we roll over for about 20 minutes, you want to do it again. Bitch, I ain't gonna do it again. I don't want to. On some shit like that, like I was very selfish. I was like a selfish dude to a woman. And I remember a woman came to me before I moved to Texas, and she said that I kind of damaged her a little bit because in her new relationship, she didn't know how to submit to her dude. She was scared to ask the dude questions because every time a girl, I was brought up like a woman shouldn't question you. I just hated that, and I still kind of hate that now when a woman questions me. I get kind of snappy sometimes. I don't know why. I just do. But she said that I don't think she said she had to get therapy, but she said she had to heal herself from that because I made her not even question her husband or whoever type nigga she with. And I said, yeah, I got to change that about myself. I can't be too hard on a woman. That's why I'm soft on women now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was mean. I was a mean motherfucker. And I'm still kind of mean because I ain't gonna let no woman talk shit to me either now. I talk shit 24/7. I talk shit with the best of them, and I'm ignorant too.
So let me ask you this because you said you grew up where like that a woman shouldn't question a man. So
Well,
like what do you
I
mean by that?
I, I grew up around my household. I grew up in a two-parent household. So my household was straight. It's just when I went outside at my grandmother's house, that's when I saw a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of men I was around was like old school pimps. mechanics, them type niggas right there. I went around some of the CEOs that a lot of black people was around. So I used to see how they used to treat their wives and shit, or I used to see niggas just stomp out a bitch and everybody just looked the other way like it wasn't nothing, you know, and it was just normal for me. And, you know, growing up seeing that, I knew not to put my hand on a woman. You know, that's one thing I never would do, because even me seeing that at a young age, seeing a woman get her head beat or get ran over by a car, they see the same dude that did it beat the shit out of the nigga across the street. So I said, yeah, this nigga a straight line fool. Because I used to think niggas that hit women with some punks, but some of these niggas some straight line fools. So, but anyway, but I knew that wasn't my path. That just wasn't me. You know what I'm saying? Because I never want to impose my strength on a woman. I'd rather, you know, impose my words on a woman like that if I could. If a woman find me attractive, because a lot of them don't, but the ones that do, I'm gonna do my best to hold on to a motherfucker like that with these words. So in closing, sometimes shit happens, man. Sometimes you gotta check your man. Sometimes you gotta check that woman. Sometimes motherfuckers get out of line.
Y'all, this is his dating profile right now.
Sometimes motherfuckers get out of line, bro. You gotta verbally assault that motherfucker. Let them know, like, listen, motherfucker, I've been nice to you for too long. See, I ain't perfect.
Mike Turner.
Yeah, I ain't perfect. See, I ain't gotta get on here and act like I'm perfect. Like I'm Christian and shit, like some of these niggas I've been seeing for the past couple. These niggas ain't so perfect.
Hey, I pray before I hit anybody in my relationship. I always pray, because I tell them, I swear to God, you keep going.
I'm of the world, man.
You gotta let them go. But some of these videos, some of these women like do be getting out of control. And so if I had a friend that was doing some of those things, I definitely would hold her accountable. Because I've been seeing some of these videos and I don't know like where, you know, they're getting these from, but apparently, you know, some girls do grow up like seeing their mom like hitting men. And, you know, they think it's okay, because I've seen some of these videos and I'm like, of course, I'm not for domestic violence, any of that at all. But even me, when I saw it, I'm like, oh, she deserved this, that, you know, just walking up to a man and slap him in the face, just like all type of stuff. And I don't know why some women feel like that they can just slap a man or that they can just hit a man. Yes, we may not be as strong or have that same strength, but that don't mean that we can't inflict pain on nobody. That don't mean
that shit hurt.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, it still hurts, but I don't know why some women, you know, feel like they can just do those things and keep pressing at a man, and nothing is gonna happen.
I'm 5'11", 210. I feel like if you're a woman and you come up to me and you run up on me, I think you got a knife. Because you know you can't like whoop me, so I think you got a knife. And after that, it's survival mode. I don't care at all. Like if it's you're a body. Like when it comes down to it, I don't give a fuck if you have. I don't care if you have a slit and some tits. Okay, it's about survival.
Y'all gotta stop dating
I will protect
people
myself.
too now. But
I will protect myself.
These aggressive people though. You know what I mean? Like I never been hit. A woman never hit me. I don't date aggressive women. You know.
I don't subscribe to violence. I will cancel immediately.
Yeah. I don't want a woman that try to hit me. Fuck with you. Go there.
And that's anybody. That's like
but
there
in
are
relationship, I wouldn't date no woman that I know that hit me.
I think with some guys though, man, especially like in the beginning of relationships, depending on how much they like the girl or how much they're attracted to her, whatever, they kind of let her get away with things that they know for a fact they wouldn't want to deal with for like the next 5 years or something. So
you gotta treat that motherfucker like a dog. You know how you try. You know when you get a puppy, you teach that motherfucker where not to pee. You roll that piece of paper up. You roll that piece of paper up. You gotta show a motherfucker. Like my dog, she laid right. When she saw this, she thought she was about to get popped. Nah, you gotta train a motherfucker how they want you to treat you.
You change, Brad.
A lot of women like to test men too. True. You know, they like to test them, see how far they can push them and stuff like that. And I don't think that's right either.
Yeah,
and you know what's so crazy? Because even those kind that like to test you and push you, when you go off on them and grab them or something, like some of them like that shit, bro.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. Like, man, like I'm telling you, I've talked to some women and we've had some conversations about some stuff, and some women feel like if you wouldn't do that, then you a punk or something. And they'll tell you, I don't date no punks. It's like, are you stupid?
Yeah,
like,
there's those aggressive women. We gotta avoid those type women, man.
Man, I call them crazy, bro.
But some of that might come from childhood trauma, from the woman. And it's sad to say, some women grow up, it was this old school mentality. If a man hits you, he just showing his love for you.
But you think we growing out of that now, though? You think I think back in our day, well, you young.
We're talking about that, but you gotta think though, you still got some of these, older women, older people that's out here giving that advice. And people have to remember, just because a person is older, don't mean that they giving good advice. Don't mean that they necessarily wise. Don't mean that they necessarily mature. None of that.
But I'm just saying, without that advice, though. But without that advice, you don't think people now in 2022 know it's not right for a man to put his hands on you,
or a woman,
Yeah. See, I think that's where because I don't know. People
I think we're a little more.
I've seen videos though. I've seen like several videos, and y'all probably. So that's what makes me kind of think. Well, do people really? Are people still out here subscribing to? And lately, I've especially been seeing the videos with the women, like all in a man's face or hitting on a man, and that kind of thing. And so I'm just worried. But I did have an incident recently. And Tony knows about my really good friend that stays like 5 minutes from us. Her 15-year-old son, some girls that live in our neighborhood went way over to her neighborhood. The girl was supposed to be dating her son, and she said she came over there to fight him. Like, it was just a whole insane. It's like, okay, so yeah, she's probably gonna be one of those women that grow up and think it's okay to hit men. So what happened? So of course, her son, he's not gonna hit, a girl or a woman. He ended up just restraining her. But yeah, and so that was surprising to me. So I'm kind of like, well, where are they learning this from? And that's the first thing I thought were like, wow, so she's probably gonna grow up to be a woman that thinks it's okay to hit on men.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. It just I just think, man, I don't know, man.
So what do y'all
on somebody?
So what do y'all think about? Because I see it on Facebook a lot, social media a lot, about now with the kids who are growing up, and you'll see someone post, y'all better tell y'all daughters to keep your hands to yourself because I'm teaching my son to knock him out.
Oh,
so
yes.
It's like, what do y'all think about that? Women teaching their son, I don't care if it's a woman or a girl, whatever, knock them out if they put their hands on you.
Yeah, that's still wrong, man. We still gotta protect the girls. So now I don't agree with
but it goes back to what y'all said earlier. Like, some women be trying to take advantage of the situation, and even with kids, everybody teach their little boys, don't hit girls. Teachers teach you, don't hit girls, don't hit girls. But so what do you do when a girl come up and just slap the shit out of you? What do you do when a girl just come
reflexes pop up? That's cool, but I don't know, man.
But that's what the parents saying. They saying that because once again, it goes back to, like I said, if you sit up there and let a girl hit you and you don't hit her back, I promise you some more hits gonna come. Maybe not that day, maybe not the next week, but some more licks are gonna come because she feel like she's gonna get away with it. At some point, it has to stop.
All right, well, we're gonna have to put some pressure points on it. Then we're gonna have to, learn some karate or some jiu-jitsu or something, and grab the pressure points of where her shoulders at.
But I don't think they're teaching restraint. I understand, but I don't think that these mothers on these Facebook posts are teaching restraint. I know you also got to teach them to protect himself. But what about restraint also?
See, there's a restraint. There's is a thing called, just standards. Like, in my head, I'm just like, you have one opportunity to have a violent approach or reaction to me. One.
True.
And I'm gonna let you know, hey, on a real serious tip on my dead mama and all of my dead relatives and the spirits and ancestors before me and those who laid to make the path. If we ever have to take anything towards this point again, there's no therapy, there's no talking to anybody or praying about it. The only thing we're gonna be praying on is when the motherfucking lease is up, so we can go ahead and split this shit up.
Like, call the police. I'm calling the police, bro.
And there's absolutely no
like that, man.
You have to be willing, because once you start to allow that, you're giving up on your safety, you're giving up on your security, you're giving up on your sanity, you're giving up on your health, you're giving up on your peace. And the last time I checked, anybody that comes into my life is supposed to add to that, not subtract. So you will get subtracted.
Y'all seen it be happening. We all see baby boy. Yvette used to always be hitting on Jody, and then that one day, she kept hitting him, and he finally popped her. So I think it can, and that's a real life scenario. It can be.
But he ain't had nothing though. A nigga with nothing deserve to get hit. Yeah. I got some.
Hell no.
But she accepted that, Brian.
Exactly.
She accepted him with nothing.
Exactly. And guess what? When you in a situation like that and broke, you gotta accept them. Here's what come with it. She pay all the bills in that house.
Exactly. That is true. That is true. Anytime I have to move into anybody's house, I'm pretty much like I'm your indentured servant.
Nah,
I ain't doing that.
That's something they don't. That's not something that's requested. That's something I take upon me. I'm big on servitude. I believe.
So you let somebody hit on you because you
no.
Fight on you.
What Brian says when he say you gotta take the hit. Yeah, there's some things you gotta take the hit. Like if you have
Brian talking about a physical hit.
Oh no, not the hit. No. I can't Tina through it.
No, Brian talking about them hands hit.
I can't do Tina. I can't do Tina. I can't do Ike. I can't do either one of them. No.
Oh no. I never said hit a woman.
Oh, that's why.
No.
We was talking about Jody. We was talking about Jody and how he had when she was just.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, and that's all I was saying. Like, I mean, like if you in the house and you ain't paying no bills, I mean, I don't think verbal abuse is really okay. But like at the same time, that nigga was hoeing around some other shit, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, he was, and he get shit free. He taking her ride around. I'm like, I'm angry. You know, I'm angry. I mean, and I probably treat you. Get your ass up, do something. But that's still not healthy. It's still not okay. And I wouldn't be mad if Jody would have been like Lance, his fine ass. Ugh, I would have been mad if Jody would have just been like Lance.
You would have let him hit you.
If the first time I would have hit him, it would have been like, okay, come on, one more time. Like if I would have just cussed him out and it would have been like, that's the last time, I'd have been like, okay, Jody. Okay.
Hell no. Hey guys, listen, man. So hell no. I'm gonna go ahead and get jumping. Hell no. So listen, man.
Look at him though. I mean,
man, come on, man. Hell no.
Look at him.
Sometimes you just gotta let a motherfucker know though. You can't let people talk to you any kind of way. If you're a man or a woman, you gotta stand on your own.
You gotta train them like a dog. What?
Yeah, you gotta train them like a dog.
You talking about training them like a dog.
Oh yeah, you got to.
You got to bucket like a
dog.
How you train a human?
It's either that. Hold on. It's either that or me crying every day on social media about how women treat me. Women treat me fine.
Shots fired.
You know what I'm saying?
What you saying, Greg?
Well, I don't complain. You know, listen, I understand ain't shit women out here, but I don't too much complain about it. You know, I accepted my fate. I wish I would have got married when I was younger. I'm older now. I see life for what it is. I pretty much I pretty much did everything I wanted to in life, man, except be married. So if I was become married, I think that'd be the last thing. But other than that, I have no issue because everything was my fault. You know what I'm saying? It was my choice to be in these situations. You know what I'm saying? That's why I can't really blame a woman for anything in my life. Because it's my choice. It was my choice when I played the fool with her. It was my choice when she cheated on me and I took her back, and I still kissed her. You know what I'm saying? That's on me. I'm the fool. Shit, who the fool? Shit.
But that's not. But Brian, even if you went to therapy, bro, the therapist will tell you that everybody plays a part in everything. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
so if you can go to a licensed therapist, they're going you played a part in that shit, but in some ways she played a part in it too, though. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody plays a part.
That's true. I can agree with that, but I'm gonna tell you some real shit though. When I learned to walk away, like now, since I've been walking away from stuff, like if I feel like a woman is not for me, or she says something that I know is gonna trigger me, I walk away. Like I don't have to deal with it. You know, I don't have to deal with certain things. And I learned throughout life, a lot of stuff was on me. Like if this person is toxic, I don't have to be around this toxic person. So that's on me. Yeah, she got some things about her, but that's on her. But it's on me if I'm still staying there, still dealing with the fool. Because I've been a fool. Yeah, I'm
okay. Now you're talking right, and when you're talking to the single people, and you're talking to people like like in the chat, you're talking to the single people. But let's talk about men that are invested, or women that are invested in marriages. It's not physical. Let's say it's not physical abuse, but it is verbal abuse. So you walk away from your wife and your kids if you're a man, or you walk away from your husband and your kids if you're a woman. Like let's talk about it from a situation where you got kids involved, because it's going to affect the kids. You know what you just said. The first time she do it, you out, or vice versa. The first time he do it, you out.
I'd like to take the same answer I gave you before for 1200, Alex. Because I mean, if once again, if it escalates to a point where you feel like that's necessary, it doesn't matter what. That is a warning sign that something is completely off, especially if it wasn't like that before. So exactly all of that.
Hold on, Brian. Let's hold you accountable, because for every episode you talk about how you're supposed to be there for the kids and raise the kids and do this for the kids.
You ain't gonna die if y'all break up.
But he also said, you know, F them kids, you know, we'll discuss it when they turn 18 too, though.
Damn right.
But you gotta also understand when you're going through that, Joe, those kids there, they see that.
Yeah.
So
and my mental health is way more important than anybody.
Sometimes a toxic parent being there is way worse than an absent parent. It's not healthy either for kids. Just because it's two parents there don't mean it's not toxic.
Okay, let's make it personal. Tony and Megan, they're very transparent. Has Megan ever said anything to you that was toxic or out of line?
That ain't our business.
No. I'm just asking. He ain't got to go into no details. I'm just asking.
We feel like we be transparent like that because if our story helps anybody, it's a testimony. So we don't see it as business or nothing like that. We all family.
Right. Absolutely. So that's what I'm asking. So have you ever dealt with that, Tony, or vice versa, Megan? Either one of y'all dealt with that before?
Yeah, I was just real honest about that I used to, do that and be like aggressive and all those things. And not that it's an excuse, but we talked about here before. I call that growing up. Like,
growing.
All the time.
That's growth.
And there was a part of me that kind of thought that was normal. Not just at home. Like I would see it all the time. Yeah, aunties and uncles, like in the street. Like I would see that. It's women, talking to men a certain way, and vice versa. And so a part of me thought, if a man says something, even if it is my husband, he says something that you don't like, or that I didn't agree with, that it was okay to get like aggressive. And to start like going for the jugular and trying to tear him down.
And that's what I was saying. Like,
well, Joe, how does you and your wife like have y'all ever had a situation where?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. And I have to look at it from a man's perspective and say, you know what? Is what she just said bad enough for me to go get papers and get her up out of here? Just like Tony. And now it's a contradiction to me because I just heard Brian say growth. Tony gave Megan room to grow. What if he would have said, you know what, Megan, fuck you and these kids, I'm out.
I also gave her uppercut too.
I'm 39 though, bro. I get married now. Listen, they young. They were young when they met. They've been married for how long? 10, 12 years?
Yeah.
But we've been married for 10 years.
Yeah, I'm 39. So if I was to get married now, there's certain stuff I'm just not gonna take at my age right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm too self-made. Grown my kids. I'm raising my children. So me dealing with a woman that's verbally abusive and I tell her about it, she's still the same way. I gotta go. Yeah, I'm gonna try to work on it. I'm just not gonna be like, oh, fuck you, hoe. I ain't finna deal with this and skedaddle. No, I'm gonna try to work on it. I'm gonna try to talk to her and let her know, like, hey, babe, this shit kind of affected me. How you talking to me? And I don't appreciate that. You know, nobody don't talk to me like that. I ain't finna allow you to talk to me like that. But if she could persistent, go. But this right here is the most important thing. Even my children is more important thing right here, my mental health.
And I'm with Brian on that because, heck, I'm 36 years old and I'm not married. So if I was to get into some type of relationship, I'm not about to put up with that right now. Tony and Mother, they grew together. I don't have time to grow with anybody. You gotta come with it or go.
Goddamn right. Just like I ain't trying to teach a chick how to suck dick. You got damn motherfucker. And I gotta tell you how to grip the balls and do all the freaky shit that I like. You should already have it in the arsenal when you come meet a player. I don't need to groom you. God damn it, I'm at the prime made with your tools, ties, and I can ski and glide up in that thing.
Bro, I thought you said you trained.
Tie it into a poodle.
I could have sworn
something's wrong with Brian, bro.
Yeah. Brian, hey, you know what? Brian a slut maker. But you know what, Brian? You know, like a lot of women champion what you say, right? I want to just say this. So you are a man, you able to say what you want to say, but a lot of women champion what you say. But then I see the same women on other platforms saying niggas ain't shit. You know what I'm saying?
Those women put the you in slut.
Right. No, what I'm saying is,
hold on, I ain't out there like that, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I will say this. There are niggas ain't shit. Some niggas just ain't shit. I'm just honest with mine when I meet a woman. That's the difference between me and them niggas. I let a woman know who I am, and this is how I am, this is how it's gonna be. You know what I mean? Like, setting who I am. That's with anybody. You know, I understand a lot of people not gonna like me. I just gravitate to the ones they do. You know what I mean? So I know it's a lot of women that ain't gonna want to fuck with me. That's fine. Shit, that's cool. You know, that's why I like the big girls. Yeah, send them big girls over here. Yeah, I don't discriminate.
My cousin would call them the trampolines.
I'm telling you, I live life. I'm having fun, man. Do y'all have a happy life outside? I'm just saying, cause we just be so, it would just be so depressing sometimes. Like do y'all have happy lives outside of this shit? I just would like to know. They be just like doom and gloom. Bitches ain't
that's
shit.
for everybody.
Bitches
That's
ain't
for
shit. Just anybody here. Cause I have a happy life. Man, for the past 9 years, man, my life been wonderful. I had some ups and downs, but bruh, hardly any friends. Like, life is good, man. I hope everybody else's life is good also. Shit.
Yeah, life is good for me.
Okay. Yeah, man. Okay. All right, now we can get back to the doom and gloom. I just want to make sure.
Why you say doom and gloom? I mean, a lot of this story is reality.
Right? Yeah, it is reality,
man.
I mean, a lot of people are experiencing things like you say doom and gloom, but this dude's waking up in the morning, their wife say something to him, they go kill their whole family. You know what I'm saying? People
they got some problems.
But I'm saying
he's been going through that for a while.
Yeah, we got to deal with those situations. We got to deal with them. You got to have those conversations because you never know.
They got to control themselves.
But you also could wake up. You also could wake up and choose the other extreme and just decide to let go and be happy.
Just let go, man. That's all the problem.
But how many of those stories you see on the news though, Lance? How many of those stories? I mean, come on.
And that's why I'm refuting those stories by telling people out there, listen to me, everybody. If you're in a situation where it's completely taking your happiness and compromising your safety, you have the right to leave. And sacrifice anything, if even for a moment, to collect and gather yourself and get an idea of what you need to do. But if the person that's supposed to be executing the plan to peace is disturbed, then how can you make a plan? You can't.
And you know something, and I totally agree with that, Lance. But that's in a perfect world, and that's a perfect minded person. I mean, a perfect sound person.
Perception. You say this stops now. You
And
stop.
I'm sure it's easier said.
It's easier said than done.
I know
it's
definitely
easier said than done.
Sometimes it takes people months, days, hours, years to get to that point. But I'm just
You
saying,
work up
for
to
the people
You
who
gotta work
don't
up to that
know,
courage.
that's what it feels like. There's gonna be a day that you wake up, you can be sitting at the table. If you're in a relationship and you're any type of abuse, you can be sitting at the table and just eat and just be like, wow, I don't like feeling like this right now. When you feel that,
get tired of it.
Listen to that. When you feel that moment, that's a God moment. Aha. Ask Oprah. She'll tell you.
I don't know, because
I pray to God. If you're a Christian, man, pray about it.
True.
You at least need to remove yourself from the toxic. I mean, if you went to the hospital, they wouldn't say, oh, okay, well, yeah, you're being poisoned by a spider. We're just gonna let that go through, though. Just go ahead and lay down. No, they're gonna be like, okay, let's extract this. If you're like overdosing, they're not gonna be like, oh, well, you did that to yourself. No, they're gonna actually remove the toxin from your body. You at least have to get far enough from the situation. It's a habit. If it's not serving a purpose, it's just a habit. And you have to look at the very logical way. It's just a habit. Break it. You can create another one later. You don't have to completely leave. You don't have to break the commitment, but you need to admit to yourself that you at least need time for a reflection. You need to try something. Something different needs to happen, and you have to stop saying I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Like it doesn't work. It's fucking insanity.
Yeah.
But you know something, what's crazy though, Lance, I'm sure a lot of people that's in those situations, they say that at some points, but once again, when we come back to reality, you just can't move like that. You can't move that quick. Some people can't move that quick.
Exactly, bro.
I'm sure if you ask any woman who's out there in a domestic violence situation, I'm sure every day she tell herself, man, I'm finna leave, but for whatever reason, she can't, whatever the case may be. So and we can all sit back and say, man, that woman crazy. I would have been left. I wouldn't put up with that. The first time he hit me, the first time she hit me, I would have left. But man, if it was that easy, nobody would be in those situations.
No, that's why I'm saying for the people in that situation, I'm letting you know right now, the thoughts that you're gonna have after when you say I'm finna leave, I'm finna go, and you say, oh my kids, oh my this, oh my that, oh my that. Remember, once your sanity is up, who's at risk? Your kids, you're this, you're that. You're still gonna lose your fucking mind. So like, why don't you? I'm telling the people out there right now, anybody who watching, that's the moment that you need to decide when your sanity is at stake. If your sanity is not good, everybody thinks it's not going to happen to me. I would never just like lose my mind and just like stop doing stuff or kill anybody or hurt anybody or beat this bitch and stomp her into the ground. Nobody ever thinks that that's going to happen, but it does. There are so many people in jail that will tell you. So when it gets to, for anybody out there that's in this situation, I'm letting you know if it gets to that point, stop. Because you don't know what's going to get worse.
But everybody have different stopping points. Some people may get to the point to where they put them in the hospital and they feel like that's the stopping point. I think so. Somebody asked, what's the solution? And that's a great question. And I wish I had like a definite solution to help everybody, because I feel like nobody should be in those situations. I can tell you what worked for me. When Megan used to beat me, no, I'm just playing.
But you also got to understand, Lance, let's say, and I'm not telling anybody not to leave. If you get the courage to leave, leave. But you also got to understand that, you know, when they leave, where they're going to go.
True.
If you're going to spend another 5 years there getting abused, save some money in between the process.
But I've worked in domestic violence. I worked in domestic violence. So when the woman comes to me, I only had one man. Y'all understand? I only had one man. All my years working in domestic violence, I only had one man. Not saying it don't happen. But anyway, I had women come to me. And when I tell them, oh, well, ma'am, you have to go into a shelter. I might as well stay where I'm at. You get what I'm saying? They have no family. And if they do have family is far away. They moved here because of the guy. Or the family has helped them so many times, and it's like, you know what, that's where you want to be. I'm over it. And then, but you do got family who help too, but you're like, okay, well, I'm sleeping double up. I might as well go back to, that at least it wasn't that bad. You get what I'm saying? So
I do thank you for addressing that, because people don't realize, like, usually before it gets to the point of physical violence, there's isolation. So you do feel alone, and their opinion does start to really matter, and they do try to just kind of suffer under that. And you are exactly right. But I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, that's why I'm saying, for the people in an abusive situation, the moment you just say, ooh, like you feel it, like you know it, like you know it when it happens. The moment you feel it.
Hey, look at that comment right there, Lance. Look at the comment.
And you want to know what's funny?
Through God, all things are possible.
You want to know what's funny, Uncle Stu? To be, I had one. Like I say, the one man that I did have come to me, the only shelter I could send him to was Salvation Army. I'm in Louisiana, so I really don't know what's out in other states. But in Louisiana, there are no shelters for men. It's always women and children, women and children, women and children, women and children. There are no shelters.
And can you tell us the scenario? Can you tell us the ratio of men versus women that get abused on a daily basis that also may need somewhere to go?
Oh, I don't know the statistics of that, but I'm pretty sure.
What's the women's though? What's the women's?
The women. I don't know the statistics of that. I've never researched all of that.
Well, if you had to guess, what would it be?
If I had to guess, I'm gonna say the women who actually come to me, because a lot of people suffer in silence. Out of one day working at the domestic violence center, I would say I would have 10 to 15 women coming to me for housing, where there was only, I worked there for years and I only had one man come there, and he didn't even want to go to a shelter. He just wanted to talk and tell his story. And I was kind of surprised to see a man walk through those doors, and it was his wife. It wasn't even a same-sex situation. It was his wife who was verbally abusing him and tearing him down. And I knew he just wanted to talk, because I think I talked to I just let him talk. I didn't even interrupt him. And I think he sat in my office for about 2 hours. And I actually sat there and listened to him for 2 hours.
Do you think it's like sometimes like embarrassment for men? Even because I know there's some men that, may get like physically abused by women. Do you think it's like a sense of like embarrassment, for a man to like admit, that he's been either like verbally or physically abused?
I will say that.
And that's the reason why men don't go. You're the problem. That's why men don't go.
I know I'm the problem.
I would say it's embarrassment.
I think if a man is really physically being abused by a woman and he's allowing her to do that, I don't think that I don't think that it's because the woman can actually beat him up. He's just not, for whatever reason, he's just not hitting her back or whatever. So, and she's taking advantage of that situation. Maybe it may be because he's so in love with her, he's lusting for her, she's been this girl that he's wanted to be with forever, or whatever. Maybe she's the woman of his dream, or whatever the reason he's accepting it. But I don't think that a woman can just physically sit up there and just beat a man and he let her. And I mean, she can, but only because he's letting her, not because she's just overpowering him and she's just whooping his ass. So,
I don't know what
that's why some people find it to be that's why some people look at it as being comical, because of the fact that it's like, who would, like, realistically speaking, who actually think that a woman can beat up a man? Like, nobody.
Right, and think about this though. Another thing, bro. Like, we had, they have Domestic Violence Month, right, for women or whatever. So I was proud to have at my church. I was proud to see my pastor do both sides of the thing. So he did it for men, and he had a slot set up for, like, the video set up for the men to speak about their experiences. And in those experiences, men say they would get grief. I mean, it can be any type of violence. It don't have to be her coming to punch him. It don't have to be none of that. It can be her just walking in the house, busting him upside the head with a brick, or hit him in the head with a broom, or or trying to run him off the road, or I mean, it could just be harassment, bro. Like it could really get rough on these dudes, bro. And I know a lot of men out here saying, "Oh, these other men weak," and I think that's the reason. Because somebody in the comments just said it. That's the reason why men don't come forward and say, "Hey, listen, I'm in a situation. I'm trying to be the man. I know I'm big enough to break her into 20 pieces, but I don't want to go to jail." Because when the police come, the man going to jail. They not going to ask no questions on who hit first and who swung first. You seen what happened with the baby? The man, she was looking for him through the house. The police was looking right at her. But if the roles were reversed and the baby was running after her looking for her in the house, he'd be in jail.
Yeah, especially
Man, you know something?
I mean, come on. He called the police.
Hey, New Growth 42 said, because that's like saying a woman who is physically abused allows her man to because she can stab him in his sleep. You know what's so crazy when it comes to women who are being physically abused? Yeah, she probably could stab him in his sleep, but some women are so scared. It's almost kind of like the Willie Lynch theory or whatever. Take over the mind so you can control the body. And some of those dudes use those same tactics when it comes to these women in these relationships that they're in. They take over a woman's mind. Like, it's not that the woman can't kill him in his sleep, but the woman is just so scared, so she's thinking like, man, what if I stab him and the knife don't go through? Or what if he's wake up and see me holding the knife, what he's gonna do? So they thinking about the repercussions that could possibly happen if she don't succeed in whatever it is that she's attempting to do. And that's why a lot of them don't, because they feel like the risk is not worth actually trying to do so. And it's crazy, but I mean, that's just the way that it is.
And look at this dumbass comment right here. Some men like, I mean, some men may like it, but that's a different situation. We talking about the men.
I think they talking about some kinky shit.
Yeah, some kinky shit. We talking about men that's really getting beat up. But Uncle Stu just came in. Uncle Stu, what you got on it?
Oh, I got a lot on it, but I want to make sure I got clarity.
Okay, go ahead.
Young man, can you just re-clarify your statement about men being abused? What? I want to make sure I got what you said with clarity. Can you go back over that again for me?
About a man being, you talking about me?
I don't know. Oh, somebody was saying something about men being abused. It's who was just commenting about men being abused and something about he should be able to get out of it or something in that regards, or why he stay in it or something. I just want clarity. I don't want to interpret anybody.
Yeah. I say it's me. I don't know. Me and Tony was talking about it. I agree with everything Tony said. I'm the one that probably went a little extreme with it, but yeah, I do look at as a man being a sucker for allowing a woman to hit on him. Yeah. So whatever you thought, long as no words ain't being put in my mouth, but yeah, I think it is a weak move to allow a woman to beat up on you, and you not do nothing about it. You still in the situation.
Look at this comment first, and now look at this comment that we ain't signing. Just put in there.
Okay, let me give you some parameters. So a man is weak when he is here to protect his children, and it's more about trying to protect his children than it is about himself. So he's weak. I just want to get clarity.
What? Hold on. Say that again now.
So a man that stays in that mind manipulation of abuse because he's trying to protect his children, he's weak.
The conversation didn't involve children, but what you mean by what the
average man has children. So I'm
the children getting abused?
Clarity.
No, I want, before I answer, is the children getting abused? That's what I'm asking.
I think anytime any parent is getting abused, the children are getting abused.
Well, physically abused. Are the children getting physically abused?
Anytime a parent is getting abused, the children are getting abused. Verbal and mental abuse is more damaging than physical abuse.
I understand. Now, if he's getting his ass whooped because the wife is beating the children, I understand him staying there. I understand it. But if the children are not getting beat and he's getting beat and he's tired of it, I think he should walk the fuck away.
Okay. Let me educate you now.
You can't educate me. But you could tell me, something, but I'm still
gonna go. I'm a combat veteran, United States Army. And I was the victim of domestic violence. And by no means of imagination, I'm a weak brother, because I guarantee you a man roll up on me. He's gonna see Jesus. But when it comes to a woman and when it comes to my children, yeah, I took it for the safety of my children. Second, I asked earlier, was there any place for men to go who was in that situation? It's a lot easier to talk from the outside than be on the inside. My brother World Star reports every single day men being abused. There was a football player who played for the Panthers who was murdered by his wife. She stood 5'2". He was a middle linebacker. My brother, most men learn how to protect their women, but most men don't know how to be protected when a woman is doing the abuse. Most men don't feel like doing 48 hours in prison when they have to make the phone call. See, the problem is that we have come with these philosophical ideas of what a man is instead of dealing with the sociological dynamics that is going on. So let me educate you, sir. Number one, statistically speaking, almost 48% of domestic violence is women who commit domestic violence against men. Let me also educate you. Out of that 48%, 45% of these men have children. And if you love your children, sometimes you'll go through more abuse because of the love of your children. Third, the other thing is when it's talk about being reported, and the reason you shaking your head, because I guarantee you, if I taught you what abuse is, you've taken it over and over and over again. So I think that what we need is a national education on domestic violence. The reason you say that is because you think I grew up believing that this could happen. My brother, it doesn't. Let me show you another form of abuse. When a woman takes your child from state to state to state to state, that's called kidnapping, and he's being abused. When a woman can simply go into the police department and accuse you of something, and now you have a court record that says you are the accuser, guess what? You have been a victim of domestic violence. If you need to understand domestic violence, anytime you do verbal assault on anyone, it's called verbal abuse. Now, how does this thing take place? Let's get an education. Number one, verbal abuse is one of the most systematic abuses that can ever take place. Most men would rather take the abuse than walk away. Most men is known for staying in situations longer than women. That's why the divorce rate is 80% filed by women and not by men. I think when we have these conversations, we need to be able to bring in the real professionals instead of these ad hominem philosophical ideas of what a man is. See, because a lot of us is defining manhood according to, yo, if a woman hit me, I'm gonna knock her out. If a woman do this, I'm gonna get away. If a woman do this, but you know what I always say to people? Shoulda, coulda, woulda, and ifs. If was liquor, we all be effed up. So I think that we need a little bit more deeper understanding of the complexity of the social network before we make an accusation, because the same thing you are saying is what women who have been abused, other people have said, and that's why these laws had got switched around, because it's easy to say, well, just leave, just leave, just leave. But my brother, where is a man going if there's no shelter, there's no family, there's no income? Where is he going and still got a child in that situation? What I would ask you to do, because I don't want you to feel that I'm attacking you. I don't want anyone to feel this way. I would ask you, please study and show yourself approved. Go get some real research, go get some real data, and then go talk to some real men who has been through it. And then you'll see why he is being abused. What you just showed me, if you was my homeboy, and I said, yo, man, woman doing this, I couldn't go to you and even be able to get a place to lay my head. You know why? Because on the job, you had already called me a punk, weak, this, that, etc. So if a man can't even go to another man to deal with his pain and his trauma, where do you expect him to go? A woman can go to another woman. She'll have a place to stay. A woman can go to church and they'll take her and wrap her up. But a man has nowhere to go. So where is he going? He's going to sleep in the car. He's going to sleep on the street with his child, with his children, not just one, all 4 of his children. He's going to snatch all 4 of his kids and put them on the street. And guess what? Those kids will be taken by the very system. Why? Because he didn't provide a home for them kids. But he left. He left one abusive situation to go into another abusive situation, which is called the social service system. See, so we must think these things through instead of reacting on emotions and feelings of a manhood. So once again, I'm not going to stay up here long because I've already did a long live and I'm trying to edit a video and my nephew just got here. So I got to teach him how to operate some equipment. But I just wanted to elevate the conversation because you tell him to leave. Remember, he got to leave with his kids. And as one of the ladies on the panel said, and as it's been easily reported, there's only one male domestic shelter in the United States. So when he leaves, he has to take his kids. But guess what? His kids going into the system because he has nowhere to go. So there's a whole lesson that needs to be learned and a whole level of compassion that needs to happen.
But see, you know something?
I think that we as men, I don't want to talk to the women. We as men need to now take these philosophical ideas of man that we done created in our own head and learn. I can almost guarantee, and I could be totally wrong, neither one of you taking care of children directly in your home.
Ooh.
So you don't even have the intimate
my children stay with me. I got cousins of my children. I got cousins of my babies. My children live with me.
Okay, your children live with you? I want you to look at them, and then if the woman that birthed them whooped you and you couldn't go nowhere, you tell me what you would have done.
Walk the fuck off, because I ain't finna allow that.
And where your kids?
My kids gonna be with me.
So
because I'm already financially stable. See, I'm not financially broken.
And so they're gonna be on the street.
I'm not gonna be on the street. You might be on the street. See, people like yourself might be on the street. But if I was in this situation, I'm financially stable. So I can leave the situation and go into my own shit with my kids.
I pray to God that you never get in that situation.
I would never be in that situation.
I almost would guarantee it. If you say you got kids, there's no way you can be communicating this way. Let me educate you.
You can't educate me with nothing. I'm telling you what.
You know why? Because most people who got kids would never have said what you just said. Man or woman.
If you think I'm gonna sit there and let a woman hit me for my children, fuck that. Nah, hey, we on 2 different playing field, brother.
Okay. And your kids
we just gotta agree to disagree. My children live with me. Yes.
Okay.
Both of them, a girl and a boy. Teenagers.
All right.
Have since they were babies.
Okay.
Have since they were babies.
I pray that you never get into that situation.
My son, a top boxing champ. Daughter run track.
I don't raise mine past college and married. Okay. Well, that's all I needed to say. Black Men Unfiltered. I'm out. Sir Hale speaks to all the brothers and sisters. Jedi Mike.
Again, man. Hey man, again, congratulations on your YouTube plaque, man, for getting up to that milestone for YouTube, brother.
What?
Your other 1,000, Doc. I'm looking at your other 1,000. So congratulations, brother.
I ain't at the 2,000 mark yet.
No. I'm talking about the 1,000. I'm talking about just the 1,000.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations, brother.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, man, we working hard over there. I got one more interview, then I can relax for the week.
Yeah.
I just hit my 2,000 yesterday.
Huh?
I just hit my 2,000 yesterday.
Congratulations, Doc. Congrats.
Yeah, congratulations, B. I didn't know that you put it on the
yeah,
on
I didn't
Facebook,
know that
man.
either. Congratulations.
Yeah, I ain't putting on nothing. I'm trying to get there.
Yeah, I got Nathan Daly coming through tomorrow. Police officer.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to pull the big names.
Yes.
Hey, what time is that one?
7 o'clock.
Congrats,
Okay, Central. I mean,
it's 7 Eastern, 6 o'clock Central.
Okay.
Well, we still good Midwest?
for the. Yeah, I know. I'm in Central Time.
Yeah, 6 o'clock your time, 7 mine.
Okay.
Yeah. All right,
y'all. I appreciate you,
man.
Okay,
right, y'all have a good one. Salute.
Salute.
So, Sir Hale in the building. Sir Hale, what's your thoughts on the matter, brother?
Big dog, what's up, man? How are you?
Oh man, I'm sunshine, partly cloudy. How about yourself, brother?
Excellent, very poetic, man. What's up? What's up, panel? I mean, I'm just sitting here taking it in because this is a lot. This is a lot. I agree with a lot of what everybody is saying. So I'm just taking it in for just a little bit. So that's why I'm in the shadows, just absorbing, and then I'll have to toss it just a bit.
Okay, cool. So, Jedi Mike, what are your thoughts on it, brother?
I am in the exact same boat. I'm still processing what the conversation right now. I'm just kind of collecting my thoughts here, but I'm in the same position.
I got some. I wanted to comment on.
Go ahead, Tony B.
So one thing that he said that I feel like it's a shame. I mean, I never looked up to any statistics, never really thought about it from a male's perspective. But if the numbers are that high and we only have one facility in the United States of America, bro, that says a lot right there.
It does.
That says a lot. So the system, it just seems like the system was just implemented for us to just like fail, like honestly fail, because if there's nothing to help lift us up or nothing to help us when we're at our lowest, then it's like, what do you do? What do you do? And like
Real
I said,
talk.
I never really thought about it. Never been in a situation like that. And you just don't think about stuff like that. But one facility in America, man, that's wild. And like he said, like you leave with your kids or whatever, then next thing you know, they in the system because they can't live on the streets with you. Ain't gonna happen. The government ain't gonna let that happen. So they gonna come and take them kids right from beneath you. And you leave them with the woman and leave, you doing bad already. She go hit you with that child support and hit you, and then they hit you with that back pay. That's another bad situation. So it's a messed up situation for a man.
Now, Tony, imagine this. You get your wife or significant other beat your ass, and then once she beat your ass, you say get the kids up, and then you leave. When you leave, the same system that wouldn't come help you or got a facility for you will come get your kids. So not only that, they're gonna take the kids back to the mama. The mama gonna put your ass on child support, and now you got to worry about child support, but and then you the victim. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're right. It's a lose-lose situation, bro.
Yeah, but with all that, like I said, I never knew about a lot of that stuff. Never dug into it. Never thought about it. But if all that is true, man, it's bad out there. It's bad out there. I'm glad, man. I'm glad. I thank God every day, man. I'm not in a situation like that because I wouldn't know what to do in that. And with shit like that, I see like why people be driven to do like crazy stuff, man.
Yep.
Not saying that it's right, but man, it's like they tie your hands behind your back and shit. Man, back you up in the corner.
Yep. So let me get the ladies in here while we still in Sir Hill and Jedi might process it. So, Mother, what are your thoughts on everything that was said between Uncle Stu and Brian?
I mean, it's sad. Like, I have brothers, and I would never want to see like either one of them, in a situation like that. And it's in all honesty how I grew up. My mom told my, like if a woman hit you, you have a problem like that, you call me or you call your sister. And I don't know, that might not be the right way, like to teach my boys, but honestly, that's probably what I would teach my boys. Like, put your hands on a woman, but if you have a problem, she fighting on you or something like that, you call me or you call your sister or you call your girl cousin. And I mean, that might not be the right approach. But I mean, it's better than, having a situation where not y'all fighting. And I get it. It's tough to be a black man in America in itself. So I can see like the hesitancy to even want to call the police. Because 9 times out of 10, if a man calls the police and a man and a woman are fighting, like y'all said, it don't matter who started it or, who threw the first punch, the man is going to jail. And especially, it's sad to say, a black man is definitely going to jail. And then just with the history, with black men and police, I can definitely see, what the hesitancy would be. So, I think the whole situation is it's sad. And I think that's why it's so important for us to have like these conversations and for it to be, we have to talk about what's going on and talk about the facts, but for us to have solution-based conversations. I think us as a people, it starts with the women and the men, holding each other accountable so we can talk about solutions. How do we, like help men? Well, I'm going to talk as a woman, how do we help women, and help ourselves, help women not to put themselves into situations, that can turn that way. We need to be preaching, like, don't be, it's inappropriate for you to be putting your hands on a man too. We need to make sure that little girls and teenage girls understand it's not appropriate, for you to be like fighting on little boys or putting your hands on little boys. I told you about the incident that happened, what was that, Tony, like a couple months ago? And she seriously walked to my friend's house saying she wanted to fight her son. So I think we need to be, making sure that we put the right examples out, but I think it's going to start. I think us, yes, it's a problem across the board, but I think us as a community of black and brown people, we just need to make sure, that we're holding each other accountable and that we're teaching the next generation the right thing. Even for the men, I'm not going to say too much on that, but it would be good. And that's why I love that y'all have, these platforms where y'all are, teaching and preaching the right thing. And teaching, men like how to have healthy relationships with women. Because I think sometimes, even as women, we can put ourselves in situations. No, it's not right for a man to put his hands on a woman. But sometimes, if you do certain things and first of all, if you hit a man, if you hit anybody, just because you don't have as much strength, if you slap the shit out of anybody, you might get a reaction. So I think so, and even sometimes, things that we might do as women. I've seen the videos with the women trying to hit the men with the car and just like all types of crazy stuff. I think sometimes, you have to hold yourself accountable even as a woman.
And Megan, can I interrupt you for a second?
For the reaction that you might get.
Right. Let me interrupt you for a second, Megan. You just brought up the car situation. So let me tell Brian this. Brian, do you remember the doctor that took his kids away from the abusive and toxic wife? And he went to the grocery store to get groceries. And he was coming. He left the kids in the car. They were playing the video game. They were of age 13, 15. I think it was 3 of them, 13, 15. They were old enough to stay in the car. And as he was coming out, she waited for him. And as he was coming out, she hit the gas, hit him doing 40 miles an hour and killed him right in front of the car. And his kids saw him get killed, bro. She ran over him, put the car in reverse and reversed over him again, bro. And he one of the guys that left. Abusers don't normally.
That was
but how many women left a man and got killed also?
Yeah, but I understand that. But what we talk about the women a lot, but we never talk about the men though. We never say the men get.
I'm not knocking that, brother. I ain't saying men ain't getting abused. I ain't saying that there ain't casualties of war when you leave a situation. I'm not saying stuff don't happen. But collective as a whole, it just don't happen every day like that nigga getting ran over by a woman and getting killed.
It happens every day. It just don't get reported. It just don't get reported. It happens. It just don't get reported.
But you know something, this is my problem with the whole situation, because when we see these videos of these women out there fighting on these dudes and these dudes ain't hitting them back, we laugh about it. And I think because me and Megan and I, we've seen some videos before, and I'd be like, now see, if he'd have turned around and knocked the hell out of him, it'd have been a different situation. Like, people be glorifying and laughing, and that's when they get all the views and all this other kind of stuff, because they think it's funny. They think it's funny, and I think we need to stop. Like Facebook, they want to take down something if a woman showing too much cleavage, or Snapchat or something. They need to start taking them videos down too, because that's ridiculous. Ain't nothing's funny about it. It doesn't matter how many likes and views and stuff. Like there's nothing funny about that. And
what you said made me think about something, and it is this: as fathers, I've heard a lot of fathers say, "I don't whoop my daughter because I never want her to think that it's okay for a man to hit her." I don't think I've ever heard a mother say, I don't hit my son because I never want my son to think that it's okay for a woman to hit him. And I think the difference of this is the way that we're cultured. We teach our daughters from an early age what not to put up with. With our sons, we don't go through the same list to make sure that they know that abuse is not okay. And I think that this is played out as we get older. Like, what do you guys think about that?
I've actually never heard the fact that I've never heard a man say he don't whoop his daughter because he don't want her to think that another man.
Yeah, I never heard that either.
Because my daughter, I can tell you right now, like my daughter, right? She 8 months and she already starting to act up, but she ain't getting a whooping now. But I can see it coming. I definitely see some whoopings in her future.
It said quite a bit by men.
But the part you said that. I agree though. The part you said though about that we tell young girls and tell teenage girls what not to take from a man, and a man should be treated. But you're right. I don't think we go into that as much for young men. I barely hear that like at all. But it is a strong emphasis on telling like, oh, you don't take this from a man, and this and the third, really prepping them. But yeah, it's not. You just don't hear, young men being trained up. And I think us in the Black community specifically, in terms of like verbal abuse, because I know a lot of us like grew up with it. I know I did.
I did too.
Like all the time. Getting
I did too.
All type of bitches and hoes, all type of stuff. Just really severe verbally abusive. And I thought it was normal. And I think just in our community, like a lot of that is kind of normal talk, but in actuality, it's verbal abuse. Like nobody should be calling you a bitch and a hoe and talking down to you, And so I think that's something we got to tackle, as a people, as a community. I hate to see it now. People in the grocery store, I've seen some videos like this too, talking crazy to the kids and cussing them out and this and that. I hate seeing that. It's uncalled for because all you're doing is teaching them, and now you're gonna grow up with an unhealed man and an unhealed woman that's out here cussing their spouse out and talking down to them. Like,
remember
that's why I say a lot of this.
This is YouTube kid. I can't think of the name. Maybe y'all know what I'm talking about, but it was on Facebook. His video got like a 1.6 million views. It was real high, and he was up there singing a song, playing a video game, and this girl was just whooping him, just hit him in the face. And I forgot the name of this guy. He's got an Instagram page as well, but he was on the live and playing a video game, singing a song, and the girl in the background, it was two kids in the back on the bed, two little toddlers. And he was like, just getting punched and stuff, and people in the comments and stuff laughing. And if that was reversed, if it was a girl getting abused, that would have been a completely different situation. And I think I think the issue we're seeing is the normalization of abuse, and then we attach that to you ain't a man if you don't take it. We ain't a man if you don't leave. So it doesn't matter what happens. He's not a man. If he leaves, well. If he stays, well. Right. And I think that's the issue that we have. Men don't know that they should leave because they have to find a way to detach their masculinity from either walking away or staying. And it's a confusing thing, particularly if you're cultured to take stuff and you don't know that abuse is not something you should accept or give. I think that's something that we got to talk about, and we got to normalize letting men know that being a man is not taking trauma and saying I'm strong enough and I can take it. Sometimes being a man is indeed walking away.
Right, and I'm gonna say this real guys. If you just start coming in and you wondering why there's a lot of wind in the back, it's because I'm struggle streaming today. I lost all the internet at my house in the neighborhood. It completely went out, so I had to find another area. So I came to the hotel, the Omni Hotel, to do the show tonight. So trying to make the sacrifice so we get the show out tonight. But I will say this though: what happens when you're a child? And I want to say this to the men out there that say, "Oh, these dudes weak, these weak." Sometimes men marry their mothers. Sometimes men date their mothers, right? And can you imagine growing up like Mother just said? Mother just had a great point. Can you imagine growing up and your mama saying, bitch ass nigga, you ain't shit, you stupid ass black bastard, you just like your ugly ass daddy, you dumb ass, you stupid. And then she beating him and punching him in the chest. Cause a lot of women say, I caved my son's chest in, right? So he took all of that from the time he can remember, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Look at me, look how far I'm going. 16, 17, 18, 19. He started dating, go to college. 20, he meets a nice young lady. 21, that nice young lady turns into his mama. He ain't leaving because he with his mama. It's dysfunction. It's a mental thing. You marry your mama.
Yep.
If that's what you grew up around and that's what you used to, then it's normal for you. So that's like a normalized situation.
Yep.
And see, and that's why I definitely agree with what Sir Hale said, with the normalizing and laughing at it and thinking that kind of stuff is funny. Because like he said, if the roles were reversed, we'll be having a different story about that. It wouldn't have as many views. We'd have a lot of views, but trust and believe somebody gonna be in jail. Somebody, some bad gonna happen to the guy, or whatever. But like I said, I hate watching them. I hate seeing them videos. I hate that they get so many views. I hate they going viral with them, and I hate that people laughing at it because it's not funny.
Now let me
it's
tell
really
you this.
Not.
Right, let me add this to it. I don't know if y'all done saw this video on Facebook, bro, because they be posting them and women love it. They're in the comments, yeah, get his ass. This shit is ridiculous. But the video of the man laying in the bed, and the woman comes in with a cast iron skillet. Anybody seen this one? If you haven't seen it, I'll tag in it. The lady came with a cast iron. Yeah, a cast iron skillet while he was asleep. He was asleep. She got in the bed, put the camera up and say, this is what you do to a motherfucker that be trying to play with you. And she put the camera in the corner, said that this was premeditated. She put the camera in the corner, got in the bed, and broke this man down with that cast iron skillet. Can you imagine getting hit in the head, in your arm, in your back while you in a dead sleep? And she had hit him, bing, bing, bing. He was like, oh, he just rolled over. And she just kept beating him with that skillet, bro. Oh my God, bro.
Like that.
Oh my God, bro. That's the stuff I'm talking about, man.
But see, black man, how we say that a father is a daughter's first love. Like, we say that it's the same thing for mothers. Like, I think we discount that so much that what a young guy gets early on, and the reason I keep on going back to early is because a lot of times you don't generally come from a healthy household, and then you just take this. Somehow that kind of stuff is normalized, and you think it's normal, you think it's okay. And I often say this: we try to heal in our wives what we didn't fix with our mothers. So if I got problems with my mothers, I'm going to find a way. I'm going to attract it in my life, and it's going to be this ongoing cycle. And like somebody said that we need to, to normalize therapy, which I agree, but we need to normalize is healthy families. Because I think the reason why the need for therapy is going up is because there's a breakdown in family. And if we get the family back and community back, then we don't need as much therapy because there's health in our homes. Just wanted to put that point out there.
So B9, you just came in. What are your thoughts on the whole thing, bro? I know you disagree with the situation.
Yeah, I'm pretty much with Brian on this one, man. Point blank period. You got to take care of self first, man. Like I said, everybody always says the same things. Then when it's time to apply those things, they wishy-washy. Like everybody on every platform says you can't pour into, pour into if you're empty. If the pitcher's empty, you can't pour into the glass or whatever y'all say, whatever. And then every time we talk about the pitcher, we like, oh, fuck the pitcher. The pitcher can have holes in it. The pitcher can be crusty and this. We're the pitcher. The woman is a cup. The children are cups. All of that stuff are what we're pouring into. So if we're not making the Kool-Aid with the right amount of sugar, everybody's cup is going to be nasty for everybody because it starts with us. And the real reason I came up here is because Uncle Stu was double talking. Uncle Stu was double talking. That's the real reason I came up here. Uncle Stu was dropping gems and dropping facts. Then after he dropped those gems and facts, then he said, but just deal with it. Oh, the children are more important. What? Did y'all see what happens when you just deal with it? Did y'all see what that anesthesiologist dude did when he was just dealing with it?
I was just about to say that.
Like, those are the results that happen when you just deal with it. The damn breaks.
The old nigga talk.
Right, the damn breaks. And Black Man Unfiltered, everybody on this panel and in the chat that knows me knows that I'm a very big proponent of respecting everybody, but especially respecting senior citizens, our elders, the wisdom. But you got to be fair about it. Just because you older than me don't mean that everything you saying is wise.
Exactly.
That was a slave mentality right there, ladies and gentlemen. That right, what Uncle Stu said is exactly what we trying to get away from. Just sit there and take it. That's what we, like you say, we love our kids. So we would never tell any of our children to sit there and take it. So when are we going to start loving ourselves as much as we love our children?
That's not what Uncle Stu was saying.
Your children, it starts with self. It starts with self-love.
That's what he was talking about, Sir.
Uncle Stu been talking about the abuse for like the last 3 days. That's not what he's talking about.
I'm talking about I don't know what he said. I'm talking about what he said when he got on here.
Yeah, I'm talking about what he said tonight. I ain't been following the chronicles of Uncle Stu, but I definitely heard what he said tonight. And what he said tonight was once again the Rick James was. I didn't step on Eddie Murphy's couch. Hell yeah, I remember stepping on Eddie's couch. It can't be both. You can't talk about it's tragic that it's only one shelter in America for men and then come back and say deal with it. It can't be both. Which one is it going to be? Is it a tragedy that there's only one shelter in America? Or are we supposed to deal with it? Because it can't be both, Sir Hale. And am I wrong on that?
I don't disagree with you.
So I don't understand, and this is my pushback on not just Uncle Stu, but that whole generation. Like, y'all left us with the bill. Y'all ate all the food and ate all the buffet and this and that. Y'all left us with the bill, and then y'all want to still give us the rules of how to pay the bill. No, that's your bill.
So B9, can I ask you a question, B9? B9, you know I love you, but let me ask you a question. So to all the men that's watching and to the men that you're talking to right now, what would be in a breakdown? What would be the solution? Because I know you're a very strategic guy. So give me the 5 areas of growth that a man can do. Give me 5 of them, 5 good ones. That's a solution for a man to be in that situation and the process of him getting out of the situation. Go ahead and cook. I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna interrupt you.
I don't even need 5. Leave. End of story. Leave.
Go where?
I concur.
Go anywhere where you find sanity. The same rules that apply for a woman in this situation applies for a man. Mm-hmm. You must save yourself first. Period. I don't care if you got to go to the Y. I don't care if you got to go back to your mama. I don't care if you got to stay with your friends. I don't care if you got a fraternity house you can go to. Whatever. If you got to sleep in your car, whatever the case may be. Once again, we see the result of what happens when you push too far.
Yep.
There's no coming back when you push too far.
The anesthesiologist is a perfect example. And I was saying that then, leave the situation. When the
anesthesia, let's get it right though. The anesthesiologist killed 2 women that day. He killed the woman that 2 women that he was no longer in relationships with. You see what I'm saying? He broke up with both of them. One was his ex-wife and one was his ex-girlfriend. He won with neither one of them.
But that's
so he did walk away.
But that's irrelevant. I don't care if he lost his job. I don't care if he was one number away from winning Powerball. The song is "Don't Push Me" because I'm close to the edge. It don't matter what gets me to the edge. I'm telling you, don't push me another inch, because after that last inch, we both going down. And once I make that decision in my mind, there's no coming back.
I thoroughly believe B9.
And so because of that, you have to take these people seriously. They first and foremost have to take themselves seriously, because most people that hurt themselves don't want to hurt themselves. Most people don't want to go through this stuff, but that's what really being a man is all about. You have to make that tough decision, because tomorrow, just like tomorrow isn't promised, you also don't know what tomorrow holds.
Can I interject?
Okay. Yeah.
I think men who don't have children, I think that is, I'm with you, leave. But I think what a lot of men with children are saying is, if I'm leaving an abusive situation, do I just let my kids stay in that situation as well? I think so. I'm with you for leaving, but we don't know what leaving looks like when we have children. I think that's what we're trying to get at.
And I understand what you're saying, and it's no different than when I hear Africans talk about they had to leave their country because of war or because of civil unrest. They don't sleep good any of those nights. They're still worried about their mother, their father, their grandparents that's over there back in the motherland going through all of this civil war and this and that. But they're still happy that they got out. They're still happy, and it still gives them, even though it's not as much hope as they would want, it still gives them hope that, hey, I'm going to do what I need to do in America, and I'm going back, and I'm bringing my family back with me the next time I go back. So that's my whole point, is that we have to have a marathon mentality when we deal with these type of situations, because if you do something that's rash today, there is no tomorrow. But if you hold your water, you don't know, and tomorrow comes. Tomorrow might be a brighter day. You might have literally just had, yesterday was the dawn, the dark before the dawn. So
what you said is valid, bro. Like, real talk, what you said is valid.
And everybody who claims to have faith and claims to be religious and claims to be spiritual, guess what? Exactly. Well, guess what? This is the test. Everybody wants their test to be easy. Everybody wants their test. Everybody wants to write their own test. God makes the test. God makes the rules. You either decide that you're going to go and run through that obstacle course, or you're going to lay down and die. I mean,
and that's but you're right, B9. But the thing they don't realize is it is easy. It is. And that they complicate. I mean, humans complicate things, but I mean, it's easy. Like, if you believe in God, follow God. There's a whole instruction manual there. There's a whole thing about respect. You know what it is. Just stop giving chances. Like, God's giving you the chance to see some truth.
Wait a minute, Lance. Wait a minute. Because we can't be one way for one thing, another thing for another one. Because when we talk about these trifling ass women, and you be on the panel, you always say, "Oh, the other people got to get better." And we never go to, "Oh, it's God." You can go to the manual, and we argue for hours about the same. You never say nothing about that, though. It's always different.
I said, if you believe. Everybody has their own journey. I can't say nothing about what you or anybody else needs to do. I'm asked my opinion. I'm asking the panel, and I'm just telling you, in my personal reference, like, that's what I would do. Like, before I left I'm gonna get personal. Before I left my fiance and came to Arkansas, I was just like, I'm sitting there thinking, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I've unpacked and packed my suitcase, unpacked and packed my suitcase, unpacked and packed my suitcase. And then I was just sitting up there and I was praying, and these two Jehovah's Witnesses came. My mama was a Jehovah's Witness. She's Jehovah's Witnesses when she passed away. She is, I was there for 6 years. I lived down the street from a Kingdom Hall for 3 years and never had a Jehovah's Witness pass by. I was living in Frisco, down the street from a Kingdom Hall, and for the other 3 years, didn't have one pass by. And then the day I was trying to decide, both of them showed up. Little black kid and Mexican dude. I started crying. I was like, okay, well, yep, that was my. I mean, and that's my testimony. I took that as my sign, and I left. And when I got here, I was very much needed, and there was a purpose that I needed to be here. There was some crazy stuff that happened when I came back, just on some random stuff. So I mean, I was guided. I felt like I was guided here. So I mean, I'm not discounting God. I mean, I offer everybody the opportunity to think individually as logically as possible. For those who don't believe that God is the end all be all, but I mean, if your woman's not following suit, then you got to get cut out. I mean, period. I mean,
and we have to understand context here too, especially to my black men. We have to understand the context. We come from bloodlines in history where all we have done is gotten beaten and sacrificed and took one for the team and took it on the chin and this and that and was the covering and the shield and the this. We've been doing this for centuries. And we've been doing it for most of the time our black women and our black children. Now you're telling me that the same people that we've been defending for centuries is the opponent? So, I mean, what are we talking about here?
And just to remind anybody who's going through this situation, if you need to take a step out of your relationship to figure something out, that doesn't mean you won't jump back into it. You still need, the first step is you need to make sure that it is known that needs to stop. Abuse will not happen. That's all. No. That's all. I know that it takes a process and it's this, that, and the other. But just to remind anybody out there in an abusive situation, if you think you're an abusive or you think you just saw the signs, that first sign of controlling this or that first sign of insulting, that first sign of put down or demasculation. If you feel that, stop it. Just be like, nah, cut it. Because it starts in it's a slow fade. It's a slow fade.
Now you're telling me that the same people that we've been defending for centuries is the opponent? Hey, that's black man playing it back.
And just to remind anybody who's going through this situation, if you need to take a step out of your relationship.
Okay, there we go.
Hey, but Lance, what I was trying to say, you were right with what you said about a relationship, but that's step 2. Step 1 is you are your first relationship.
Absolutely.
You have to be your first relationship. And before you owe anything to anyone else, you owe it to yourself. Your body is working hard for you, making sure that you breathing while you not even thinking about breathing. While you sleeping, your body is working for you. Heart pumping, lungs doing their job. You owe them what they've given you. And we have to get off of this slave mentality of there's always something greater than me.
People want to provide shade, but you're not even growing your roots. How can you nutrition yourself? Like you want to be this big tree and you want to branch out and you want to grow like these family men who want to grow these families, but like you have root rot in living in your house, being your wife. You've got root rot. And if you don't address the root rot, it's fixable. It's fixable. You can fix it, but you have to stop it ahead of its time. Like a heart attack. You got to prevent it. And it's just you stop. But you have to realize. Go ahead.
Lance, it's 2 things. It's what you said, but it's 2 things. It's once we know better, we do better.
Right.
And then once we do better, we teach better. We got to do both of those at the same time. Because like I said, like when I heard Brian on here, it's like this, like in my head, I'm like, Brian is like, but just leave, just self-preservation, go first. For me, I wrestle with that because I was not taught that. But he is absolutely right. If you don't take care of yourself, then you cannot possibly teach that right, because you're going to teach your kids to accept that as well. So there does have to be a degree of separation and self-preservation. I think the issue with a lot of guys, though, is that we think about everybody, and sometimes we got to be a little selfish and think about ourselves, right, so that we're in a good position. And a lot of us guys, we just don't know that that's okay. That's really what I believe about that.
And your children should be a part of selfish.
We don't understand that Confucius wins. When you are selfish, you are being selfless. If you want peace, you got to be an ass kicker. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Sometimes,
you know something, B9? That's right.
Sometimes Confucius wins. You don't get what you want through the root word. You get what you. When I'm a real estate developer. Well, the second I tell people that I'm a developer, they think of things growing. But what the first thing I'm coming to do is destroy your shit. The first thing I'm coming to do is I'm coming with the wrecking ball to knock down what's going on, because I can't build what I want to build until I get rid of what's already there. So so that you have to understand that dichotomy comes into play, that if instead of taking it, the world is a big sphere, is one big circle. So instead of taking a million steps to the left, just take 2 steps to the right and you're at the same point. Yep. If that makes sense.
It does. So let me ask you a question, Bina. So do you think that we should start teaching our sons to be a healthy selfish in these areas?
Yes, because they are nothing, especially our sons, because they are the target. They are the ones that are on the chopping block the most. Right. But yet the ones that are on the chopping block the most, this is why I came up here to dispute Uncle Stu and his generation, because you're right, Sir Hale. This is what they taught us. They taught us the most endangered species still get on the front line. But everywhere else, the endangered species, you get a fine for shooting them. You get a fine for hunting them.
Dang, that's real. All right.
So we are the endangered species. We are the ones that deserve the most protection. We're real live dodo birds. You get rid of us, there's nothing left. So we're literally the last of the Mohicans. But yet you still put us on Front Street like we're pawns in the chess game. And we accept it. Knowing that we're kings, we accept the position of a pawn.
Exactly. And I want to say something. I come from a 2-parent household. My grandparents, same way, whatever. I didn't see that type of talk that Uncle Stu was talking. My grandparents didn't talk like that. That's that scared nigga talk. That's that do as I say type talk. I didn't come from that. That's why I could stand on my own 10 toes throughout my life. So I was taught the spirit, the real spirit of what it is to be black. I just flipped it to my own street way or whatever, because I went there. But anyway, but I saw things different from my elderly grandparents and from the old niggas that I was around. They wasn't no Uncle Stu ass niggas. These niggas fought for what they believe in.
We respect Uncle Stu, just for the record.
And I respect him, but he's talking to me from a scared nigga standpoint. All my elders was fighters, man. My granddaddy wouldn't dare let my grandmother put a hand on him. That's the type of men I've been around. Hold on. That's the type of men I've been around. So that's why I look at things differently. But I can understand there are weak dudes out here. And I'm thankful that the men that I'm around, even friends that I have, they ain't finna sit in a situation and allow a woman to abuse them just because they got kids together. That's the problem, man. We gotta learn how to fix things.
What you're saying is right, and what you said is actually what I'm thinking as well. Like the fear that men have is given to us by a lot of the women in our lives. So it's given to us. We're given that fear in our hearts, so we can't even make a decision because we don't even know what that decision looks like. It's like no matter what we make, we're going to fail, and that's why I appreciate the fact that you said you had examples of men who wouldn't have sat there and take that. But when a guy has been raised by their mother, been around women all their life, and they never seen that, they gotta unravel all of that stuff. Like I said, when you were saying that, it made me think, I'm like, dang, why do I think this way? Well, that's because I've never seen a group of men who move that way. And here's the thing I've noticed. Men who've seen that example live with a different degree of peace. There's certain things that they just ain't gonna stand for. They're not gonna spend too much time questioning it. They're gonna make a move. They're more decisive. And that's what I'm saying. It took me a little minute to get it, but that's because I wasn't raised around a lot of men and I'm getting it now. So the point that I'm making is that we need to see more men with this mindset that being healthy, selfish, and in order to preserve yourself to be your best is absolutely necessary.
Right.
What
Shout out to my mama.
Teddy P tried to tell you, you got to let it go. Let it be a
Gotta let
love
it go.
TKO. Let it be a
Yup.
love TKO. You ain't
Yup.
gonna win them all. And see, that's the real
Right.
problem in this, is that everybody has been seduced by the movie culture, by the soap opera culture, by the television culture. They don't want to bleed. They don't want to get cut. They don't want to sweat. They don't want to have to ice their ankle up. They don't want to have to do the necessary things that's called life. They want to be pampered and fed grapes 24 hours a day. The reason that its birthday cake is so sweet and so special is you're only supposed to have it once a year or a few times a year. If you eat birthday cake 365 days a year, you ain't worth shit.
I would love to, but I can't. Boy.
I mean, you got to have. No, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question though. So, do y'all think like we talk a lot about physical abuse, and now that we've seen that we're around some strong guys, we all know, fellas, if this is what you're dealing with, freaking walk away. Take care of yourself. Save yourself from this situation.
Hold on. Let me preface that. Sure. What I mean by walk away is it's levels before you walk away. Take the proper precautions, like talk to her, try to do counseling, do everything possible to try to fix the situation. But once it gets to that point where all you getting is hit on or verbal abuse, walk away. I'm not saying just leave, like soon as the girl go crazy on, just go. No, I'm not saying that. But take the proper steps in order to fix the relationship, in order to let this woman know, like, what are you, the shit you saying to me is affecting my spirit, and I can't sleep at night. You hurt my feelings, baby. When I walk out this door, I don't feel like the man that I thought I was. So please stop talking to me like that. But she's still doing it or still beating your ass, the shit's on you. Sometimes you got to prepare your mind, but that's why I can tell a lot of men never had a nigga around their life or a man around their life. Because a father would teach you how to strategize when shit go wrong. My daddy taught me when you in a situation, plan ahead. Think ahead. It's chess. Think ahead. Strategize your plan when you exit the situation. Don't cry about it. Don't cry about, well, where you gonna sleep at? What about your kids? That's that sucker shit. A real man ain't gonna think about that. We're gonna already have some shit in place. That's the problem with our men. We cry so goddamn much. Every day I see men fucking cry, man. Damn. Like, I see why women talk to these niggas like they ain't shit. I see why these niggas get verbally assaulted by these women. These women smell pussy in these niggas. They smell it. I ain't educated like you, some of you niggas on here. I'm not. I'm just saying, I'm just speaking real. That's why these men are getting talked to that way. They allow that shit.
Tony brought up too.
Hold on, Mov. I'm sorry. Let me just finish this part right quick. I'm gonna let you breathe. I swear to God. But that's the problem we have. That's why I always say the young people, we got to be in these young boys' life. If you're a father and your kids have friends and they don't have a father, you're their father. But guess what? Those kids gonna learn from you. We gotta be in these young boys' life because we are seeing fuck boys everywhere complaining and they not doing nothing about it but making the motherfucking excuses. It's sickening. I've been through it all, and I fought through it because I had a father in my life that taught me how to strategize, taught me not to cry all the time and get it done. Because eventually you can have a broke leg, but your life gonna always heal, and you gotta keep going. That's why
that might be some of the realest stuff I've heard. Yeah,
because I put that in my son. I don't want my son to be out here whining all the goddamn time. Because the girl told me, Dad, that she was on birth control, but she's pregnant. Nigga, control your dick. I told you your sperm is your greatest asset. You can't blame that woman for lying to you, nigga. Don't let no woman mac on your mind. That's the problem. Niggas ain't got men around their life. So now we got adult men whining and crying every goddamn day. That's why, let me grab these little boys, because my daughter got to be around these boys. My daughter got to be around these boys. I refuse for my daughter to be around men.
Hey, Brian, read the comment. Hey, read the comments, Brian.
I ain't gotta read shit. I ain't reading shit. I'm standing on it.
Okay, hey, that's fine. I'll read it.
I can't read it. I'm sitting too far back.
Yeah,
The
he says
spirit
where
touched me.
New Growth said, where your wife at though? Until you have what your father had, you lost.
I don't want. Hey, listen. I always admit me. Listen, check this out. I always admit my fault. Marriage was never my top priority in life, and I was a hell of a nigga. So I chose the streets before getting married. I ain't gonna lie to you, but guess what? I'm a hell of a motherfucking daddy that got his kids. I don't work for no wife.
If your wife ain't fulfilling her duties, you ain't got a wife.
Yeah, I don't need no motherfucking wife. You see me complaining about
that
no
comment doesn't
woman?
negate what Brian said, though. That doesn't negate what Brian said at all.
Yeah. Is he married? Is that person married? Do he got his woman in check? Is his life happy? Is he living good like me?
I really want to know that too.
But the one thing that I want to add on to what Brian said, because Brian was kicking all facts, but the one thing that I disagree with what Brian said is that we as men sit there and take it and then eventually decide to leave.
I'm gonna get on Kayla's ass about 5 seconds.
I disagree with that part, because if a woman gets smacked one time, she out, and she's justified for being out. So if you put your hands on me or any man one time, that should be it. Because see, we as men have to start setting a standard for other men, for other
That's
men.
exactly what I was saying earlier. Exactly.
So what you miss out on that pussy? So what you missed out on it? But the next dude might actually benefit because you showed a backbone, you showed standards, you showed a decorum. That this is just like New York and these places. If you have a weapon, I don't care what's going on, it's a 2-year minimum. End of story. I don't care which judge you go in front of. Firearm, 2 years. Same thing needs to apply for us as men. Put your hands on me, hit the bricks. Period.
Hey, now be not real quick. Let me address something real quick if I can, bro. So I want to address the chat, because I like to pause for the chat. So my thing is, like, Kaylin, we butt heads a lot, so I'm gonna go ahead and butt heads with her tonight. So my thing is, Kaylin, with me, everybody on this platform know that I don't change how I feel about nothing. I stand 10 toes down on what I believe, and I'll take it from one platform to another platform to another platform. And I had the same energy with every platform. I never change, and nobody got even evidence of me changing. But we got to have the same energy for everything. We can't get on one platform and agree with women, and then have black women come out and say the same thing, and then we agree with the black woman, or the black woman shut us up, put us in a corner where we don't say nothing, right? So we have to have the same energy. You can't be riding people coattails on every platform. You got to you got to get a belief and stick to your belief. Don't be hopping. That's one thing, and I love you to death, and anybody that's in the chat, but don't be on different platforms agreeing with different people because you don't have a following yourself. You just got to grab everybody coattails. For me personally, the reason that I am the way I am, nobody can go and say, hey, Black Man Unfiltered, change his perspective. You know, if I change it, it's for the better. But I'm not going to just get every day. I'm just changing my perspectives because people are saying something that I may want to hear, and then get on other platforms. And that needs to be checked. That's one of the things that we talk about in our community. If you stand for something, you stand for what you believe in. But don't be riding people coattails. And yesterday you disagree with something, then today you agree with it. But I mean, that's just my soapbox.
Oh my.
So what was said in the chat?
What was said? Yeah, damn.
Right, because we missed that. We missed that.
Missed all of that.
God damn. We were flowing over here, man. Talking about the
Hey, she said drop the link. She said drop the link, Dwayne. Let's get on here,
drop
man.
the link. Let's see what she say.
Hey, but Megan was finna say something a few minutes ago. What you finna say,
my
Megan?
bad, Megan. Yeah.
Came the door.
Well, hold on, Megan. We about to see some.
That's right, baby. Well, I was just commenting on.
It ain't gonna take me long.
Go get your popcorn. Go get your popcorn, Brian. Go get your popcorn since you get up. I was just commenting on, Tony has said, sometimes we gotta look for red flags. And sometimes, and this is with men and with women, sometimes we will see stuff when we date a person. It don't matter how fine they are. If you get into it, even if she, getting in your face or putting her finger in your face, whatever thing is, that's a red flag.
Ain't
She got
hey,
brothers
let
or
me tell you
whatever.
something.
She always getting her brother's face and cussing them out. And this and the third, that's a red. It don't matter how fine she is, how how even how good he look. You see, he'll have no problem cussing his sister out. He talks to his mama crazy, all that kind of stuff. You know that's a red flag. It don't matter how good they look or how they treat you right then. Like you got to think about, okay, this at some point this could be me. He ain't got no problem cussing his mama out, cussing his sister out, and treating them how he treat them. We gotta, be observant of some of these red flags when they happen.
Hey, you know what, Mobile? I got a problem. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes when I see women that I know that ain't right, I still do it though. But I do it till I get something out of it though. So I just want to say it.
I mean, but that's a different though. If you got a hidden agenda,
we know he ain't done with you yet. He's still working on you.
I mean, that's different though. If you got a hidden agenda, whatever, then I guess that's your thing. But I'm talking about these dudes who trying to wife these women. Like let's say like Kanye and Kim Kardashian. Like I don't know what, I ain't looked into their relationship. I don't know why they not together. I know Kanye was tripping and he kind of crazy or whatever. But it's like bro, like what this woman was about. You know how she became famous and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So you can't be over here beefing with all the dudes that done smash your wife because they smashed. Like that's stupid. So I mean, if you know what you got, and some people know what they have, and and they beefing and stuff about it. You know what you got before you get it. So it's like almost like deal with it or move around. But he was so like this dude was kind of like obsessed with this girl. Let me tell it. And I'm just on the outside looking in. But that's what a lot of dudes do when they be obsessed with these women. They let them get away with stuff that they, like I said earlier, that they normally wouldn't, probably deal with. But I mean, that's to them. I mean, like
be the fool sometimes, man. I've been
right. And B9, I want to say this because I had disconnected for a little bit, but I was still listening in the back, so I got myself to get my audio back together. But I do agree. I do agree with the fact that men their minds need to be better, and they need to make better choices. With what you and Brian were saying, men do need to make better choices in the women that they choose. And the reason that they're choosing the wrong women is because they don't have men. I personally believe they don't have men in their lives to show them, like you said, what Brian said, they don't have men in their lives to show them, okay, listen, bro, let's go fishing this weekend. Hey, man, listen, how's everything going in your life? Hey, you dating a little girl? You liking little girls or whatever? Cool. I understand that time of your life coming. Hey, but this is what you need to look for. These are the red flags you need to look for. And you don't have a lot of daddies like that because most daddies, locked up? Most daddies have walked away from their kids. Most daddies are not in their life. So, the solution to the problem, because we always talk about the solutions. I think the solution would be, what happened to the organizations that used to take little boys and train them up? You know what I'm saying? Something like Big Brothers, Big Sisters. They used to have that stuff back in the day when we was growing up. You know what I'm saying? They really don't have stuff like that no more. And if they do have it, these little boys, they're not interested. Like it's not nothing that's appealing to them. So my question for the panel would be, what's the solution? Like, what's the solution of getting these boys? What kind of programs? What kind of ideas? Because we can sit up here and make fun of these dudes, but right now there's an 8-year-old kid that's about to be that grown man we just got through laughing at. So what? I mean,
just like Brian said. I mean, just like Brian said, he just said, his son's friends. His son got friends that they don't have a dad.
Mm-hmm.
I take them on. You don't have to have a program. Like, be out there for these children.
But I'm talking about the masses, though. I'm talking about the masses. I know it's 2 or 3 people in the neighborhood.
Our village, man. We be worried about everybody else. We got worried about our village.
No. You're not listening, bro. I'm talking about, when I say masses, I'm talking about if you're in a subdivision like you are right now in your neighborhood, Brian. It could be 30 boys, 20 boys over there that are 10 boys. Let's just do a low number, 10 to 15 boys that don't have no dad in their life whatsoever. That's still your village. That's your area. That's your responsibility, right? That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So when I say the masses, I'm talking about the people and the little boys that surround your area and your space is what I'm talking about. So however those boys,
I think it's good, and we've brought up, like doing programs and that kind of stuff. But even what we doing right now, having a forum and having this discussion, and talking about, sometimes, we get, like, I know, especially like me and S out on Saturdays, people calling in, or, like young girls, 17, 18, that's gonna be thinking about dating different stuff. They listening and into YouTube and this stuff. So even what we doing right now, just providing, a place and providing that education and stuff is good. But I think I'm always a proponent for doing stuff within the community. And I feel like as a people, we have to take care of our community and our people, because unfortunately, they don't really care about us like that. So it's up to us, to make sure we have these conversations, with daughters. And I always tell you, Black man, like, I'm thankful that you provided a platform. You got something for the women going on Saturday, and I love that we can do it. And and I hope that, and I was glad this past Saturday that it was like an 18-year-old girl that was listening, and she called and she had some questions about different stuff. So kind of even doing what we doing right now and provide a platform, and maybe it starts with us. Maybe we do a segment where we, open it up for like the teenagers and the younger people that have questions, and mainly geared towards them, But I think it's, doing more of these kind of things, and it would be nice, to physically do things within the community. They do still have, here in Houston, they do still have some Big Brothers, like those type of programs. But they are like kind of few and far in between.
And okay, so like this Friday, I am going to a junior high. Me and other females, and I'm sorry, it's just females. I'm sorry, me and other females. We're going to a junior high this Friday to talk to the children. We are going to go in each classroom, and not just for the females. We're going to be there for the males too. And that's something. So it don't necessarily have to be a program, because programs, I mean, where are the funds gonna come from? Might as well just do it yourself.
I think it's a lot of ways and avenues that you can actually explore to give messages to kids. I mean, just today, I went to pick up some breakfast for Megan and myself, and I was talking to a guy, 19 years old. He was a cashier, and he gave me, I showed him my military ID and stuff. I'm a veteran and stuff, like I was in the Army, but so he started asking me questions about it, and I told him, I asked him like some questions about himself, and he's 19, really not doing anything but just working, at a little restaurant. So I asked him, was he interested, would he be interested in going in the military? And so he started asking me some questions about it. I gave him some insight and stuff. But just after me and him had this conversation, to see like this guy, he kind of like lit up. He said, man, I'm definitely going to look into it. Now, I'm not no what they call it, no recruiter or nothing like that. I'm not going to get any extra money if this guy do sign up for the military. But it seemed like I just made a difference in this guy's life just by having to come, because like he's doing nothing. He's 19 years old, clearly with no guidance or nobody to try to steer him in any type of direction. So just by me giving him that little bit of advice and giving him some insight on it or whatever, I think like if he goes through with it or whatever, he's going to put himself in a better situation to be more productive in life, to be a better citizen and stuff for our community. So, I mean, it's other things that we can do. And that's just an example of something that happened just today. When I went to go pick up some food for Megan and myself. So, it doesn't have to be some official type platform that costs thousands of dollars. Obviously, you need money for it and stuff, but just having conversation, when you see people, you walking and you see some kids, just go over there and talk to them. Kids, most of them are friendly, most of them willing to talk to you, especially if they see that you kind of like doing well for yourself. Everybody interested when they see you doing well. So, we can just start having these conversations in our communities and just build from there.
Yeah, I think so too, man. And I think everybody agreed. I think everybody on the panel is saying the same thing. We're just saying it differently. You know what I mean? Like Brian is saying it from, okay, this is a street perspective. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying it from, I'm gonna stick in between here and say it the way that I'm gonna say it. And Brian and everybody just said it the way. I think everybody's saying the same thing. We just have different perspectives or different ways of delivering it. And at the end of the day, we do, with the young kids, we do have to be solution minded, because guess what? These kids are being introduced to everything early, right? Everything early, right? They got all this, they got a cell phone in their hand where they can see anything. They can see any type of abuse, any type of sex, any type of anything, bro. So we have to attack that where we see it, man. And we can't we can't. Going back to Brian, I know we was laughing and was joking around, but a lot of people do feel like Brian feel like fuck these kids. Like a lot of older generation are saying, man, ain't got nothing to do with these damn kids. Fuck these kids. And they serious. They're dead serious. They really don't want anything to do with these young kids.
Well, see, the problem is that everything that y'all are saying is great and y'all hearts are in the right places, but mentoring takes years.
It does.
You don't just meet somebody and you're their mentor. You don't just talk to somebody online and you're their mentor. You are pouring into them for years. You are damn near family. You are, you know what's going on with their brothers, their sisters, their mother, their this. You don't just know about them. So everything that y'all doing is admirable, but it's not really defining what mentorship and the commitment that's really involved in mentorship. Because the real reason that it fell off, let's talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
Pedophiles. That's the reason that all this male mentorship and this stuff fell off. We did what we were supposed to do as parents and said, to heck with being a Boy Scout, to heck with getting your this badge. You gonna have your virginity and your wholesomeness badge. That's what we working on. So I don't give a damn if you know how to tie knots. I'm gonna make sure ain't no dude tying no knot with you. So we made that decision, and it was the wise decision. But that's why it's important for us as men and real niggas to step up, because we need that mentorship in an environment where our children are safe, where we know there's no
try to
threat.
Fuck the mamas either, and don't be trying to fuck these mamas either. That's another problem.
Right.
These football coaches trying to fuck the mama and shit. That's the problem.
Hold on, Joe. Hold on. Because somebody in the chat, because I know I said that me and other female counselors are going to the school Friday. Somebody in the chat said, what can we do for the boys at the school? So what we can do, if they want to talk to a male counselor, we are able to refer him to a male counselor. You get what I'm saying? So it ain't just we're going there just to counsel or talk to boys and whatever it is they're going through. They're not going to want to talk to me anyway. They're almost teenagers, but we can refer them out. So that's the reason. That's another reason why we can go to the school and do that.
And I want to address a comment also. New Growth 42 said Tony B sent him to a military to sacrifice his life for a country who doesn't respect him. Shaking my head. I think that's a problem with like the mentality of a lot of us people. I was in the military, went on a deployment and stuff, and my life was never in danger. Not to say that's for everybody, but just because you join the military don't necessarily mean that your life has to be placed in danger. And because I did go to the military, I'll be receiving a check for the rest of my life. Until I die, whether I work or not, I'm still gonna get this check regardless. So it's a lot of benefits, paid for got my bachelor's degree based on the military, like all this stuff. So it's a lot of benefits. And so basically that's why I suggested it to him, because he's working at a little fast food restaurant. Like, he's 19 years old, no direction to go in life or whatever. So you got to think, right. So you got to think about like, right. What is he gonna be doing in the next 5 years or so? And like I said, and he was interested in it, so we talked about it. So like I said, I'm not a recruiter or nothing like that. I don't go around trying to get people to join the military and stuff. And do I feel like the country don't care about us? Now, I don't really feel that way. Do I feel like there are some people in this country that don't care about us? Absolutely. But as a whole, I feel like, we can get some good things out of being in America, because if I feel like America was that bad, I've been left by now. So I would let my kids go to the military. So that's just my perspective. And like I said, the guy 19, not doing anything, not going to college, nothing. So why not send him to the military?
Hey, Tony B, it's not about the military though, brother. It's about you gave that brother options. I don't care if you talked about the military.
Exactly.
I don't care if you talked about the library. I don't care what you talked about. At the end of the day, it's about options. if you're going to be able to choose the meal you want to eat, if I'm letting you know you can have it with pickles and mustard and this and that or whatever. But if my menu just says breakfast, lunch, and dinner, then that's all you get. So you're always going to eat at the restaurant that gives you the most option. So whether that young guy chose for it, whether New Growth or anyone has their own beliefs about the military, about whatever, we need to have all of the options before us, whether we choose them or not. And that's the important part of this.
Yeah.
We're focusing too much on the specifics instead of focusing on the real point of this is that we're networking with each other, we're giving each other options, and we're trying to help. That boy's 19 years old. He should already have an idea of what he wanted to do. So
Right.
for anybody to come along,
Hold on, y'all. Yeah, Kaylin, what you got to say about to brother man, to the black man unfiltered?
He always talking about, he always talking about me and acting like he always talking about me and acting like bitches. Now look at this.
Hey, guess what? I got your own can, and I sure will, and I ain't gonna That's the difference between me. See, you can act like a bitch all day today and don't want to admit it. I can admit mine. I'm being messy.
Hey, you can be messy all you want to, bro. I stand on mine. I don't change. I don't change. I'm the same.
What you about to say, Kaylin? Let's spice this thing up.
Hello, everybody.
Before y'all go into that, I wanted to comment too. Like, I think it's the same too for like women, because in the way it's always about this, how women outnumber men. So if it comes down to it, I know that it's things like about being a man and different stuff that maybe a woman can't teach a boy, but there are some situations where a woman could mentor a young man, whether it's professionally or whatever the case is. So I think we got to be open to that, because y'all was talking about like just presenting the opportunity. So I think in some ways there are situations where a woman could mentor could mentor like a boy, or or mentor a man, a young man. I think of like professionally.
Yeah, she can definitely help out.
It don't matter who it's coming from.
She can definitely help out, mother, but she still should be under the leadership and the tutelage of another man. She can definitely put, because there's elements that women bring that
isn't
men
that her
don't
father?
bring. But I don't care who the man is. Like I said, in most cases that mentor is there because there's not a father or a grandfather or this or that or whatever. So it doesn't matter who it is, it matters what he is. Is he a high value man as far as integrity goes, as far as accountability goes, as far as the things that you want that other young man to have in himself when he grows up? But and the reason that I say that is because I had a friend and I had to jump into her life because she was trying to potty train her son, and the dad was actually away at war. So I stepped in because she was teaching her son after he urinated to wipe himself with a napkin. And I'm like, no, men don't do stuff like that. And I don't blame the woman because she's used to what she's used to. But it just doesn't translate. That's why and it's the same thing with me. If my, thank God I have my wife because I have daughters. But if my wife wasn't here, I would definitely be seeking out my mother, aunts, other women that are in the community to teach my daughter what I know I can't teach. Even though I'm still going to be their mother and do all that I can do, I'm not going to be unrealistic with what my role is and what I can achieve.
I just mean like in different aspects, because I had a male like mentee student that I met through work, and like professionally, like I was his mentor, and so I left the one company that I even met him as a mentee at, and when I left, I took him with me. I got him a job at the company I went to, and I still, talk to him. So professionally, I mentor. He was professionally that way. I would never try to mentor him, on like a personal level. Yeah, see, we talk about a personal level. We talk about raising boys to men.
We talking about a rite of passage type thing. You already, if you're doing work mentorship, you already got a grown full adult. The cognitive years are over at 7. At 7, cognitive years are over. So we have to get to these young men as early as possible and get the right things in them, because we can change a few things at 10. We can change a few things at 13. We can change a few things at 25. But pretty much that car's already built. All we doing is taking out the old tape deck and putting in a CD player. But the car is
Hey,
the
B9.
car. Yes,
Hey,
sir.
B9, I got a question though.
Uh-huh.
For me, I deal with some children that I know that's gonna go to prison. I just know. It just, I know. And what I do, I have them around people that been to prison and teaching them about prison and what to expect when they go to prison.
Okay.
I used to fight with that kind of like, damn man, because I know what they do. These kids in the streets. All I'm teaching them, just think about what you're doing. Know what you about to get into in these, because I'm not a street guy like that. I was around it, but not like that. I never been to jail.
Right.
But I do try to prepare them from what they about to face. A lot of them, some of these kids do need prison also to sit their ass down and let them think and slow down on what's going on, because they not understanding these people are not playing with them out here. And I told one of them, man, I'd rather you be in prison than dead, bro. I think prison probably be the best thing for you, especially on where your life is going. Especially we have done everything I can see he too far gone. I just try to prepare him from what's about to happen next.
How old is he?
He's 19 years old.
Oh shit, yeah.
But see, the problem with that though, and you're probably right, but the problem with the prison system is that it's literally Groundhog Day.
Yep.
Like once you get into that system, 90% of the people that are arrested are rearrested. They already on probation. So once you get in that system, it's like how Jacques Cousteau finds the fish in the ocean. He puts that tag on him, and now he know where that fish is for the rest of his life. It's the same thing with this prison system, man.
But they tagging them in elementary school, B9. You know that. They reading scores. All that stuff tagged. We know that they building the prisons based on their reading scores in school. So what are we talking about?
No, I'm not arguing that.
Yeah. I agree.
What you say that as if that invalidates my point. You're
but
right.
They already tag. It does invalidate because they already tagged. There ain't no big thing to tag them there. They already know who coming. They got your bunk ready already.
And I'm not saying that they don't, but it's the difference between being officially in prison and being projected to go to prison. Exactly. And I'm not saying that those projections aren't correct, but you have to acknowledge that there's a difference between what's in your mind and what's actually going on.
But we are saying they're officially correct, because when Black Man said we need to get stuck, it's a dire need. This is a war zone. This is life or death. So we know they tagging our kids already, right? So when Black Man said, hey, we need to get together, one young lady, I think she said, I don't think she's just not knowing, saying, well, you ain't got to do that. You just got the person down the street. We don't need those things no more. Man, these people are coming at us with billions of dollars trying to destroy our community. It's not a coincidence that things are happening. They spent $50,000. It's like take like $50,000 to house an inmate, right? That's the last report I heard. $50,000.
It's actually more than that, but
and most people in America don't even make $50,000.
But see, let me tell you how.
But how much do they make off the inmate though?
That's not the point.
That is the point.
The point is that the tax.
Why you think the prison so full? That is the point. They make money off of it.
Of course, that's the whole thing. That's why it takes $50,000.
Don't say it's not the
point. Okay, well, my point is, that kind of like, bro, I thought that was kind of like obvious.
$50,000 is a drop in the bucket compared to how much they make off of them.
But $50,000 compared to what they give us in our community.
They make off them free labor for all those years, it's a drop in the bucket. $50,000.
Do you think our kids get $50,000 a student to go to school?
It's a $1 billion industry. Look that up.
But do you think our kids get $50,000 to go to school in these inner city communities where they gonna put them in the prison system at? Do they pay that for each student?
Why would they? When they can make all that money if they lock them up?
Hey,
So why are we
but
not
based off of
understanding
your logic, New Growth, the education system is the prison system because they're in school now and you already making their bunk bed up in prison now.
Right, but
so
that's
you
my,
so don't
but that
so
was
off
my
of your
point.
logic, they're not even two
No,
separate systems.
No, my point was if that's the system and we know it and we're paying into the system, like the brother, I didn't mean no disrespect with the military. That's just not my thing. My thing, because I know too much history about it. I know what the military does around the world. I know how the military police and control other countries. We know that. There's no military bases set up in America. There's none. So I'm just saying it's an idea. I'm not saying you said it out of a situation.
There's no military bases set up in America.
A China military base is set up in America.
Oh, you said a China military base?
Yes.
You saying like a foreign country military base?
Okay, I didn't hear the China part. Okay, go ahead, New Growth.
Right. We got the biggest, largest military in the world. Right.
But why would China want to have a military base here?
Why wouldn't they?
Why? No, saying why wouldn't they is not answering why would they. Answer why would they?
They would have it if they could beat the military. Like America goes into if America goes into Iraq and destroys that, they have a military base there, right? Correct?
Right.
But see, it's a reason why we have those bases in those third world countries like that. It's not. I mean, of course, people.
Country? I'm sorry. Iraq is a third world country.
No, number one, you have to understand that America is a melting. America is a melting pot, New Growth. America is the last new world country. So China is for Chinamen. Russia is for Russians. America is for Chinamen, Russians, English, Germans.
You're missing my point, brother.
But no, you're missing my point. You're comparing apples to oranges instead of comparing apples to apples.
No, I'm telling you that when a person commands something and they take control of something, they put their base there and everything runs through them.
Okay.
They control the puppet regimes. Okay. They control, Venezuela was one of the most powerful countries in the Western Hemisphere because of their oil. They were a socialist country. America strategically went in and overthrew Hugo Chavez. That was strategic. And now they're over there and now they got the people starving. What happened to the oil? America controls that.
But what does that have to do with China having a military base in America?
Because China cannot come to America.
Right, I don't know.
Now we get back to the shit.
Okay, I mean,
go ahead, New Growth. No, I'm trying to understand you,
my
New Growth, but
because you're not listening. Like you told another brother the other day, don't listen to respond, listen to understand. So when somebody has a military base somewhere, that means that they're in control of that. I plant my flag there. That is mine. I will let you run things. They cannot do that here. China cannot do that here. America has done that in a large amount of countries where they control the oil sources, the revenue sources, all of these things. So my thing about the military, let's not just put our kids in there. I know it's an option, but it's so many different options. Because if it's only for discipline, right?
You came in here on some advocate shit. You got it.
No, I was
you got it, my brother. Don't fuck the military. You right. Fuck the military.
No, go ahead with your discussion.
You got
it. Go ahead.
We talking about mentorship and talking about the black community, and now we done got into military and China and
because I made a comment about the brother I made a comment about the brother sending the kids telling the kid to go to the military, and I told him no disrespect, but I don't advocate for that. That's why I said we don't supposed to send our kids to the military. And I was trying to. You said why? So I broke down, and you kept going and going, knowing that you can't swim in this part of the ocean, but you kept going. So therefore, that's why it seems like I'm going somewhere else. If you don't know, study to show yourself approved, and then we can talk about it. But y'all go ahead about the other things. I was just talking about the kids.
I'm gonna just let your genius have that one. I just can't.
Right.
Like you say, you on a way higher plane than I am on that.
We all ignorant in something. A lot of things you sound like I asked you about the
I'm
financial
ignorant in
basis the
everything.
other day. I'm ignorant in that. So I'll listen to you. But go ahead, though. I'm sorry. I don't mean to derail the conversation.
I'm
No,
ignorant in everything.
just to bring it back, just to bring it back to what we were talking about or whatever. When it comes to the kids, though, seriously, guys, man, we just got to be serious, bro. We got to be serious about it, man, because we losing. And you know, yesterday I was on unsolicited security bosses platform, and she read a statistic to me that blew my mind. Somebody put that they did a study at a college or something that says by 2025 the black men will be extinct, that they won't have any worth, anything whatsoever, based on the jails right now, how full they are, based on the criminality amongst black men, based on they won't be able to do by 2025. Black men will just be the lowest on the totem pole.
I think that we can change statistics when we hold ourselves accountable. But just to get in on the conversation, because I really came in here to, just defend myself on the comments I was making in the chat regarding abuse. I do not condone abuse in any form or fashion, whether it's men or women. I do agree with Brian and B9 and Lance as well, that if it's one of those situations you're in, at the end of the day, we do have to think, because again, we are talking about young children. So with that being said, we have to be the example. If you're like my granny and my grandfather, rest his soul, always said, you have to ease your hand out of a lion's mouth. So yes, it's not one of those things where you can just up and pack your bags. And I think sometimes when we say these things in these spaces, it's kind of like, oh, well, you just expect people to up and leave. Absolutely not. It's never going to be that easy. When you're in tough, challenging situations in life and you get with the wrong people, it's never going to be easy to just up and leave. But you have to, like Brian said, you have to strategize and figure out what you need to do, because again, when there's children in the mix, we're going to become the children are going to become what they see. They have a better chance if you leave the situation. They have a better chance at seeing something better than if you stay in a toxic situation and they see abuse, whether it's physical or mentally. Nobody should have to deal with that. And not that I'm I can't remember the term you used, Joe, about the coat tailing or something like that. I love my black people, so I don't always agree on everything, just like I don't agree with some things B9 says, but I love what he said tonight. I usually don't agree with E-Man, but I love a lot of the things he was putting in the chat tonight. So it's certain things that I think, because sometimes black men, because we do know each other personally, and I don't take it offensively or anything, because I kind of can tell you don't be liking that.
We've been doing this for years.
Yeah,
so
but I think we have to remember, it's just one of those things that even though I agree with other people on things, we have to take from each other. It's cool to stand 10 toes down on what we believe, but we still have to be open in a sense, if that makes sense. We have to be open to new ideas, and we have to really think about the decisions and the choices and what we truly believe in. So with me per se, kind of where I stand on it, I don't know where, because I know you made a comment. I'm trying to remember what you said, because you do be coming for me, Joe. I don't know what it is, but you be coming for me.
You be getting on my fucking nerves, man. But go ahead.
I know.
You know I love you, though. I love you, though, but you get on my fucking
Joe.
nerves.
But you got to stop making it personal, though. I'm not going to always agree with everything you say. Like I said, I know you felt some type of way about me saying in the comments when it comes, when you were saying about the blame game. When it comes to me, the only time I bring up the blame game is when we're telling our sons, hey, it is what it is. She opened up your legs to you, so it's her fault. That doesn't make sense. At the end of the day, we could say, yes, she's the one who allowed us to sleep with me, meaning if I'm a man, she's the one who allowed me to sleep with her. But if you know she a toxic woman, why was you even over there in the first place? And that's
that's
kind of
yeah. Right, let me interrupt you for a second right there. And that's what we were talking about we're going to talk about it this Friday on the barbershop talk with the guys this Friday. But we were talking about that on I think, what platform was that? Well, we were talking about post-nut clarity. Most men suffer from post-nut clarity, right? Brian, you know about that, right? You know what I'm talking about, Brian?
What's that? What is that?
Post-nut clarity. That's a real thing. B9 know what I'm talking about?
That's super facts.
Post-nut clarity is when a man is so hyped up that go have sex with a woman, and after he have sex with a woman, he immediately regrets that shit. Like, why the fuck did I have sex with this bitch? Like, it's called post-nut. That's a real thing.
I've never heard of that before. That's crazy.
It's called post-nut clarity.
It's basically your nature. It's basically, no matter how much you try to say that we're civilized and we're this and that, we have humanistic natural instincts that will always win.
Yep.
Will always win.
Yep.
And that's one of those things that will toxic or not. And to give you an example of what that really looks like, have you ever heard somebody tell you never make a real important decision when you have to use the bathroom or when you're hungry?
Yep.
You have to take care of that stuff first, and then you'll make a better decision. Never make a decision while you're under certain medications. That's the same thing. You have to be right first, and that's why we talk about the mental health and understanding oneself first, which brings it back to the whole topic of we as men have to start understanding our worth, our value. We are not the doorman. We are not the accessory. We are not the Burberry scarf.
Right.
We are the meat and potatoes of this meal. We are not the parsley. But we as men have accepted that we just add flavor. We just add this, or we're just the big Suge Knight security guard that says, yeah, when our women does all the talking and this and that. No, it's actually supposed to be the opposite way. I'm on these platforms all the time. And I, out of respect, because I was raised a certain way, I bow down and let the women have it. But in reality, most of these women need to be shutting the fuck up because we are in charge. The funny part about it is this is an intentional man's platform. We allow women to come in because they definitely add flavor and add spice to the conversation. But if this is a man's platform, when a man's voice is being heard, out of respect of the platform, not even just the man, women should be quiet. Then the other layer of it is it's an actual man, the one that will actually be protecting you mentally, logically, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Another reason to shut the fuck up. But we can't even have a basic thing where women can understand, listen more, learn more, especially when you're on a man's platform. When I go into Courtney Michelle's platform, or when I'm listening to Mother on their platform on Saturday or whatever, I don't say a word, but I'm there listening. But it's not my platform to be dominating and talking and B9 and all over the place. That's y'all platform. That's y'all space. That's y'all. I can learn the same way y'all can learn from us. But it is not the B9 hour for the next 5 hours on any woman's platform that is geared toward women issues of bettering women. And women need to show the same respect to men on men platforms where we're trying to better ourselves. But they
but the men, I get that totally, be none, like the respect part, I do. But I would say that if we're talking about men, on women platforms, there are men that get on there in defense because we don't know everything about men, So if we're speaking a certain way about women, sometimes women just kind of want to correct the what's being said sometimes, and even if it's wrong, we still would like to have an opinion when we're discussing women. Now, if it's one of those things where men are talking about, hey, my wife is over here beating me up or something, and they're discussing it amongst each other, then right, that's different. But if we're painting this picture of women being a certain way, you're going to have women that come up and say, hey, maybe you guys are looking at it a different way. They're going to want to have some type of stance on it because it's about women. I mean, that's just not to be disrespectful or anything. I just wanted to throw that
No,
in there.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that you're looking at it in the proper perspective. Like, you're on YouTube and you're looking at it from a YouTube perspective, so I understand that makes sense. But we set these things up as the barber shop. And when you all set your things up, you all set it up like the beautician shop or the nail shop or whatever. And so you don't want men in that space. You don't want men coming in correcting you, whether you right or wrong. When you getting your hair done and your nails done and your toes painted, you and your other female counterparts want to talk y'all woman talk, right, wrong, or indifferent. And you
But
don't want us
one
around. And
thing,
you don't want us around. And you being very disingenuous if you say you want your men in the salon with you.
I
And
would
I will be
disagree.
and I will be disingenuous saying that I want you in the barber shop with me. I
I think
need this time away from you. I need this time where I can build with my own so that I can come back to you and be a better you. But if I never get a break from you, and then when I even give you the grace to come there, then you start dominating the barber shop. I'm
Well,
like,
then
damn, there's no point
why
in me
have
going to
women
get
on
my
the
hair cut.
platform? But
yeah,
why have women on the platform if you want to hear their opinion if you really don't?
No,
yeah,
you
that was my so
That's
no.
see
kind
now
of
so question and
that's
correct me
confusing
if
to
I'm
me.
wrong, black man. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dwayne. I think this one is a little different because there are women on the platform. So like
Right.
for instance, so like me and S dot on Saturdays, that's all women. That's the wind down. And just like how black men, how y'all have the cooking with kings, on Fridays or whatever. That's the barbershop for the men. I think this one is a little different because it's
Right.
women that's invited, to be on this platform. So
And
I think
honestly, I've been in the barbershop sometime and it'd be a bunch of men. It's refreshing because sometimes the barbershop have like one beautician or two. It's refreshing to hear a woman's point of
Right.
view. So I respect that. I mean, but I think B9 is talking about a little something different. It's like you have a total different view of what us and you're trying to push that agenda on us as opposed to saying, well, what about this or what about that? But we love
And a perfect example is the Lapeef platform. You all know that Kay and Kayla and whoever other females are going to be there every week. We know that. But that doesn't mean that it's still not a male dominated platform with a male agenda. And the beautiful thing about it, and this is what I wish my black sisters would understand, you would benefit from being away from this. You would benefit from us being able to work things out on our own. The same way NFL wives benefit from it just being an NFL locker room. The same way NBA wives benefit from it just being an NBA locker room. Of course, the wives wish they could come in and wish that they could be all and wish they could feel like they're just a part of the team. Hell, I'm Mrs. Michael Jordan, so I should be able to go to this locker room too. No, you can't. You can't. But you get a lot of benefits and perks of being Mrs. Michael Jordan. Why can't that be enough? Why is it that you have to be in the locker room? And then even if for some chance we let you in the locker room, your womanly instincts take over where you say, we need to design this locker room this way. This should be over here. This should be over there.
But let me ask you,
Silence
B9,
is
real quick.
golden.
But let me ask you, do you feel that way about any of the women on this platform? Like that's what we've come in here to do?
Sometimes, like perfect example, y'all made mention of Fridays being for the guys. I can't think of a Friday where we haven't had someone come up, a female come up and and drop bombs on the
But
Friday
you
show.
kind of got to address that with Joe, because Joe has
Because
allowed,
Joe invited
right?
the
So,
women
and
in.
he's even wanted women to come on there on Friday.
I,
So
I
I'm
want women to come up.
confused.
I want women to come up on Fridays too.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
love
because
to
the men,
interact with
yeah,
you.
yeah, the men.
But you
Listen,
just
so the
said you
men.
don't want women
Hold
up
on, hold
there
on,
on
hold on. So
Friday.
let me make it clear. So on Fridays, the men have their barbershop talk, and then we have a segment called the Lions Den, because a lot of women disagree with the talk that they're hearing. So I say, you know what? We'll allow the women to come in to stand 10 toes down on what they believe. And so women come in like Friday. It went down Friday. It went down, and they called in talking about black men being mad because they see black women with white men, and that shit went way south. I mean, it went south for about an hour.
Right now,
And
on the
So
because
I'm confused.
but
So
on
I'm
the flip
confused. So
side,
what's the real issue here then? Because
the
like you
issue
just
is
said,
the
you
flip side. On when Mother and has her show, do you have a smoke segment on the female show where the men can call in and this and that? Black man, do you have it?
no,
And
no,
I'm
no,
gonna assume,
no, no,
and
no.
I'm
Well,
gonna assume that you don't, because we as men don't want to. We want you as women to have your own space. We want you to have your own conversations. And all I'm saying is that it would help our cause out a lot more for you to want us to have our own space. And even if you come to it, and even if you give your information, which is very valuable, you still can't dominate it. That's my whole point, is that when you get there, Caesar takes over.
Well, the facts need to dominate it, right? I mean, because if that's the
right.
problem, I think we have is like if Black Man Filter throws up the facts, like he was talking to his sister on there Sunday, and he was breaking down Kemet and all of these facts, it would just go on in one ear and out the other, because I just want to argue with him. That's the problem sometimes. It's like, and that's from a male and female point of view. Sometimes if we throw in, somebody tell you something fact, did you know this, this, and you say no, but I know this and that. It's like, well, let it go, let it marinate, let it
right,
digest,
and,
and
and
that's
you
all
and you,
he. I think that's all he's saying.
right, and you know what? Some people are going to do that because, like I said, I was trying to educate. B9, you was on that you was on there Sunday, right? When we did the thing about the N-word, when we had the other platform saying the N-word, all white people saying N-word on there.
You clipped
And
the
so
video of me. Shit. You know
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
on
yeah.
there.
And so no, I said, so my thing is this: when we had that conversation, we had a black lady call and said black people are a what did she say? Black people are black.
It's just a word. It's not. It's
Yeah,
not.
it's just a word. It's just a. It's not. We're not a culture. We don't have no land. We ain't come from that. She just was going off. So I went down the list of what it means, and I took her through. I walked her through Egypt and told her about commit and what it mean and what it defined as. And I took her down a history lesson. And at the end of that, she came right back to the same thing, bro. So I just let it go. I was like, you know what? You feel like what what you feel or whatever, and that's just, it is what it is. Because some people some people you can't educate. You just they it is just simple.
And that's my point right there. She went through this whole spiel about black only being a color, and because it's only a color, it's not important. It's not this. It's not that. And I'm listening to her the whole time, thinking, well, if black is only a color, then what is white? Because the white people get all the privilege, and they're just a color. So that kind of kills your theory right there.
Right, and that's where it needed to end. But it's the I can't submit, and that's what B9 I think it is. I can't submit to what these black men are saying, so I'm gonna argue the whole show. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna turn the left on the corner right here, and I'm gonna make it be about this now and this now. I'm never gonna say, let me think about that.
And see, and I've been about this life way before YouTube, you all. I have studied Dr. Shiraz Ali and people such of that for decades. So I have seen her get
Right.
barbecued on Donahue, on Oprah, on all of these platforms. And then after they barbecued her, the ratings got so good that they went with that narrative of women don't need men. Women can do this. Not only is Shiraz Ali wrong, we're going to go 180-degree opposite of what we're not going to even try to meet her in the middle. All she created was extremists on the other end, and this is the result that we have now. is the sisterhood is an extremist terrorist organization, and even women don't understand how powerful this mafia organization is.
Hey, black man, can I bring this back to the? I'm sorry. Go ahead, B. Now I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I can't hear you, B. You muted. Black.
Oh, okay, my bad. Let me say this real quick. So that the balance of what I'm doing here is trying to spread the balance, right? So on Tuesdays, yes, we got to have the women in here because the women bring balance to the conversation, right? So we got to have some women in here to speak their mind and stand 10 toes down. That's just point blank, period. On Friday, on Fridays, we had the guys come in, and I'm open-minded enough to say, you know what? If these women see something with the concerns that these men are having, let them in here for a little bit, ask their question. They ask their question, then they out, right? On Saturdays, they have Mother and S. Dot have their own creative freedom. I don't tell them what to do. I say, hey, listen, this is your show. Yeah, these are y'all, whatever y'all topics are. You give me your topics. I'm gonna set everything up, and y'all do y'all. Now, S. Dot did say to me, her mother did say to me, when they get their feet wet, they will start allowing men to come in to address some of those issues or concerns that women are having.
Hey, I want to apologize because I obviously made a wrong turn. My whole point of this was talking on a macro thing, talking about YouTube as a whole. I'm not pointing out or singling out your show at all, Black Man Unfiltered. This is your show. You run it the way you want to. I'm just making an observation on what I see on Kevin Samuels, on what I see on Lapeef, on what I see even on other women platforms when these women are speaking on the behalf of men. It is nothing for women to come in there on a raid and just be like, woohoo, women rights, women still rule. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it is the same way that we went over to the other channel with about the N-word. Please believe that these other women are coming onto our platforms just to be disruptive. And I'm not saying that the women that we deal with, because we deal with them because they're not like that. But prime example of what I mean. Even Just Kai deals with it. Cherry bomb Cherry or whatever goes around from platform to platform to platform and just be dropping chaos purposely. And like I said, it was all good until she started doing it to Just Kaya. And once it was woman on woman crime, now all of a sudden people are ready to hold her feet to the fire and this and that. But she's been going around forever just being an agent of chaos. And nobody calls it out. Nobody, and most of the time in the chat, she gets an amen rally going when it's supposed to be a productive man's platform that's going to produce positive results. But how
can we get the woman's perspective on the question? Like, I got a question I've been wanting to ask for about the original topic. So, like, what we've been talking about, like, say, you know, you got a wife, you know, you're in a relationship. Is it considered verbal abuse or what you call mental abuse when a man has, hey, baby, I want to open up this store on the side of the town, and he's the head of the household. That's how we formulated it. And she says, well, nah, I don't think you should do it over there. You should do it over here. Oh, that's stupid. You shouldn't do that. I think we should do it this way. Is it verbal or mental abuse when a woman second guesses her head of the household? Just as well as when we say if a man calls her a B or a hoe. Is that verbal abuse too? Mental abuse?
I don't think so.
To the ladies. So when she doing that, how do you personally feel? That's the thing.
Right.
No, it's accountability on your part. Because if you say, hey, baby, I want to do this, and you say, no, you shouldn't do that. You should do it over here.
You're saying, is it verbal abuse? I mean, it's how it makes you feel. It ain't got nothing to do with accountability.
So that's the same with women too, right? So if a man say, sit your dumb ass down, is that verbal
abuse? That ain't
the
same thing.
Why not?
That's not the same thing as that you're talking about, because you're talking about putting a store on some other side of town and she's saying, no,
See,
that's stupid,
because
put it
that's
over
the way
here.
you see it. That's the way you see
Okay,
it.
then that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's
It's
how
not the
it
No, I'm
makes
beauty.
talking
you
from a man.
feel.
Yes, from
But
a
I'm
man point of
talking from
view.
a female perspective. If she said that's stupid, you should put it over there and you felt, that you felt emotional about it and
You
you
the
felt that was
man, you should still do it. Yeah, you
No,
the
of
man.
course. I
You
that's
didn't
do
say
what
I
you
it.
wasn't going to
do.
do it, brother.
But see,
That's
the
not. That's
thing
what I'm
is, you're
saying.
asking for her opinion,
Yeah, I'm
or you,
asking
you
for.
didn't.
No, I didn't ask for her
No.
opinion. I said we're going to do
Oh,
this. I got an idea, and the woman automatically says, "Nah, we shouldn't do that. We should supposed to do
so
this right now." And I wanted to plan to get it. So is that for men? We consider a lot of men, a lot of married men do not like to be second guessed because we believe in, especially Christians and all these other religions. We
oh.
believe that we answer to God. God gets the message to us, and we pass it
Lord, no.
down. The women pass it down. That's how a lot of Christians believe. So if the
But
But
message
I
is
think
coming
it's
but
really
how is
good.
that? But how is that abuse though? Like
Right.
your
Yeah,
your your point.
yeah, it's
How is
not.
that
because
Yeah,
abuse?
you're stepping out of line. If a kid
That's
tells
not
you,
no
oh,
such thing as
You
abuse
said
when it
if a
comes to that.
kid tells you
hey,
Boy,
no,
you
mama
listen,
We're
you're not even
talking
abused
hearing
you
about.
y'all.
as a kid,
that boy, that's sensitive, boy.
you
Here
said
you
if a
hey,
go.
yeah,
kid
that's bullshit. That's bullshit,
Okay.
y'all.
God
From
damn.
a
right.
man
No, I'm just gonna say.
from a man's perspective, that's not abuse
Right.
because
No.
and I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you want your woman to go along with an idea, it's your job to be the salesman that it takes to get that
Here you
idea
go.
across.
No, it's
And
not.
because
No,
hold
it's
on,
not.
hear me out, hear me out. If you're opening up any business
Mm-hmm.
and you can't even
Facts.
convince your wife of it, how you
Facts.
gonna convince strangers
Okay.
to
Can I
be
give you an example?
patrons of your business? So you
Exactly.
need to look in the mirror and say to yourself, I have to have a better sales pitch. I
Can
have
I
to
give
have
you an
a
I
example?
better
agree.
elevator
Or your wife
argument.
don't look at you as a hell of a
Exactly.
nigga that you
It's not
talking
Can I
with.
abuse. You just that's an excuse. You
can I
Hey,
give
using
you an
abuse as
example?
an excuse.
Can I give you an example?
Go ahead.
Like Lot in the Bible, right? When God told him to get his stuff and leave Sodom and Gomorrah and don't turn back, right?
Okay.
And he didn't, but his wife did. His wife complained and missed him on the whole way. And what
Okay.
happened to her? Right?
All right.
So was that he a weak man because he couldn't convince his wife not to turn back? Was Adam a
No,
weak man because he couldn't
no,
convince Eve
you
not
said
to bite
no.
the apple off the tree?
Stop right there. You just said it yourself. He listened to God. So that
That's
answers
what
your
I
question
said.
right there. So he
But
can't
that's
be a
what
weak, but he
but that's
can't
what
be
I
a weak
just
man
said.
if he listens to God.
B9, is that not what I just said? I said if the God gives the message to the man
You
and
didn't
the
say
man
anything
pass
about
it down to
God.
the woman. I didn't just say
Right.
that.
But
No,
that's not
I didn't say
abuse.
that.
But that's
you didn't
not a
say anything about
even
God. You was
I
asking,
even if
was it
did.
that's
You wasn't
abuse?
listening.
it don't matter if
Brother,
what's what
just
you
say you
said. It still
confused
ain't
yourself,
abuse.
man.
It
You
still
just
ain't
confused
abuse.
yourself.
It
I
still ain't
Start
confused
abuse.
over,
myself.
brother.
So are you saying that because that woman didn't follow him, that she was abusing him? She wasn't abusing him. She, like you said,
See,
she
but
didn't.
what
Hold
so what
on.
is
You said
abuse?
she didn't follow and she suffered.
So what is
She suffered.
abuse? Because there's
Abuse
different
is
forms.
when
There's
you
mental abuse, it's physical
no
abuse, it's
ab,
verbal abuse.
abuse
Mental
is when
abuse is
uh,
questioning. Go ahead.
no mental abuse is making someone suffer mentally. There
Mm-hmm.
And
has to
that's
be suffrage involved. If you ain't man enough to hear no, if you equate the word no into abuse, I
I didn't
can't
say the
help you.
word no, but you got
But
it.
that's
I
all
didn't know how to
she
say.
said.
You're not
That's all.
listening. No,
And
that's not what I said. That's
then
not
what
the
did she?
example I gave.
What did
Brother,
your? What did the
hey,
wife say
start
in the
over there,
example? You
brother. I
said the
think
wife said no, right?
No, the Bible said no. We shouldn't do it over here. We
Right.
should
She
do it
said
over there.
no. She
She
So,
said
said
so,
no.
no.
She
so when
said
somebody,
no.
but
She said no.
I gave you more
She said
examples than no, right?
no.
I gave you no and the reason why no, right?
But
It don't matter. She
but you
said
did
no.
say
Okay,
no.
y'all
That's
got it, man. Y'all got it. I mean, it's a different thing when you married and certain things you go through,
I've been
and a
married
certain
20
thing
years.
when a woman obeys her man tells her to do. It's a different thing. It's just a whole different
Hey,
scenario.
If
And
she was okay,
a lot of men
that's a
have
personal
fallen
preference.
victim because they allowed the woman to run the household. A lot
I
of men
can
have
That
say
to
fell
me,
victim to
that's
that.
if
on
she
them though. That's
if
on
she
them.
continuously, if she was to continuously, like let's say you go ahead and you put that store over there, and she continuously say, "You
Facts.
dumb, you stupid. Why you put that store? I told you not to put that store over there. That's just dumb. You stupid." That's abuse. Not
plain
just
C,
because
because
she
that's what I was
said
gonna say.
no.
Yep.
So
I mean,
let me give you this last
I think,
go ahead, bro.
I think just the fact of her saying, calling you dumb and stupid, I think that'll be verbal abuse. But if you present an idea to your wife and she's saying she disagree
It's
with
not
you,
presenting an idea to his wife. You're telling
or
your
even
wife
even if you telling her about an idea, I don't think that it would be her disrespecting you by telling what her opinion is about it.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
don't.
because on
So
your only
she's
opinion
abusing you
only
because
counts
she
when
has
you.
an opinion.
Your opinion only counts if I asked you.
Did you just say
Oh,
that?
Oh,
whoa.
okay.
Whoa. Whoa.
No.
Hey, real
So
talk.
Where you get that? Where you
People
get
think
that way
too.
from?
I mean,
A lot of people think that like
that's
that
not
too.
what it is. I mean, how many
No.
of y'all taken marriage vows?
I have
No.
20 years. I've been
So
married
what did
20
you say? It
years.
said love and what?
And respect and
And
honor.
obey, love and
And
obey.
obey.
And
So
obey.
what is obey? Does obey means asking your opinion?
I mean,
Oh
but bro, like
wow.
that's
And
like
when he
some
said, so
extreme
when,
type.
but listen, but when you're the
That
leader
is
of a household, right?
extreme.
When you're the leader, when your boss say, we're going to do this across the street, you say, well, that don't make sense. We should do it over here. Will you have that job? Or you're a military brother, right?
I think it's how you
The Bible
present
also
everything.
say your wife is a helpmate. Like, so
I
But
didn't
I
say
think
she was.
she ain't
I
supposed to
think
have
it's
no
how
opinion.
I
I
didn't say
think
she
it's how
wasn't
you
supposed to
present
have
it though,
opinion.
because even if my boss were to say, "Hey, I want us to have some over there," it's a way that you say everything. I wouldn't be like, "Hell no, fuck that. We're not having that over there. We
Right.
having that over this." No, I mean, obviously, you can't talk to your boss like
Yeah,
that.
of
Same
course.
for a wife.
Right.
If you tell your wife you want to do something, she gonna be like, "Hell no, fuck that. We ain't doing that shit." Like it's like,
So
okay,
you
come
will
on now.
offer your opinion to your boss, even if he doesn't
Hold
ask
on.
you for
And
it.
we love using
If
the boss example, but at the end of the day, even if you don't like your boss, you can go work for somebody else.
Of
You
course,
know how
and
many
she can go
jobs it
work for
is out
somebody
here?
else.
Absolutely.
My
If
point
I don't
was,
like
is
my
it a
boss,
form of
I'm
mental
gone. I'm not
abuse?
staying in a
No,
toxic
I don't think so.
situation.
But this is what
Not
y'all
for
have
me. It's
to.
not.
What's
But this is what y'all.
insubordination then?
But this is
I'm
what y'all
gone.
have
Well,
to.
If
it
he think I'm being
Yeah, I don't think
insubordinate
it
and I
is.
feel like I'm not, I'm gone.
Okay.
Hey, but this is what y'all have to realize. If we put in the philosophy that New Growth put in, and we do take it back to bosses, do you understand how many bosses would be fucking our wives?
I like
You get
security
me?
bosses
Like,
that.
do you
He said that.
understand that if you put what you said into the business realm, the Harvey Weinsteins would rule everything legally. Legally.
What are you
That
talking about?
you're talking about any woman that has her own opinion is insubordinate, thus
Did
being
I say that? Did I
that,
say that, B9?
that's what I heard.
Yeah, well, you need to chill
Did
out and
anybody
listen a
else hear
little
that?
better.
I
Did
thought
I
anybody
don't know
Hey,
what y'all.
that's
anybody
what I
else hear
gathered
that?
that's
out.
what I
That's
heard.
what I
Anybody
gathered
else
out of
hear
what you
that?
said, bro.
Do y'all
So
want
why
to know
you
what I
telling? So
Yeah,
why
said?
you
that's
telling?
pretty
That's
much
what
that's
I
pretty much
heard.
Hey,
what
hold
he
on.
Do
said.
you
So
want
why
to know
you
what I
telling?
said?
So why you telling B9 to listen better? Make sure you tell Kalen.
Okay,
Make
well,
sure you
everybody
tell
listen better.
everybody else on this panel to
Yeah,
listen
that's
better,
Everybody
pretty
listen
much
because
better.
we
what he
all heard
said.
the same bullshit that you was
Okay,
talking.
let me give you an example. My household, yes, my wife runs it and has
It's all
better,
love.
but ultimately, the ultimate decision is down to me. Just like a coach on a basketball team, just like ultimately, it falls on me. If I allow my wife to do what she wants to do and it goes away, she's going to point at me. Well, you shouldn't have let me do that. Blah, blah, blah. So it's certain things I think Brian was talking about earlier, and I think he was being comical, but he's like, you got to train them. You got to train them like a dog. What you mean then? A dog tell you what they want to do? I'm not equating. That's your example is far extreme left,
Be
but
nice.
I'm giving you an example of how you have to run your household. If you don't control your household, and if you allow people to question you
But
in
bro,
situations,
I don't think your wife giving her opinion is controlling your household.
I'm
I don't
not
think
telling you.
nobody on
I'm
this
not.
panel. I don't think nobody on this panel feels like your wife
Well,
giving you her opinion.
and you a little more strange than me.
Huh?
You a little more
No, but
strange
see,
than
I
me.
think y'all taking it. I'm such a
Yeah.
lovable
God
guy with my
damn,
wife.
boy.
She would say I'm the nicest guy in the world because if I don't understand something, if God didn't give it to me and I'm leaning toward, I would say, baby, what you think? Baby, what you think about this? But if God
I
told
thought you
me to
said,
pack our stuff up and move because this is what I got in store for you,
So, new
baby,
growth,
we
can I ask
leaving.
a question real quick? So, what happens? Because you said you married, right?
Yes, 23
So,
years.
Oh wow, that's a long time too.
Yes.
So what happens if like when she does give her opinion, like does it make you feel like you being verbally abused?
Well, no, it doesn't make me feel like, because that doesn't happen with me. I was giving you an example of what happens in relationships. This is not personal. My wife doesn't do it because maybe because my wife grew up in 2-parent household where we had a structure in the community where the man took care of everything on this side and the woman. At the same time, I don't ask my questions about certain things in the household. I don't
But
say,
she
"Oh,
just
why you do
agrees.
that?"
But she just agrees with everything. And it's
No, I did not say that, ma'am. I said it is not a point about
I'm just trying to
agreeing.
understand. That's all.
She may not agree with it. There's a lot of things I don't agree with, but guess at the end of the day, if I do something wrong, it's plenty of times where I did it and I said, "This is what we're gonna do." She might have felt otherwise, and it fell off. I had to go and hustle harder. I got stronger. But see, when you got somebody in the house and you asking them what you think and what you thinking, well, I'm gonna spend my money on this, or we're gonna do this. We got separate accounts. We got this. We got this. That's not the structure that Brian was talking about, in my opinion, with his grandma and grandfather.
I think it's one of those
We never
things.
run. My grandparents didn't run households. That generation didn't run households like that.
Land still up there?
Hey, but you have to
I guess you
understand
just
the
got to do what
historical
works for you.
context of what you're
What you
Right.
saying.
It's kind of
Because
one of
we
them things.
have,
If she
The,
ain't for
the
you, she ain't for
historical
you.
context of what you're saying is that your grandmother wasn't allowed to have a bank account back
That's
then.
not it. My
I'm trying to,
grandmother trusted
I'm
in my
trying,
grandfather to
I'm
handle
trying
what
to
he's supposed to
educate you,
do.
sir. Women back then were not allowed to have bank accounts. So if they separated
fact.
from the man,
That's
they
not true.
separated from the money. Okay, you're right. Once again, B9 to your
My
line.
grandmother, we
You're
just
right.
figured out
You're
that my
right.
No,
grandmother,
that's why
my
they
grandmother.
put up with a lot of
You're
that
right.
bullshit
Can I tell you something? I
because
mean,
they
because this,
didn't have options.
I'm
They didn't
disputing
have options.
B9's fact.
That's why they
B9
put up
said
with a
that you
lot of
weren't
that
allowed to have,
bullshit. Papa
so
had to
black
file
women weren't allowed to
his
have
family.
bank
But
accounts.
now hold on. I will say this about the pawpaws. The pawpaws did do something that men would call today is simping. Like pawpaws used to make their money and get a whole check to their wives.
Right, because they didn't
Now that's
handle.
some real shit. Now they used
That's
to get a
some of
whole
them.
check. They get some of them. They get a whole
Some
check.
of them.
Work 80 hours and get him his wife. He'll take this money. Do what you want to do with it.
Right, and
So a whole
because he
bunch of them
trusted
did
his
that
wife.
shit.
But my point was that black women, people weren't allowed to have bank accounts. Women, what are you talking about? My grandmother was born in 29. We just recently found out that she had money in the Freedmen's Bank that took all her money by herself. So I know history. What are you talking about? They didn't have banks. But anyway, my point is, that's all I wanted to ask, because we're so quick to say, if a man say, "Oh, you can't go to school," or "You can't do this and do that," that's a form of abuse. So when a
Well, to
man
vouch,
in a huh?
I was gonna say just to vouch for me
Right. So when a
on what
man
Joe
say,
just
"Hey,
said on
I
that.
want to
Please
build
do
this,
not
I
give
want to
your
build
whole
this
check to these
business
women
across,"
out here.
go
Please
ahead.
don't do that.
Y'all go ahead. Move on.
No, I was just
I'm
saying,
chill.
just to vouch for men with today's world. Please do not give your whole check to a woman. Please don't do that. Please don't.
That's what they used to do back in the day.
I think it was a different time though too, but these times, this social media day and age, I would not advise men to
Man.
do that.
And I'm not, and I'm not even gonna sit here in front, bro. Even when I tell a story about my grandfather working on the pipeline for almost 40 years, bro. He used to get that money and send that whole, how much they was making on the pipeline back in the 60s,
Yeah,
70s,
yeah.
and he would send all that money to my grandmother. Guess what she did with it? Guess what she did with it? She bought
What?
land, rental property, rental houses, and they still got
Right.
all that land and property to this day, bro. To
Right.
this day. He
So
dead, and she's still getting revenue every month from the rental properties and land, and she leasing the land out to deer to people that hunt deer and shit. Like,
so did
so
he know she was buying the land?
yeah.
Yeah.
She'll tell him, hey, listen, I found some land. You ain't in
Right.
town. You doing pipeline in Arizona or Alaska or whatever it is. Yeah,
Right.
okay, I'm gonna go ahead and purchase this land.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, but
So do
like
you think that
she
was out of line for her to buy land?
no, I
Do
think
you
because it
feel
benefited.
Negro?
Yeah.
I'm saying
Oh,
Negro.
you're
Do you
talking to
feel
me?
like
Of
it was
course,
kind of
of
like,
course not. Of course not, because that's a
out of pocket?
family. That's a family. I didn't say my wife couldn't come to me and say, "Hey, baby, I got an idea. I want to open this business over here." Ultimately, it's up to me to say yes or no. But of course, if I see you did your homework, why wouldn't I? My point is the respect factors. And that's why we in the situation. I know y'all love to bring up the statistics. That's why the divorce ratio is at the point that it is. That's why 70% is filed by women, because they don't trust in that man. They don't trust beyond a shadow of a doubt. If I lose my job, if I do this, I know this man is going to go out there and do whatever he has to do. My grandmother knew that. I seen that. And my wife knows that. So she ain't got to worry about nothing. If I say something, if I say, she know who I am. She know my character. I'm not going to trick.
Okay.
She know that. She know I come home. I
ask
took
you-
a night job so I can homeschool my kids in the daytime. She know my character. So if I tell her something, it's not going to be nothing. But we all fragile people. So when I'm stepping out on something new in life and God gave me a vision and my helpmate, my partner, and I say, look, I'm about to open a new store. And she ain't heard from God. She trusts that I'm hearing from God. Most women say, I want God to send me a man. Right? Most women say, I want God to send me a husband. So when I put him in a situation.
Hold on. We got one. Hold on. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 women on the panel now. So you got 4. You got 4 to deal with, brother. I'm praying for you.
Good. It's all good.
I just want to ask a question before you, because
I just wanted to finish my point.
Because you said, okay, no, because I had a question about what you said. So I just wanted to. So you said, if you coming to her and you saying like, hey, if you're coming to her and you're saying, I have this idea, I want to do it. So like just how you said, if she said she saw an opportunity she wanted to take, just like you said, I would ask her about it and she say this and that, then cool, yeah, go ahead. Do you feel like she shouldn't do that to you? Is that what you like? You feel like that's out of pocket, or do you feel like that's okay?
I'm the head of the household. She carries my name. She's my wife. A lot of people look at that as such a thing because it's been so bastardized in our society. It's been taken advantage of. We watch the Real Housewives and all this bull, and we don't understand that it's a partnership. I don't never want to see my wife not doing what she needs to do. But if it's something that I feel that will hurt the family, if my wife say, hey, I want to go and do a movie in Alaska, it's going to take 2 years. I say, baby, we got kids here. We can't do that. I know you want to. That's great, but you can't do that.
What if God told her though?
God talks to me, brother. See, that's what.
God don't talk to her.
He don't talk to her.
God don't talk to her.
Oh, God don't talk to your wife.
Oh, God don't talk to her.
So my God.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. 1 minute. Hold up. B9, 1 minute. Hey guys, I want to kick a shout out to Security Boss Unsolicited. Thank you for sending me that gas money and that food money. I just saw it pop up on my phone. Security Boss, love you, sugar. All right, y'all go ahead, rock it out.
Hey, this getting a little sticky. I think this kind of getting a little bit. I don't know what this conversation going, but man, but I definitely appreciate this platform, man. I'm about to head out of here, man. B9, appreciate all the knowledge and wisdom. Brian, bro, you even though I don't agree with some of the stuff Brian say, man, I appreciate some of that insight you gave us today. Hey, I appreciate all y'all, man. But yeah, I'm about to call it a day, man. I'm definitely gonna be here next Tuesday and we can get it back cracking again, man.
All right, brother. Peace. Be safe out there, man.
Hey, hopefully we'll see you Friday, bro.
Oh yeah, I'll be on that Friday.
Yeah.
No, I won't. We gonna be we going to Cozumel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we taking the kids to Cozumel. So yeah, I won't be on that Friday, but next Friday I'll definitely be on there.
Hey, God bless y'all. Have a safe trip and have a great time, my brother.
All right, man.
All right, Tony B. Appreciate you, man.
All right, boy.
I need him to continue with God don't talk to your wife.
And I never said that. See, that's an assumption. That's what your mind jumped to. That's what your mind jumped to. I said in my family, it rolls that way. If God talks to my wife and I don't have nothing to do, she said, baby, I want to open this business. That was God talking to. That's her and God's relationship. I'm not gonna come in between that and say no. No, but she knows she has to come through me. She knows she has to come through
my
me.
brother.
Period.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Hey, man, I wanted to kick a shout out to K-Soul, man. Hey, got that new baby on the way, probably shorter than ever now, right, K-Soul? How long you got left?
Man, the due date is February 15th, so not long. Next month.
Okay, cool. Hey, and thank you for that information today, bro. That's worth a lot of money. What you sent me today.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, no problem, bro.
Man, hey, appreciate that, bro. That was real.
That's my mind, man.
Yeah, appreciate you, bro. I appreciate it. So yeah, y'all keep cooking. Hey, New Growth, they're not gonna let this go, bro, until you get an answer. Yeah, go ahead. They not gonna let it go till you get an answer, brother. I'm trying to help you. I'm giving you these commercials. I'm giving you these commercials to give you a breather.
I'm standing on 23 years, bro. I'm good.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Go
ahead. You go. What's the question?
So new growth. I wanted to just kind of offer a different perspective with the scenario that you presented.
Sure.
And so I would say, and you've been married. I'll say this, be transparent. You've been married longer than me, but in my experience, what I've learned from my parents, what I've learned in my 3 years of marriage, is that when a woman second guesses you, right? A lot of times that's a reflection on her trust in you, right? Which is a reflection on your leadership. So what I've learned in my short 3 years of marriage is that when my wife second guesses me, that I need to step up and do some things differently so that the next time that same thing comes up, this has happened in my marriage in my short 3 years where I've presented something and my wife is like, I don't know, because I've recognized like, okay, she doesn't fully think that I can, that she can just lean on me 100% and I'll get it done. So sometimes in those situations is you got to switch your leadership up. You got to step up to the plate, show you can get it done. So then the next time you come around and you deal with the same thing, then that submission, that's when that presents itself.
Right. And I agree totally with that. I'm not arguing that. My point is, because I don't have that problem. I was just bringing out the scenario because we were talking about verbal and mental abuse, right? So, and when it's like if somebody tell you can't do something, right? If like you tell anybody they can't do something, that affects them. Some people turn into fight mode. Some people turn into flight. Some people freeze. So when the woman that you have taken your vows with and the woman that you have put by to be your helpmate says you can't open no store, what you know about opening a store? And that might be her fear, and that might be her not trusting in you totally. But what is her job? What is her job? She took her vows.
Let me ask you this. Do you want your wife to be honest with you?
I want my wife to trust me.
But that's what I'm saying. That doesn't.
My wife trusts me. That's what I'm saying.
So if she doesn't though,
so now that we know
if there's doubts in her mind,
want her to be honest with you.
Let the brother, let her be honest with me. Yes, if I ask a question, yes, of course. I say, baby, I don't know. I want to open the store. So now I'm coming at her already shaking. I don't know. I'm thinking about opening the store over there. What you think? Of course.
Only when you ask a question.
Listen, of course. Hold on. Let me finish. Of course. She should say, nah, I don't think about that. Be honest. But if something comes to me, if I get a message from God, or if I get a message from something and it hits my soul, everybody won't understand it. We say that in real life. When somebody doesn't see your vision, you still have to go with it. But when your helpmate did, she's taking a vow to trust and follow you as the head. Okay, so it's not a point that she might not. It's not a point that she might not even see it, but it's not her job or her space to doubt the man that she has taken a vow to.
I'm not even saying that I disagree with that, but the point of this is bringing this full circle. Mm-hmm. That's not abuse,
right?
That's not abuse.
Right. Okay.
And that was the whole point of it. Is that
I was just asking an opinion.
Yeah,
right. And so can I speak on it real quick? So new growth. Let me try to chime in here. Chicago Rilla is in the building. Chicago, what's going on, boy? Hey, let me know if you want to. Let me know if you want to come up, man. It'd be an honor to have you on the platform tonight, brother. So let me put some insight on it. I think that a woman coming to a man saying, "Listen, I don't really like that," I think that's not abuse. I think that's her opinion. Now, if she comes and says, "Hey, listen, old stupid ass dude, did I tell your dumb ass you're not finna get no car? Did I tell your dumb ass we didn't need a house right now?" Now that's verbal abuse. But if she's offering her opinion, it will not be considered abuse. Now, I'll say this. When I grew up, I'm being transparent with you. When I grew up, the men in my family taught me the same thing that you're talking about right now. You supposed to rule a woman. She supposed to do the hell you say, when you say do it. And she supposed to have no opinion. She wants to shut her damn mouth, go sit over there in that corner. And when I call her, she come. I used to have that same.
I mean, hold on. Let me just say that that's not what I'm saying. But go ahead, bro.
No. I ain't saying you saying. I'm saying
Not that
I grew.
extreme.
Right, not to that extreme, but I'm just saying I grew up around these type of men. I'm gonna go to work, make the money. When I come home, I ain't gonna help no kids with no homework. I ain't gonna help no kids do nothing. My wife gonna do everything.
Right.
She gonna cook, clean, wash the clothes. She gonna do everything, right? And so when I went out into this world, I said, shit, I'm gonna be like my granddaddy and them. Shit, okay. And I learned real fucking quick. That ain't gonna work, partner. That ain't ever gonna work. You know, because women, and I'm saying this, Kaylin. I hope y'all ain't falling out your chair. Here we go. Women do need to. Women
take some of this pressure off me, man. Go ahead.
Women need to be. Women need to be heard. Women need to be heard. Their opinions are valuable. As long as they ain't coming. Now I got to add the caveat. As long as they ain't come with no dumb shit, their opinions should be valued, right? What they say. It has to be valued. We can't just say, "Woman, shut your ass up." That's why the platform, the Black Men Unfiltered Network platform, is for that reason. We're going to have Tuesdays where we mix it up like we're doing right now. And these women got you in the corner, so I'm trying to help you here. Get some air.
Appreciate it.
but we have this Tuesday platform where we talk to each other and we bang it out. But at the end of the day, we can still say, "Hey, man, y'all have a good night. Love y'all, man. See y'all next Tuesday." You know, and then Friday, the fellas, we can bang it out because Friday it got real deep when we opened up the lines then, and it got deep amongst the men, right? And we may have some conversations. Like I may look at Brian and say, Brian, you got, and men can say that to each other. We don't look at it as verbal abuse. I can say, Brian, you dumb as shit. And Brian gonna be like, Brian gonna say, you dumb and a motherfucker too. And you know, and we're done, and we're done with it. You know, after Friday, we come back Tuesday and we chop it up again. But on Saturday, when the ladies come, the ladies got a whole different platform there. It's a softer platform. They talk about encouraging women. They talk about now everything that they say. Do I agree with it? No. Right? But I don't get on there and pop up in there and be like, hell no, what y'all talking about? You know, I let them breathe. And then when they
do be like that though. Keep it 100.
What?
What? You be doing me like that.
What? I be doing, I do you like that because you know you get on my damn nerves. I tell you get on my damn nerves. But anyway, but no, but
the same way too.
I do, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I may stop doing you like that, but until I start liking you again, I may not. But anyway, no, all love. But no, so women need to have their opinion. They need to be able to speak. They need to be able to be heard. And when you start controlling women start looking for cracks in your prison so they can seek something else that make them feel valuable. Let me say it again.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say it again. Women, did y'all hear me? If I'm wrong, tell me this.
We're listening.
Some women, if you hold them in a prison and you're the prison, you signify the prison. If you hold them in a prison, they will look for cracks to find something else to make them feel valuable. So you may say I'm the prison, but they may find a nigga that's got the key. You see what I'm talking about? So we have to be careful on how we try to imprison them and lock them up and corner them, because they'll find a way out, brother. They're very deceiving when they want to be, and very.
The thing to me is, it's like, okay, if you just want a yes woman with no opinion and you know all of that, then just say that, and you know, and that's fine. You know, that might be your thing, but you know, as for some of the other ways, like. And my husband is secure enough though to know that
7
he's
seconds.
the lead. But if I give my opinion on it, you know, he ain't gonna problem with that. He's secure enough in his role as a leader.
That's another form of women passive aggressive. That's a slight at people who say if they not. You say he's secure enough. Why is it not just your husband allows you to give your opinion? So that that's telling you without saying it that man is insecure.
No, he's not. That passive. No, what's insecure is a man having a
No. You said your husband is secure enough to do that. So you're saying the man who doesn't allow that is insecure.
Yeah, he don't have a problem with it. I do believe
what she's saying. I do believe that if a man
so
I'm challenging him, or that I'm being abusive to him because I give my opinion on something, he's not secure in his role as a leader. I do feel like that, and I stand on it.
But that's not what you just said. What you were saying, my husband is secure enough. See, and I'm not saying I'm not taking it personally.
So her husband. Hey, hold on, new girl. Take hold on, get you. I'm gonna give you another commercial. Hold on. So her husband just left. It was Tony.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know
I'm
that
not
already.
saying I'm not saying about nothing about her and her husband. I'm just saying, for her saying that her husband is secure enough, she's saying men who don't do what or allow who run their house like her husband run the house are insecure. See, and that's what I'm saying. My point is,
that's my opinion.
listen, please, women. I'm not mad at y'all. I
I'm a
love y'all.
woman that can have an opinion. My husband allowed me to have it. So my opinion on what you
Who
just
said?
said is that man is insecure.
What time did I say that a woman couldn't have an opinion?
I think she's just speaking to the extreme. She's not saying you.
Okay.
She's just speaking to people who run their households where the women walk around and they're not allowed to talk, or those extreme examples. She's saying that those are the insecure men, not people who are just leaders of their household. If I'm correct,
and it's also the example that you gave when you gave the example. Even though it wasn't your example, but you gave the example of basically a woman giving her opinion being abusive, then that's where you make that correlation.
No, I said no. I don't know what I'm saying. Maybe it's coming out in translation wrong, but I asked the question: do you see that as a form of mental or verbal abuse? Does that, because that can cause somebody to second guess themselves.
So hold on. New growth. Look at the comments real quick before you answer that question. Look at the comments. Security boss unsolicited just put in there.
Security boss was right.
She said that. She did.
She was right.
Jedi crazy.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, continue.
Thank you. I'm quiet. I dropped the mic.
But
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. I think just in your example, it was kind of vague because it wasn't established. Like, how did she respond? I might have just missed it. I'm gonna say that, but I didn't hear like how did she respond? Did she say like that's dumb? Like you said, you may have said it. I just didn't hear it.
Not necessarily dumb, but just to lean on towards, because right now sometimes like if my wife came, if I was the wife and she was the husband, and she came to me and said, "Baby, we gonna move to Denver. I got an idea. We gonna get into this marijuana cultivating." And to me, my spirit is not that in there. He hasn't told me nothing about this or nothing. He hasn't revealed it to me. So if I don't see it, therefore I feel like I have a right to question it. I don't have a right to question it if God gave it to him, because that's my man and God gave me this man. So why would I question him? Questioning him is another form of questioning God. But just like if you tell, like a wife would tell a kid,
we have like 4.
like if a wife tell a kid, go in there and study Mozart. Mommy, we're not even doing that in school. What I got to do this for? Y'all women don't play that. It's not that the kid that's a form of disrespect.
But new growth. Let me.
But
let
that's
me
a child. That ain't abuse.
That's a child.
Let me say this, and I'm gonna.
That's a child.
I'm gonna use
that our voice is a fool. He crazy.
So it's not layers it's not layers in It's said man, woman, and child, right?
Well, I'm going to disagree with you because I don't raise my kids that way. I don't raise my kids that way. We practice respectful parenting in my house. And so my kids are allowed to ask questions.
Oh, yeah.
And we are expected to be able to defend why we're making them do something. It's not in a disrespectful tone, but if I'm telling you to do something, it's usually for your own good. I never have a problem with explaining to my child why I'm asking them to do something, because I know it's for their good and I'm solid on why I'm doing it.
But what if your kids say, I don't want to do that? I think that's stupid.
Okay, then I would ask them, okay, why don't you want to do that? How are you concerned that you can't do it? Is it a lack of confidence? Do you think it's unnecessary?
I have a
so
question
the
for
question
the
is,
panel.
why are you questioning it?
Right.
Hey, I got a question for the panel. And correct me if I'm wrong. Am I the only one that just heard basically that God still only talks to him?
No, that's you.
You still.
I'm not asking. No, I'm asking everyone else except you, New Growth, because I know what you're gonna say. I just want to get a third-party perspective on. Did I just hear that?
Because
did y'all
let's play this
did
out.
you all
hear?
hear?
Said that, and I'm like,
okay. I just wanted to know. Did you all hear what I heard? That's all.
No, I heard you, B9.
No, we got.
Dude, this dude is doing bolo, bro.
Denver to sell marijuana. I'm like, well, what school they going to? Like when we leaving? I got this. Can we wait? Like, can we wait next month? Can we? What if she just have questions like logistically, not like
I heard it as
this crazy? Like, what if it's just like what school they about to go
situation?
No, that's not a problem with saying what school are they going to. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying coming with the contrary view. Well, we don't need to move to Denver. We can move to California because I got family out in California and my mom out there. And no, I want to move back up north because I miss it. I don't know nobody out there. See, that's standing in the way of what the family structure is. There's only one person can drive the wheel. And I'm not saying that. And if you don't trust your man enough to think he's not going to crash you into a lake, you always have divorce. But I'm not saying that a woman. So instead of a woman saying, I don't want to do this, I'm leaving, she's going to question him every step of the way.
Hey,
So
okay, new growth.
even when he makes an error,
commercial. Hey, commercial break. It all goes back. It all goes back to what Maya Angelou said. Maya Angelou says, "If someone shows you who they are, believe them." Okay,
right.
So you have to listen. If she show you that, man, I'm a red flag. To you, that may be a red flag or whatever. But man, I mean,
you must discern the spirit.
Hey, so guys, if you don't know what Jedi Mike is doing, there is a YouTube personality named Bolo TV. And Bolo has a very calm voice. He never raises his voice, never get out of character, no matter if he disagree with you or not. And so that what he's doing right now is Bolo. So the Jedi is stupid, guys. But before we move forward, it's a commercial break. Can you please cam up, Bolo? I mean, can you please cam up Jedi Mike and do B9, bro? Please just do B9 one time for me, bro.
Okay, all right. But we have no son. We got to protect the village.
Watch this. Hey, B9, he did you the other day, bro. I damn near dropped my.
I was there to stamp it. It was on point.
Man, I was rolling, bro. I was rolling.
But while he gets ready, I just want to let New Growth in on a little bit of information.
Is that your mother?
You can still hold the steering wheel, New Growth, and she can still help you navigate. She can still help you with the Google Maps. You don't ever have to let the steering wheel go. You're still in control of the steering wheel the whole time, my brother.
So while she holding this Google, Google Maps,
she just helping you navigate, my brother. She just going to help you navigate. That's what a good help me does. She helps you navigate, but you control the steering wheel.
So let me ask
tell us where to go.
But bro, it goes back to your example with Lot's wife. He was listening to God, and his wife did the opposite, but he kept moving.
Yeah, he kept going.
Which, because you asked the question earlier, you were asking, is that man weak? I would say that it takes strength to do that.
Exactly.
It's not an easy task.
I agree totally.
So in your example of if you're saying we're going this way, and she is just, and we're talking about not just giving her opinion and trying to be an actual helpmate and add to the conversation. But if she's just being defiant and causing chaos in the household, and we're not going that way, you are hearing from God, you got to keep moving.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just messing with B9, but I agree with that totally. You're right, because we can use with the other example, Adam and Eve, right? He let her stir the wheel, right? And it brought a sin in the world according to the Bible.
Good point.
Bingo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You brought it back home, New Growth. You brought it back home.
I'm so grateful, man. You supposed to be my boy. We from the DMV. You roasting me like this, bro. I'm sweating, man.
Look at Jedi Mike. He ready to do B9. Look at Jedi.
I gotta hit the mute button. Handle your business.
Go, Jedi.
See, that's the problem. See.
Hey, B9, I got a question, B9. I got a question, B9. Hey, B9, I got a question, B9. Can I ask you a question, B9?
Of course.
Hey, so B9. So how do you feel? B9, about what's going on in these YouTube streets, man? About like cryptocurrency and all this other stuff. People stealing money, man. I mean, how do you feel about it?
See, that's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. See. We keep complaining about reparations when we don't own land. We are so financially unilliterate because we refuse to learn about the essentials.
Now sit back. I'm gonna say something stupid. Hey, when somebody say something stupid, He leaned all the way back in the chair. Watch this. But you know what? I don't believe in crypto.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens, ladies and gentlemen. We have winners and losers.
Oh my God, bro. That's hilarious, bro.
Hey,
But anyway, man.
I saw B9 going off on Sunday, and now all I can think about is this when I think about B9.
Man, oh yeah, oh my God. So yeah, B9. But anyway, guys, let me ask this question. It's a serious question. So, what do you tell little young men that are, and this is for the women, everybody on the panel, and whoever wants to answer first can. So, what do you tell a young man that's probably a teenager, 13, 14 years old, and it's not a husband and a wife situation, but it's a mother-son situation, and she's verbally and physically abusing him? What is your advice for him? Because he can't just pick up and leave.
Where's his dad? Before we go on with this,
Say, for instance, his dad's not in the. Well, let's talk about reality. It's a single mom son.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what advice would you give a young man?
So does he have a relationship with the dad, or he's like completely not in the picture?
Well, let's be reality. These dudes really not for their kids. We're in there for them kids. Some of them are not. A lot of them are not. Right. So let's just put it in reality. The dad's not in his life. It's not in his life. Yeah.
Okay.
Man, that's a hard question to answer. I mean, I think the only thing that I can think of just off the top is just to try to play a significant role in that kid's life. And just like B9 was talking about, if that's something that you felt like you wanted to, what was it? When you were talking about mentorship. But I mean, I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. CB, I think she's a counselor or something, right? She probably might have more insight on this, but that's a deep.
I'm calling DCFS. I don't know what y'all do.
Okay.
But if I know that a kid is being abused, like physically, whatever, I'm calling DCFS.
Oh, physically, yeah.
Oh no, he said verbally though.
Oh, he said verbally?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you.
Yeah. Like I'm saying, like, because verbal abuse can be effective as well. Like, let me tell you what happened. I wish Sir Hale was still here, but he had a family emergency. But Sir Hale opened up about his past, and he said his mom used to do him so bad and talk about him and call him names and talk about him so bad. And he said that affects him even as a man today. It still affects him because he's still looking for acceptance from his mother that he may not ever get. So my thing is, for the 13-year-old boy that's out there right now, and his mom saying, "Bitch ass boy, you stupid like your daddy, you dumb little ass," you know, like that's a lot of that going on out here, bro. So what is that little boy supposed to do at 13 years old? He gotta stay.
Can you go
answer?
Can I give my answer?
Oh, go ahead, Kay.
Yeah, go ahead, Kay.
If I got a chance to speak to him, I would kind of, and this is just general, I would try to have a conversation, but just being general, I would tell him, hurt people. And, it's one of those things that you're not necessarily going to all the way understand right now, but find something that you enjoy in this life. And when you find what you enjoy, stick with that. Figure out what you want to be, figure out what you want with your life and the type of person you want to be. And you got to push through pretty much. I mean, because at the end of the day, hurt people.
Right.
That's telling him to cope.
Yeah,
that kid, I mean, that
right.
kid is not, that kid don't care about the hurt people. He's 13.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But see, the solution is her. The solution has nothing to do with him because Black Man Unfiltered said it himself. He doesn't have the option of going anywhere.
Right.
So the solution is her. Once again, we say it, but when Black Man Unfiltered gives us a real life scenario to put our words into personification, we miss it. This is once again an example of the picture.
Yes.
You have to take care of the child is the cup that you are pouring into. So you have to focus on what's in the picture. You have to that she needs the counseling. You need if that boy looks just like his dad and dad left, we know why she's taking it out on him. Because the dad's not there to get it, and he looks just like the dad, so he gets it. So she needs the counseling. She needs the help to get back in the dating scene. Exactly, to get back in the dating scene and
what if
get
she's
her
not open
life.
to hearing that? What if she's not
Huh?
open to
Say it
getting
again.
counseling?
Yeah, because he said, "What would you tell the boy?"
But what if it's
I
sis?
thought we were just explaining
that was
the
a trick question,
situation.
though. It
But
was
what? Yeah.
ultimately a
What?
trick
Explaining the
question.
Right.
situation.
Hold on, guys. So
Huh?
what if the little boy? What if the little boy is suffering from cis? And cis is the acronym for suffering in silence. He ain't telling nobody. Right.
Right.
Okay.
He's not telling nobody about his mama. He ain't telling nobody about the abuse. But people can see the effect of him. You know, he's to himself. He don't talk to nobody. You know, he's a recluse. Like, so what do you, I mean? And people, you can tell when somebody's going through abuse. I mean, come on. I mean, you can really, sometimes you can just see it.
Right.
Sometimes.
Strictly verbal abuse.
Right. Verbal abuse. Verbal and physical. Yeah.
I have an education background, so I have a legal and a obligation to call Child Protective Services.
That's right.
I didn't know you could call them for that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you can call for
Yeah.
Okay. And like I said,
that's why I
in
said I'm
my
calling.
profession,
I mean, we
I
all
could
would
be
do
held
that. I thought we were
accountable.
just talking about what we're going to tell him
You're
about
right.
the situation.
It's nothing
Be
that
not
you
speaking
can tell
fact.
him.
But my point of it is that there are systems in place to protect this child, and if you know the proper channels to go through, you can help this child, and you don't even have to get involved per se. Because what you're going to run into is the same thing that the police run into with domestic violence. When you try to separate that child from mom in any way, shape, or form, no matter how abusive mom is, he's going to get defensive because even though he don't like it, that's all he has. That's all he knows. So he'll even
And
psych
deep inside, he
himself
loves it.
out. He'll even psych himself out into believing this is as good as it gets. This is what I deserve. This is what, because this is my mama.
So I think the question should have been like, what action would we have taken? You know.
And you can
like I
point,
said,
and
it
the
was a trick
biggest thing
question.
is just us as a
That was
community.
because I thought we were just talking about like how can we what can we say to him
What will
about the situation?
And that's my question. Because CBR, anybody that work, anybody that works in the community, my question would be, if you know a child is being abused, like this 13-year-old boy we're talking about, if we know he's being abused and you ask him, and he said, nope, 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 and you see the evidence of it, but he's saying no. When you get the people involved, he's not going to tell them either.
They're going to investigate it anyway. He don't have to tell them. They're still going to investigate.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
He don't have to tell me he's being abused. All I have to do is sense it.
Yep, and call. That's it.
But I'm just saying, as a person who's in the adoption system, adopt kids and looking to adopt more. The biggest thing, those kids will open up if you open up. When you see these kids on the street, man, and they walking with their head down, a lot of us be scared to talk to the little young boy. Just go over there and say, "What's up, man? How you doing? What's going on, man? You seen the game? You want to come over and play basketball?" Show them love. They have to see a opposite side. If they never used to seeing love, they don't trust you either. But they will open up. They will give you something in that. And like B9 said, we have to touch the mother. That's when the women and the elderly people and the elder women in the temples and the churches, we got to reach out. Because at the end of the day, that kid, like B9 said, he still loves his mother.
Right.
That's a connection that we can't separate. I've adopted kids, and as much as their mother abused them, they still love their mother.
Exactly.
So we have to fix the situation as a community, because that system sometimes is based on money. A lot of times these people are separated. It's a messed up system. It's overcrowded.
But the system, I mean, that's true. But it can also be good, because it's not like as soon as you report, they're coming in to take away. They're coming in to assess. They're coming in to investigate. If they need to put things in place for them to provide services, get the mother counseling, like mandated, she has to come.
But a lot of times, though, with that system, because they come into the house, so it may be something where she needs help, but immediately, if that mama don't have a certain amount of food in that refrigerator, if that room is not cleaned a certain way, if this is not, they taking the kid immediately.
No, they're not taking the kid immediately.
In Atlanta, Georgia, that's the biggest
they're not
thing.
taking them
A lot of these
immediately.
people,
where I'm in Louisiana, I don't know about Atlanta,
Okay.
Georgia. I know if I make a report and that kid don't have food in the refrigerator, they're gonna buy food. If that kid don't have a bed to sleep in, they'll buy a bed. They'll buy a bed. They'll do that just to keep that kid in the home. They're not coming in
That's a
just
good
to
thing.
take.
I
That's a
think
good
we
thing.
should research the systems
Now,
beforehand
now,
too,
right.
just
And
to
guess
make
what?
sure.
And you know
Mhm.
what? Now, New Growth, I will say he has a point on something, you guys. All right. New Growth has a point on the system, how slow they move. Now, watch this. I want to encourage you guys, if you have Discovery Channel, to go and watch the two, what is it called? The 2 and 6 or something like that, about the lesbian couple that adopted 6 kids, I think. And as they adopted those kids, one of the kids was abused and went to school, and the teacher saw the bruises on the child. And they went to the people, called the people or whatever. They came, investigated, found the bruises. Now, they only had 2 at that time. Found the bruises. One of the women said, I did it. They put her on probation, right? A year later, they allowed them to adopt 4 more children. 4, right? Even with this abuse from the other 2. So then the kids start to get malnutrition. Like, you start seeing them getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and they weren't eating. And so the neighbors called the people and said, hey, listen, they sneaking over here at midnight, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning while their parents sleep, getting peanut butter and getting our food, and we feed them through the window.
I know this story.
Right? The people did not, and then so they called the system again and said, hey, listen, I'm the neighbor. I'm seeing these kids like this. People still didn't come. So
But
the neighbor,
you also have to understand.
Let him finish. This is a great story.
It's
I know
all
exactly
on the
what you're talking about.
judge.
Watch
It's
this.
all on the judge.
No, let
Watch
him
it.
finish. Let him
Watch
finish.
it. Watch this. After they called, the neighbors called. One neighbor called. Then the neighbors got together as a collective and went down to the place and said, "Listen, these are pictures of these kids. Look." And they looked at the pictures and said, "Okay, we'll get to it. We're behind. We're understaffed. We'll do our best." Right? Then the day that they sent a letter to the house or something and put a letter on the door because they weren't there or something. They went in and got the kids, put the kids in a van, drove them on a trip like they were going on a trip, and they drove them to California and drove them off the cliff and killed every one of them.
Yep.
That's right. I remember
every one of them. Just drove off a cliff with them and killed every one of them.
And it's a famous picture of
now
one of
you
the
were
little
saying,
black
CB?
boys holding the All Lives Matter. Remember that one? It was just a little kid. He's got a hat on.
He's famous for it. Yeah, he was in Ferguson. When the Ferguson protest happened, he was the famous kid standing in front of the police officer. That's one of the kids right there.
And Black Man, there's another doc that shows the same thing. The documentary on Netflix. It's like Trial by Gabriel something, and it's about
I saw that one. I gotta go watch it. No, I gotta go watch it. I gotta watch it.
Yeah, and the kids, basically the kid, they found out that the kid was being abused, and they kept putting the kid back in the home. Like they would take him out for counseling and things like that, and putting him back, and ultimately he ended up being deleted.
What's the name of it, Queso?
Trial by Gabriel. I think it's Fernandez. It's on Netflix.
And on Netflix, okay.
Yeah, it's heavy, bro. It's heavy.
And you know what, man? And so with that happening, guess what? After that, they blur the faces out of the social workers, and the social worker, we couldn't get to them. We're so understaffed. We don't have enough people. We don't have enough. We have so many kids in the backlog. We couldn't get to them. I feel so horrible. And she said we were going out there the next day. We had a plan to go see those kids the next day. And before they got there, these neighbors, they called, no response. They got together as a collective and went down there and showed them pictures of the kids. And they still did not go immediately. And those kids are dead. All 6 of them dead. They found body parts everywhere.
That's evil, bro.
Man, that's horrible, bro.
When them neighbors went down there as a collective and came back with our results, they should have went right in that damn house and took them damn kids out.
But you can't do that. That's what they all do.
And another thing you got to understand, it's the judge. Like a social worker can't just go in and say, okay, well, it's abuse. I see abuse. Let me take the kid. Social workers see abuse. They have to go to the judge. The judge decides, well, we gonna leave
They
that
can take a
kid in the
temporary.
house.
They have the power to temporarily at that moment when they go with the sheriff to temporarily remove them kids. Then the judge decides how long or the kid to go back or whatever. But
Can you tell? Because I think I'm the social worker here. I live in Louisiana. I don't know how I work in any other state, but I'm the social worker here. So that's one thing you can't tell me. So
well,
I
in
don't know
Georgia, that's how
how
it
it
works.
works in your state, but don't sit here and
Mhm.
undermine me and tell me how it goes.
No, no, ma'am. I just told you how it worked in Georgia because you said
Okay, then so
Louisiana,
say
and
how
I
it
gave
work
you
in
props for
Georgia
what
because
they
you
doing in
just told me
Louisiana.
no, that's not how it works. So say
Well,
that's not how it work
because
in
I thought you were
Georgia.
talking about the whole spectrum. So maybe
No,
yes
I'm
in
always
Louisiana.
giving
I
the Louisiana
apologize,
perspective
but I'm
because
not trying
that's
to
what
say
I
that what
said.
you do.
I'm from Louisiana.
Okay.
Can I ask a question on this though, real quick? Just about people who, who don't know about the system and, have social workers in their family or people they know. What do you suggest to the public when what do you think the steps should be? Because we do have broken systems in a lot of places. So what do y'all think the steps should be when you see a certain situation? And like, do you think we should follow up? Like, how do we go about following up, just to make sure things are being done correctly, just insight.
When you say things like you talking about when you see abuse?
Yeah, like, when going about reporting it, because I mean, it was a situation like that where I reported a situation that I saw. But like, just about, I guess, kind of more so the follow up process to kind of make sure that they're on top of what they're supposed to be doing, and things to check for, because it is a lot of cricket systems out here, like just things I guess you guys could suggest to check for, to make sure that things are being handled in a sense. Because I mean, once we're reported, is it just one of those things we just don't know after that? You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you report it, some people report anonymously. If you want them to call you, give them your name because they're going to call you. I've reported many times and I've gotten a call because I gave them my name. A lot of people don't want to give them their name. They don't know who to follow up with.
Right.
And
Let
that
me
goes
actually,
back to what oh no, go ahead, Black man. I'm
But
sorry.
like, you can actually ask them, like you can call them and say, hey, just wanted to check on this specific child and make sure, and they'll give you, it's not one of those things like they'll just tell you, no, it's in our hands, we can't explain the details or nothing like that.
Oh no, they're not going to explain any details with you.
Mm-mm.
But you are if you give them your name, trust me, they're going to call. They're going to follow up with you. Now, there are broken systems. I'm not saying every social worker do what they're supposed to do. I'm not going to sit there and say that it's a perfect world, but they're going to follow up with you. You may even be called to court. I mean, just know, like most people don't give their name because I don't want to be involved, or I don't want them to know that I told them, which is still anonymous if you give them your name.
Mm-hmm.
But the first person that you call is just the intake specialist. The actual social worker that get the case is going to follow up with you. Now, can you call up there and say, hey, I'm just checking up on? No, because they're not going to give you that information.
Yeah,
But
not like details specifically, but like if they've had, taken action and, started handling the case and got on top of it, things like that. So you
Oh,
said you can
they
contact
not
the
gonna
court
tell you
too?
shit. They'll
they're
only
not going
ask
to
you
tell you
questions.
anything.
Yeah, they only gonna ask you questions. You only give them information. They
Yeah,
give
you're
you
gonna give
nothing.
them information. They're not gonna tell you
Yeah,
anything.
they give
And
you
whenever
nothing.
you
Because
tell
that
them that
kid deserves
again,
the privacy as well. They respect it as like that's their private information as well.
Well, how
Yeah,
do
I
you
get
how do
that.
you handle
Yeah,
it
yeah.
if it's like a stranger? Like if you're out in public, because I've been out in public and I've seen people, and I don't even know if this I don't know, but I've been out in public and I've seen people talk to their kids a certain way, that makes me uncomfortable, especially when you're talking to small kids and you're cursing them
Yes,
out.
so
You know what I'm saying? So how do you report that? I don't even, because all you know is
that's
the
I
person.
mean, hey, you can report it, but you don't have any information on the person.
Right.
Yeah,
You get what I'm
the
saying?
best you can do is pull out your camera phone and try to
And
get yourself
report
like
it.
a current situation
There
where
you
you
go.
can turn that video in, and the video
Yeah.
might lead to someone to something, because most people that act like that are already in the books anyway. They already have a record anyway, male or
And to
female.
be honest, man, just to be honest, I mean, I know we come into a community where we're scared of everybody. Don't say that they're gonna say this to you. Sometimes that we don't understand the pressure that goes through. Like, I see a lot of girls where I live at, 19, 20, they're not ready to be parents. They got this overload. True, they shouldn't have made that decision, but they start they treating the kids like it's one of their homes. One little girl was walking, little baby about 4 years old, beautiful. I'm jogging and it's walking slow because it's a 4-year-old. Get your stupid ass up here. I said, what's up, little man? Right? And then I said, hey, you doing okay, sister? I said, it's gonna be all right. You need anything, just to give them the understanding that, hey, somebody's watching you and somebody cares. I mean, we all put ourselves at risk at certain things, but just to call the system, because like I'm speaking about the Atlanta system, it's been a big uproar because they have so many kids in the system. They've been putting them in hotels because they don't have places to put them.
That's
So
here
these
in
kids
Dallas.
have been like all
That's
these
here
kids in the room. So say it again.
No, I was telling you that my god sister lives here in Dallas, and she works for the state as well. And that's a true statement. She said they have 5, 6 kids in the hotel room, just piling them up in there.
And these kids are getting raped. These kids are getting molested.
Man, you're right. She tell me that all the time, bro.
We have to, maybe we can just touch the people first. I know it's scary, but if we can just say, hey, is everything okay? My name is David. I'm your neighbor. Sometimes you might just want to go out and hang with your girl. I'll babysit if that's cool with you. And just to know that somebody there, because a lot of us just feel like, especially a lot of these single mothers, the father's gone, whatever reason, they feel like they're alone. And it's a hard burden. Even though our society is pushing, you don't need no man, but it's hard.
And you know what? I'll take the, and I'm gonna say this, and I joke a lot, but I'm being very serious. I ain't got time for the process, bro. I just don't have time for the process. I don't have time for the state. I don't have time for them to investigate. I don't have time for this shit. If I got a neighbor across the street and they kicking their little 3-year-old, yeah, right. If they kicking their little 3-year-old, 4-year-old, slapping them, throwing them up against the door, I'm gonna go over there and yank their fucking soul out. I can't. I don't have time for the system. Because like my god sister said, they have so many kids in the backlog. They working triple time, quadruple time, working overnight, 24-hour shifts, trying to get these kids placed. And she said we can't place them.
Giving them to anybody.
And they just throwing them in these homes where they're being abused and they're being sexually assaulted. And she says it's just bad. So I don't have time for the process. If I see you doing something to your kid, I'm gonna come through your door, and if we got to blaze, we blaze. If we got to fight, we're gonna fight. It's simple. Because if you wait on the system, what happens if I wait on the system and she end up killing this kid?
Right.
Like Island Q. Y'all, if you watch the Little People Network, Island Q said that she had to get out of social services and social work because she said she lost so many kids under her watch. She said start to mess with her psyche and her mind. Yep. And she said, I just had to leave because we're understaffed, we're underpaid. She said, don't nobody want to do this work. And she said, I left for the banking system. She said, I cannot do it no more. She said, I lost too many kids.
And the sister who does this, I forgot your name. No disrespect, it's all love. I respect the hell out of you for what you do because that's a thankless job. Right. It's a lot of pressure. You got to you got to go out and make sure I respect you so much as a person who adopts and is looking to adopt further. I respect you. No disrespect. I was just telling you what goes on in my state.
And I talked to my sister. My god sister said, hey, listen, we're going out to dinner tonight. Y'all want to go out this weekend? No, I can't go, man. I got to go do a visitation. I got to go place a kid. I got to go do this. I got to go do this. And then she said, the kids coming in there now with this whole COVID situation. Oh, she said they piling them up in there. All the kids catching COVID. They coughing all over each other. They sick. They ain't testing them before they bringing them in. Nothing. She said if the state come in there, it's gonna be over. She said because they're mishandling it. They mishandling the state is just mishandling them so bad.
Man, that's tough.
So and she said, and she just sit up and cry, bro. She just sit up and have tears in her eyes about. She said, little babies, teenagers, kids 10, 11, just out of it's horrible. It's just horrible.
Especially our kids. Like once girls get to the stage of like 8 or 9, it's a wrap. Nobody wants them no more. So it's like our kids are overrepresented in these adoption homes. So it's like if we can talk to that neighbor, we see something going on, or we could just if we like when I take my kid out, we stay across the street and it's a big apartment. If I take them out, see some kids, come on, let's go get some ice cream. I said, let your mother know first because with so many things out here with people abusing kids. So it's just a messed up situation. But any way you can help, man, the kid will remember when you helped him that day.
Right.
Can I say something about this? Because this is a very, very emotional and personal topic. Because I come across friends and family members who partake in a type of path to save kids. I think Diddy may know about it. There are a few orphans that are being created all across Africa, going through the same scenario that's going on here as well. About 3 or 4 people have reached out to me to help to partake and donate in them. What I saw what they're doing, they didn't wait for the government no more. Because they realized the government can only do so much and but cannot do it. To what they did, it took the initiative on their own self. The lucky thing about Africa, you could get a piece of land. As long as you have the money for it, you build upon that land and start rescuing the kid from home with the parents no longer there and they're roaming the street, and that to help them. I know about maybe 6 or 7 orphanages across Africa that are doing it, and they reach out every year or everybody monthly asking for donations. Some are going out above and beyond what they can. That's what I say. We need to build our own institution here as well. My wife, I watched my wife. I've been married for 12 years, been together for 13 years. My wife has stepped out of her way to help other people's kids. There was the end of we saw a little baby naked on Utica Avenue, roaming the street, where the parent had nowhere could be found. My wife went out of her way to grab that kid, put it to the side of the street, asking people who know where they put to belong things. She went above and beyond. My wife does these things for years, collecting clothes, shipping to Trinidad for kids who cannot even afford to get a clothes, where a single mom cannot afford to get a bottle to feed their kids. I help my wife from time to time to help ship this thing out to Trinidad. She's doing this for the past maybe 6, 7 years. Well, what money she needs to ship it out, I pay for it. I think, well, what we want to do, I will support you. This is a big deal. We can't wait for the government to do something, or we thought it ourselves. Black man unfiltered, I see what he's doing. He's the youth minister. I know he's going above and beyond, so I can't hold that against him. Because he speaks about it. But as a community, what are we doing for ourselves, to be honest? I'm glad we're talking about it. But it's a very big, big issue.
And you know what? Back in the day, Black David, you had people like, and I know people say they were violent, but you had people like the Black Panther Party, and you had people like different organizations that if a man got out of line, the group of men finna come check you. They about to come to your house. They're gonna see you. They're gonna come and see you, and you may not like it. It may get physical, and you may wake up the next day under some trash cans or something. But you're not going to abuse the women or the children. That's how it was back in the day. They didn't put up with that.
And I get that because I used to serve in a church. I don't go to church for a while, and some of these church I throw the same idea to them, and they got turned down. But it's funny how if I go back to the motherland, either be my country or the neighboring country or Ghana, somebody is not waiting for nobody to do it. They're doing it their damn self. They're reaching out to people who will get the money. They're fundraising. They're building orphanages left and right. You know how many war-torn countries in Africa that are going through this thing and the kids on the street with no parent and they survive on their own? Jetty knows this because we both Nigerian. We know what the hell is going on.
Right.
And some of our people are going above and beyond. If I have $1 million, I'll drop right in the bucket. I go right there. I say, you know what? What do you need to be? What do you need to be there? You need computers? Okay, I'll get you that. People are doing that right now in the motherland already because they're not waiting for nobody anymore. Right. So I've been like challenging to people over here. My wife is doing it for 7 years, shipping items left and right. This pandemic, she had a surplus of free clothes, free baby items to help people. She helped people out here in the area in our community who needed food. At the time, you got so much food that we collected from one area. People were coming and getting food from our apartment. I'm living in a 2-bedroom apartment. We don't have much, but we do what we can. I told my wife, what we're willing to do, I will support you. I don't care how much it cost me. I will do it. At the time, she giving out, my wife is creating. I show you what she done for a living, right? She create artwork. This past 2 days, she giving out free bonnet. Free item that she could not make money, but you know what? I didn't give it away. To make something for kids, to make from adult, to make dolls. Do whatever you can. Do what my wife do. Can
Like
I
you
stop
said,
her?
Unfiltered.
No, I can't. But what
Like
I'm
you
saying, we
said,
can take the challenge to ourselves. What are we
So-
going to do?
Hey, before we say anything about that, hey, Courtney, I am Courtney, Miss 4,000 subs. I just want to say congratulations to you, 4,000 subscribers. And so, congratulations and welcome to the platform for your, thank you for being here. So you've been watching for a while because you've been in the comments. And so what are your thoughts about everything that we've talked about tonight up until this point?
Well, you've talked about a lot.
I know it. Just pick something. Just pick something. Just pick something.
Well, I mean, I can talk about what you guys are talking about now, and it's funny because I think I told someone to pull up too, because I was on his live, Nathan, and he's a police officer.
Okay, yeah, tell him to pull up. Yeah.
Well,
shout out to him. He was on Broken
I
Dusty
was
show
like,
with us.
pull up on the people, but so just kind of like talking about this, but I think it's important because I also Queso saw that documentary that you were talking about, and it's sad, and it's also sad. Oh gosh, it's so many different levels of abuse, but what I see is really, really sad in our community where we are having our kids play roles of adults that I also think is child abuse. So there was some TikTok video of this little kid, he's got to be 3-4 years old, and his dad gave him a play gun, and he was shooting outside his gun, talking about, oh, daddy, that's the ops, pop, 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 that's what we do to the ops. And I'm like, it's sad, and I think it's abuse. And I'm like, well, what do you do when you see that? Like, not even the hitting or the verbal abuse, but when you see parents put their kids in these predicaments where now they're acting like adults, and not only adults, but trifling, ghetto ass adults that you don't want to be perpetuated in our community, but you see. I see on TikToks where these 5-year-old little girls are twerking and gyrating, and they mom and dad, oh, what are you supposed to do as a community on that part? Because we all say it takes a village, but if you, ma'am, your child doesn't need to be on the scrubbing the floor at 4, I would get cussed out.
Yep,
you would. Don't you tell me how to raise my child, baby. So it's so much abuse that goes on, but I even think that's abuse that we don't talk about, but it needs to be checked. But how do you check that? It ain't physical abuse. It ain't like you can call anybody, hey, I want to call because they're playing guns in the car and acting like he's shooting someone. But what's he going to turn into when he turns 15?
Yes.
And sometimes
the most
it's a village.
disrespectful
It's
thing
actually
is
a
they ride
village
around
cheering
with this
them on.
garbage can music and
Yeah.
the kids in the back bouncing. They saying everything that the song is saying at 5 and 6 years old. They are pumping this in their mind.
It's sad.
That's just ridiculous, and that's something hard to take away.
And so with having CB on here because she is a social worker, I think she's about to leave in just a sec because she has to get up and go to work in the morning. But is that a form of child abuse that you guys see, CB, in the in your work line of work, where the women are letting their daughters do sexual acts and dancing all on the floor and twerking and like
now,
at 4?
Sexual acts, you're gonna have to define sexual acts.
Well, I mean, like, okay, in their dances, like what Courtney was just saying.
Yeah,
no,
that's not abuse that you can report.
Wow,
that's not abuse that you can report.
That's just bad parenting.
Yeah, that's just because it's our kids doing it.
You wanna refer them to counseling? Yeah, the parents. Wow. But that's about all I can say about that.
But like to Courtney's point too, like even when people found out that Cardi B wasn't letting her child listen to her own music, people were just like, well, why didn't you tell us? And it's just like, you don't have the
common sense enough.
Okay, you're the parent.
Thanks.
Hey, look at this comment down here.
Yeah, the mom said nothing is wrong with it for everyone to mind their business, and that's what it is. So,
is that real?
Yep.
No,
Yeah.
you see this all the time on social media. So, and it's like, well, I don't know.
On her
You just
own
have, I mean, I
father?
think in this situation, they have the parents they have. So the only thing, because I have a family member like that, I won't get super specific, but I have a family member, it's an immediate family member like that. And her daughter, I mean, is just exposed to all kind of foolishness that I don't expose my kids to. And honestly, the best thing I can do is like we try to show her something different. I mean, I have to. I mean, it's part of me being willing to be active in some way in her life. So it takes a sacrifice for you. But I mean, that's the only thing I figured out that I can personally do. Like, just try to, if I see those girls and I have space to, like, you know, try to be an effect or be some kind of presence in their life to show them something different. That's the only thing I've figured out that I can personally do. But obviously, I can't do that for everyone. So it's just kind of sad.
Yeah, I see Nathan just joined the panel. So hey, what's up, man? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good, brother. Thank you for having me, man. I see a few familiar faces on here. Shout out to Jedi and Mike. I am Courtney Michelle. Courtney, how are you doing, my dear?
Hello.
You doing,
And,
man?
Pulling up.
Yeah, we're talking about children. Since you are a police officer, we're talking about children that are being abused verbally, physically, like from a police a police standpoint. What do you see, and how far can you guys go as police officers to handle certain situations as far as verbal abuse or physical abuse?
Verbal, not so much. Physical, definitely. We're hands on. We can remove children out of the home ASAP.
Yes.
I've done it a lot. It's not a good feeling. Because when it gets that bad, you think when an officer shows up and removes children, that means there's nowhere else or no one else suitable to take the child, right, or the children. So when it gets to that point, we're calling DFACs. We're calling DFACs. We have social services that comes in. And listen, a lot of people don't realize it, but DFACs isn't, in some places, in some states, it's not that great. What's going on, Trash Can Waves? We were just talking earlier. DFACs is not that great. When people talk about these, we talk about defunding the police and then reallocating these resources back into different programs and things, social programs. Listen, in theory, it sounds beautiful. In practice, it's quite hard, because what do you guys don't see that I see? I see people who don't want to do the job as counselors, right? People who work in DFACs, they're miserable too. These people don't like their jobs. We're talking about government work. How are these people treated? And you guys don't get a chance to see them. Think of it like the DMV. Everyone has this. Look, I'm in Atlanta. You guys are in different states, but the DMV experience is the same, right? How is that possible? And you got to think too. A lot of our social workers are women, and it's no shot against women, but there's an emotional component that comes with women, and that's something that we have to be really honest about and very transparent about. A lot of people, when they do their profession, men and women, they filter their job through their personality, through their character, through their sense of morality and judgment. And so if you're not careful, just how we say, hey, we need to choose our police officers careful. We need to choose all our government workers carefully, because just imagine the power that a person has. Go ahead. Oh, okay, I thought you were about to.
I know. I'm saying subscribe to Courtney Michelle, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, it's out at the bottom.
And so, so as officers, say we have a situation where we have parents that are verbally abusive to the child. The process of interviewing children is very different than it is when you're interviewing adults. Depending on the crime, the parents have to be present when you're talking to them. Depending on the crime, you can't talk to a minor without the presence of a parent, or an adult.
What, Nathan? So let's just say you're investigating something about the parent that's doing something to the child, and you need to talk to the child. The parent still has to be there?
No. So what happens is, when we investigate, say it's like a, a sexual assault type of situation. No, we have specialists that come and speak to the child. Those are very unique circumstances. I mean, we go all the way down to hand them dolls and say, hey, can you show us with these dolls what was done to you? Where on this doll were you touched, right? Like you go into these you're talking about child psychologists. So there's a psychology behind it. Even it's very difficult, even as investigators. One of the worst crimes, I've investigated almost all the most deadliest sins that we have, and one of the ones that I struggle with the most is always sexual assault with children. It's very, very, I mean, it does something to you where you actually want you actually even contemplate harming the person you're interviewing, because they're sick. These people are sick. And when you talk to them, you can hear the manipulation. You hear people who want to actually try to justify what they are doing, the lies, and you have all the evidence and you're looking at them like, it's like, can you imagine sitting across from R. Kelly, sitting across from Epstein and saying, hey, can you explain to us why you thought this was okay?
And real Nathan, if I could say something to you real quick, my grandmother she does foster care at our house. My grandfather died and they have a huge home, and she dedicated her home to bringing in foster children. And she bring them in, and man, I mean, I can't go over it. My grandmother has the patience and the stomach for it. I cannot. I mean, they're bringing in babies that have been burned by their parents, been molested by their parents, been cut by their parents, and my grandmother, they're just changing them and changing their wounds and just, I can't. I don't know how my grandmother, she's 87 years old and she's still doing it, bro. I cannot do it. I can't stomach it. And my grandma said, this girl right here, this little girl right here, she was molested. And she said, so we can't really look down there right now. She said, I'm gonna do what I can to try to clean her and make sure she's good. And I'm like, oh no, I can't do it, bro.
And let me tell you.
And this is why I say, if your therapist, because therapists have to deal with this, if your therapist do not have a therapist herself, you need to find another one. I'm serious. Because they have to take that on. They have to listen to that. They have to process that. How can they process that themselves? So that's why I always preach. I haven't heard me say that before because I know I have. I'm going to say it again. If your therapist does not have a therapist, find you a new one.
So Nathan, she's a social worker. So
okay.
Be safe, CBO, on your trip to Baton Rouge in the morning.
All right.
All right, see you later.
Man, I would love to pick her brain on a couple of things.
Oh, CB, you still there? Oh, yeah, she gone. But yeah, so man, it's just heartbreaking. And my grandmother, at times, she just cry. And I said, Grandma, you getting too old for this, baby. You got it. No, she said, nope. She said, I'm gonna do it until I die. And I'm like, okay. I said, I try to do whatever I can. Like if the kids need to go somewhere, if I'm in Louisiana, I'll go and help her out a little bit. And my mom goes there because they still live there and help her out. But I can't stomach when they bring the kids and they're still suffering from the damage from what happened to them. I can't do it, bro. I can't. I just. And what have? Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I apologize.
No. I want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
What's challenging is what a lot of people don't realize is that the moment you break the innocence of a child, you have to be very careful because this is where our future pedophiles come from.
Yes.
That's something.
This is where, when I investigate women, we'll have cases, for example, where women will be used by, pimps and other type of, drug dealers and things like that. They will use these women to go out and fish for men so that they can be robbed, so they can be taken advantage of, right? Some of these women will use their children and they will prostitute their children out, And so, but when I meet these women, I'm interviewing them, I have to find out, how did we get here? How did we get here? And I'm asking them questions. And I'm talking to adult women, I'm talking to adult men. And then when you start asking these questions, you start finding out the history. You find out there was a sexual assault that took place. A lot of times when we have a lot of people who are hypersexual, right? They have they have this insatiable appetite, right? This lack of emotions when it comes to this high sexual behavior. A lot of times, and not all the time, but a lot of times it's rooted in some type of sexual abuse because it's not normal, you know? And so when we look at these things and you start really breaking it down, I'm telling you, there's so much damage with a lot of people and the things that they do as an adult. You can trace your bad adult behavior to some type of a childhood experience that wasn't healthy. And I say this because I interview them, right? So I have cases where you'll have women who will set men up for robbery, right? They'll use their image, their beauty to manipulate men and to say, hey, let's go to this hotel. We're gonna have this. It's me and my homegirl. We're gonna have a cooperation, right? You know,
Not a threesome.
Friendly.
A cooperation.
Yeah. Listen, you guys. You know, I'm new to YouTube, but YouTube is so sensitive. I don't know what this. You know, I don't want to cause any problems to anybody's platform.
We all gonna collaborate.
We all gonna collaborate. Me and my homegirl and you. We're gonna spoon and fork. We're gonna spoon and fork.
Brainstorm session.
So what happened? I have cases where women will lure these guys under the pretense that they're gonna have, he's gonna have some opportunities, that presented to him, right? Mm-hmm. And so what happens? They get inside the room. They get inside the hotel room. This was a real case. The guy was flashing money at the club, the typical, and he thinks he's about to score 2 women. And as he's being entertained with one woman in the bathroom, the other woman is unlocking the door to the hotel room. Multiple men come in with guns. There's a shootout that takes place, right? An entanglement, absolutely. There's a shootout that takes place. And then one of the girls is hit. And then one of the suspects is hit. And so now I'm interviewing the girl at the hospital, and I'm saying, what happened? And she's telling me about her story. She's telling me about her life. She's telling me about how she got into the strip club, right? And these are the stories of women and men who have been victims of some type of poor childhood. So when we take it all the way back, say, hey, you have these little kids, these little Tyrones and little Johnny, little Tamika or whatever, and then you're seeing how their life was like and what their home was like. And then you see how the abuse from childhood has manifested into criminal behavior in adulthood. It's all connected.
And can I add something on that real quick, Nathan, too?
Mm-hmm.
Because I see this a lot within our community too. We got to stop. We have to hold our own families accountable because it starts with our families. We try to protect the images of family members who we love when we know that they've done things to these children that's not okay. So we can't just ignore these things. We have to call it out even within our own families. Even if we get looked down upon for bringing it up, it still has to be brought up and brought forth to the table like, hey, this is wrong. We ain't putting this on the hush hush.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And let me say this, so that's what Ayanla meant when she sat down and they asked her, would you go and try to help R. Kelly? And she said, absolutely. She said, matter of fact, a week before he was arrested, me and him was going to do a whole show together. I was going to sit down with him, which I wish that could have happened. That would have blown her ratings through the roof.
What show was that, Joe?
Ayanla, Fix My Life. And she said a week prior to them arresting him, she had a show lined up for him and her to sit down together. And she said, I'm going to say something that's not sexy. She said, children. She said, when something traumatic, she said, nobody knows that Robert, she don't call him Art, she calls him Robert. Nobody knows that Robert was sexually assaulted by his aunt and his uncle when he was 8 years old, 9 years old, and 10 years old. She said, nobody talks about that. She said, whenever a child is molested, the age that their innocence is taken away from them, she said, that's where they stay in their minds until they get the necessary help.
Yes.
And she said, so everybody out here bashing R. Kelly for desiring something, but she said, y'all see a man. She said, but I see the 10-year-old boy that's still trapped in there looking for a 10-year-old girlfriend.
Yes. And he has a book out about that. It's so deep. He has a book, and in this book, he details, he talks about him being sexually assaulted and how the shame of having it happen, but the desire that he wanted it again. It's just like it sparked off something that he shouldn't have had experienced, but he didn't go into what he did with other kids, but that was very telling to me. This was years ago when he wrote this book.
Right. And even when he admitted that he fell in love with his own mom.
Yes.
You see? Yeah. He said she used to drink her coffee and he used to go kiss her where her lipstick was. He used to go and kiss where her lips were on the cup. So Ayanla said that, and a lot of people drug her for it, but she said, I've been doing this for years. And she said, R. Kelly has a little tip. She said, everybody loves his talent, but nobody wants to face his demons. And she said, that 10-year-old boy in there is looking for a 10-year-old girl. She said, R. Kelly didn't have the opportunity to be pure and go to the spring dance, the winter dance, the prom, right? She said, R. Kelly was made up to be a man at 10 years old, 8 years old, when he was being molested. And so she said, so did anybody give him help? She said, R. Kelly does not deserve to be in a jail. R. Kelly deserves to be in somebody's psychiatric clinic trying to get his mind together. She said jail is not going to help him. But I mean, carry on. I mean, what do you guys think?
Well, Yellow said something. What's going on, Yellow? In the chat, the Jim Jones thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Which, it was sick too. He said he learned how to kiss, French kiss by his mother.
Mama.
What kind of foolishness? But this is the thing, and I've never heard of it till recently, maybe the past year. Was it like son husbands?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, don't get me started.
Yeah, Black man talking about that.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
I rebuke.
Right, I didn't hear about that till I got over here, and I was like, "What?" But yeah,
son husbands.
And maybe not in the physical sense, but I remember I was at 8 years old. This before they had the laws. 8 years old, I had to go home by myself. I had to stay in the house by myself, get stuff done. I had to go do things that an 8-year-old boy shouldn't have been doing because I was the man of the house in everybody's mind. So that stunts a boy's development. That just stunts a lot of things.
Right.
But
now let me ask you guys
add in the
this.
sexual component, that's just out of this world.
Out of this world.
Y'all have to talk to me about that part because I can.
Okay, I got you. Watch this. So let me go with the son husbands. Son husbands is defined as women, single moms that treat their sons like they're their husbands. And that means even if the son is at age where he can take out trash, he can cook for himself, she cooks for him, she serves him, she bathes him. In some cases, she even bathed him. There are some women that bathe their sons and they're still 13, 14 years old and they put them in the tub and bathe them, right?
And Norman Bates type of stuff.
A perfect example of this, which should also be sexual assault against a child or some type of law against it, was Just Hilarious. Had her 8-year-old son at a photo shoot and she was butt naked and had that baby sitting between her legs and he was 8 years old. Now imagine if that was Tyrese and his daughter and he butt naked and his daughter sitting between his legs. What would they have said?
Right.
What more do you want from me?
Right.
You know what it's called. There's a psychology term for it called the Oedipus complex.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, if you're not familiar with it, look it up. I don't know how to spell it. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Who was it? Was it Icarus?
Oedipus. I think it begins with the O. I know that for sure when I was studying it.
It was a guy. It was Icarus. Go ahead.
Criminal psychology. I have to look it up again, but it talks about that this unhealthy relationship that a mother has with her male son. I've seen it. I've seen a lot of it.
Wow.
I had a case, and this is what makes it so dangerous. I had a case one time. I was working. I did special ops with the police department, so we would do a lot of cases with the federal government, where we work with like the federal agencies and stuff like that. We had a case one time. We're doing a sting operation on a, I guess you'd call it a prostitution home, right? But it was escorts. It was the mother. The mother was running it. She was running the operation in a nice, I would say upper middle class, Black community. You would walk outside, you would never imagine that this was going on. Oh, there we go. We got a spelling bee champ in the
right.
Thank
There
you
you
so
go.
much, because I was thinking how to spell it. That's right.
It's a Freud. Sigmund Freud.
And so they were running a like an escort service out of their home. This was a black woman. She had a black son. The son was 17 years old. No, correction, he was 18 years old. He was a senior in high school. What was she having him do? She had him recruit girls from middle school and high school. Middle school and high school. And so what was he doing? Hey, I'll give you a little money if you do this little activity at my house. What did we end up finding out? We ended up arresting almost 20 plus people. Doctors. These are Johns. We're talking doctors. We're talking lawyers, teachers, principals. There was a pastor that we arrested that same day. He was in the house. You know, this whole thing with your these guys like these, what do you call, what's that guy's name? The one that that just got arrested. Well, he killed himself over this.
The guy who died in jail?
Epstein. That's
Epstein.
right. Epstein. This stuff exists in all communities, Asian, Hispanic. We know the Asians do it, right? So this sex trafficking thing is a big deal, you guys, and it happens right in our back door, our backyard, I should say. And so the mom was actually using her son to recruit young girls, sex trafficking young girls, and they were doing it. But where were these girls coming from? These were runaways. A lot of them are runaway juveniles. So then you go back and you interview these girls and you see what type of home they come out of. There's no father present. The mother is working multiple jobs. She's not home, right? This is what's going on. These are girls, little girls who can't be controlled. A lot of these mothers can't control their children.
Right.
There's no discipline in the house, and there's no shot to the mothers. This just speaks to a big dysfunction that's in our community, right? What is the problem with the Black community? The culture. The culture, right? I said this before.
You're right.
On the stream. The culture is so broken, you guys. There's no rules. There's no structure. Nobody's following any type of rules. Everybody's just doing what we want to do. Hey there, Black.
Facts.
You know? So when we have the biggest problem, I tell people this all the time. The biggest problem is we have, listen, a tree with no roots is easily pushed over. This is the Black community. No roots. No roots. A massive tree with no roots is easily pushed over, you guys.
No foundation.
No foundation. This is the Black community.
And we also, I have a saying that I say money is the transportation, not the destination. So many of us think money is the destination. We don't have anything. We get the money and we feel that's it. You get money to get to a place in life. You get money so you can help. Harry Belafonte, these guys, Dick Gregory, they got money so they could help the civil rights movement, to bail all of these Black people out of jail. We're getting money now to separate ourselves, to say, hey, I'm better. Yes. And that's our only thing, get the bag. So the culture is broken, and also where our strength lies, which is in the next generation, we have lost respect. That's why, Black man, Unfiltered, your mom, that generation, I love them to death. That's my grandmother's generation. I ain't never seen nothing like that again, and I pray that my kids can reduplicate that, because that's what our community is missing.
And let me say this, you know, there's a I know you've probably seen a lot of this, Nathan, as well, where the children are sexually assaulting the parents. Now there's a movie that I watched just recently.
What?
Yeah, there's a movie. If anybody in the chat knows what it is, please put it in the chat, because I can't think of the name of it right now. There's a movie where this little boy, he was probably 8 years old, 9 years old, getting right into puberty, and his dad came in the room and caught him.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. Oh my God!
His daddy caught him.
With the Joneses.
Yeah, there it is. His daddy caught him playing with himself, basically, right, masturbating. And so his dad was like, "Oh, that's a natural thing. Don't worry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come in on you." So he was like, he saw the little boy. He walked out. He said, "Oh, my son's growing up." He walked out. When his dad walked out, he was masturbating to a picture of his daddy.
Him, his father.
Yeah, I did see that. I did see that.
It doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there.
Yeah, it doesn't stop there.
As time lapse, he gets older.
Yes, he gets older on his wedding day. He pulls his dad is much older and weaker now. He pulls his daddy into a room. Bam, come here, and he gives his daddy head.
At the wedding.
At his wedding.
Yeah, that was like some sort of a fan film, like an indie film. I think.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I remember when
God.
it came out. I remember when it came out. It was popular.
Shower when he was in the tub.
Yeah. And you know what? One scene when he was sexually assaulting his dad, and the mom was in the room listening, and she turned the TV up so she couldn't hear it. And he was in there just screaming, and his son, grown man, in there just pounding him out. I'm like, oh my God.
It was tough.
And then he couldn't take it no more. So what he do? He deleted himself.
Yep. He deleted himself. Yep.
You know,
ran straight to the road, the car, boom.
People think that stuff is just exaggerated, man, but that stuff happens, you guys. That stuff happens. It's a sick world out here. God forbid, right? If you guys actually knew all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes. You know, I had a situation. I was investigating a fraud crime and got my first experience into the dark web, you know, into the black market. A nice little hint. I'm talking surface level. And it's troubling, you guys. You know, there's a lot of sick people out here. I've heard, I have friends who work in the feds. They tell me little cases that they've worked. You know, you have like cults and stuff. They have women that just have kids that they can sacrifice, right? Or they take these children that they use, they raise them just to sell their organs. You guys, there's people out here, man, everything is about $1. I tell you that all the time. This country is all about money. That's what it's always been about. There's nothing personal to them.
It's a corporation.
Man, it is a big corporation. And guess who bring the biggest dollars in? Dead or alive? Black people.
You know what? I wasn't going to say this, bro. I wasn't going to say this. But man, I went to school with this girl and she was so fine. Oh my God. And everybody wanted her or whatever. And it was like, man, you know, one of the guys that eventually had, cause she was standoffish. She can't touch me and nobody having sex with me. So she's one of those. And so one of the guys got in close with her and had sex. And he was like, dude, she ain't no virgin, bro. Not having sex like that. So he come back and said she told him in confidence, hey, listen, the reason I didn't have sex with you because I didn't want to cheat on my real man, my real boo or whatever. He was like, your real? He said, who you talk to? Why you ain't tell nobody? She was like, no, it's more personal than that. She said, it's my dad. She said, I'm in love with my daddy. And she said, me and my daddy been having sex since I was 16. He took my virginity at 16.
Oh my God.
This is something from Steve Wilkos, remember?
Man, and dude, he looked at her different. He said, and he said he regret what he told her. He said, dude, I can't mess with you. There's something wrong. But I think that she started to love him because she didn't know anything else. So basically, she started to love him based on the fact that she felt he made her feel a certain type of way. It's kind of free. It's crazy. It's freaky to me or something. I don't know. I can't even explain it.
Manipulation that the father does when he does that. So he might do that to her, sexually assault, and then takes her to go buy anything she wants. Then he goes to do that again, and he takes her and buys anything she wants. So all of a sudden she starts to equate that. Even though it's just weird, man. It's a lot of stuff. It's tough.
It is, you guys, there's so much, you guys. I mean, I could tell you stories for days. I mean, the problem is, children need to be protected.
Yeah.
Children can't choose their parents. They can't choose their home, their household. You'd be surprised how many damage, you'd be surprised. What do you say on the phone with my therapist after hearing all this?
Yes.
Shout out to the lady who left. I mean, I really wanted to ask her a question, you guys. The next time you speak to her, ask her, what is it really like dealing with our community? What is it really like? It's not what you guys think. That's why when I hear them talk about all these, hey, this is what we want to do for defund the police. We need to put money in here, money in there, money in there. And I said, listen, those people aren't great at their job either. So yeah, the police don't want to do any of that stuff because we're not qualified to do it. And you let those people do it, and you're really going to see what's going to happen is people are going to say, oh man, now I got to really do my job because the police aren't doing it. There's no one else to take off the slack. Who's going to get up at 4:00 in the morning to go down to this house to deal with these problems.
Right.
These people are asleep. The police are up 24/7. Now you got to pay these people, and people are going to demand results. Police should not be responding to people's homes trying to fix their problems.
Right.
Because we can't. You guys, when I show up in somebody's home on a domestic violence, I can't fix 7 years of toxic relationship. I can't. I'm looking for a crime and you're going to jail. That's it. That's the extent of my job. And we call in a specialist. We call in a counselor to come in and actually say, hey, let's figure this thing out. What's going on? How can we fix this problem? There's kids in here. I'm not concerned about the children. I'm concerned about the knife that this man put in this woman. I'm concerned about the bullet that this woman put in this man. That's what I'm concerned about. I can't do anything with the children.
And before this defund the police, if that's what, let's defund Nike. Let's defund Apple. That's where our money's going. So we can do that. We can have more money to get better police and get better community workshops. All of these things can play a part. But don't just look for the easy way out. That's something that's going to get you votes. That ain't going to get you change.
Let me ask you this. Here's the problem, right? Here's the big problem. Because, see, I deal with people all the time who call me an Uncle Tom, call me a sellout. I have people call me a slave catcher. I work in the Black community, right?
Right.
I'm here responding to calls that you called me on.
Right.
Do you feel me? Here's the problem. Here's the issue. Here's the big issue. This is the problem that always gets me. Hey, the white man is keeping me down. Hey, the white man is this. The white man, white supremacy. I can't get my life together because white people are trying to keep me from being successful. But then we turn around and we say, oh, you know, I can't stand white people. I hate them. They're evil. They're wicked. Listen, we say all these things about white people, and then we turn around and beg them to fix our problems.
Man.
Listen, if they're the problem, if they're the problem, and we turn around and allow them to teach our children.
You're right.
Make it make sense. We don't even go to our own colleges, you guys. We don't go to our own colleges.
You're right.
We have college. We have banks. We don't use our banks, right? So we have everything we need. We're not using them. You know, I would almost say that we're a little bit addicted to the idea of white supremacy.
Or being like them. We want to be them.
Don't hurt them.
Listen,
being ourselves.
Listen, because this stream is going to be this stream is done. It's going to be taken down. We might as well just go all the way in.
Right.
Here's the reality, you guys. God forbid if they ever give Black people reparations. God forbid.
We saw a little example of that with these stimulus
checks.
Where we at in Atlanta? These clowns are standing around. They're at the mall waiting for Jordans to come out. Why did Jordan release tennis shoes during a pandemic?
Right.
He knows the ignorance of our community. Why would he do that?
And where they going? If you guys have never watched it, please go and watch How to Sell to the Negro.
Yes.
How to Sell to Negro.
Oh my God, bro, it's scary. Oh,
and it's still relevant to this day.
It is.
If they ever give Black people reparations, we're done, you guys. We're done. You know why? Because then there's no more excuse. You can't, and the truth is going to be shown that it has nothing to do with reparations. I say give Black people what they want. Give it to them. Give them millions of dollars. Give it away. Why? Because at some point in time, we have to come to the realization that this is on us, you guys.
Type on YouTube.
The problems in our community are self-inflicted. We can't stay in someone's house, right? You can't stay in your mom's house and you're 50, 60 years old and you're complaining about the rules.
Thanks.
Right?
You're
this isn't your house. You didn't win the war. You were sold by people from West Africa. You were sold over here, you guys. Right? Our beef is not with white people. Our beef is with the continent. Listen, come on, man. You guys listen. They don't want to have this talk. Africa should be coming over here helping us out. Send a boat. The same way you got here is the same way you get out, on a boat.
What is wrong with Jedi?
Jedi is hilarious, man.
And to your point, we ain't got to go nowhere. I ain't going nowhere.
Back to the boat.
My people's blood is in this land who did that work. So Our problem is we're not willing to fight to get what we deserve here, period. And like you said, the problem is nobody else outside of us. We do the work and the things are going to come. How could my grandma who had a 3rd grade education and 7 kids and 20 grandkids and 14 great grands leave us all some money in our will?
Right.
But we got people out here making $60,000, $70,000 and have a net worth of $5. You know, a median net worth of $5.
Make it make sense, right?
Make
it make sense. But when you watch Kevin Samuels, what do you hear? You hear our women who are completely delusional, right? You hear our men, right? What do we see on YouTube? We have OnlyFans. You have men who are out here putting their seed in the trash can. I mean, make it make sense. Why are these things popular? Is that person asleep?
He's at the trash, ladies and gentlemen.
I love it.
Because it pisses me off, because we're complaining about stuff that we, in all reality, we're doing this to ourselves. What did the gentleman just say? He said, listen, our people fought and drew blood here. I 100% agree with you. But here's the problem. Here's the problem, right? I always say this, and I say this with all respect, you guys. We had 3 great M's in this country. 3 great M's, right? Martin in all his infinite wisdom. What did he say? Martin said, listen, you guys, we got to get along. We absolutely have to get along. We can do this. We can make it work. But then the second M, what did Malcolm say? Malcolm said, listen, we can't get along, you guys. We can't. We need to be separate but equal. Listen, mind your business. Leave me alone. We can protect ourselves. We need to have our own shit, you guys. That's what Malcolm said. Right? We listen to the wrong M. Let's just be real.
Mandela.
Right? Now you say Mandela. No, I have to push back on that. Who's the last
Marcus
M? The great. There you go. Okay. Marcus.
Jamaican.
That's right. Yeah, right. Yeah, man. That's a yachty, right?
I respect the Jamaicans. Yeah.
What did Marcus say? Marcus was very clear. He said, listen, you guys, listen, Martin, I hear what you're saying. I respect what you're saying. Malcolm, I feel you, bro, but you're a little behind. What did Marcus know that everybody else wasn't paying attention to? He said, listen, I hear what you're saying, get along. Then you're saying we can't get along. Marcus said, we got to get the hell on. Marcus saw something that they didn't see. What did he see? He understood what was going on, you guys. That's the problem. So my brother is saying, listen, we need to stay and fight for it. Listen, you're 13%. What are you fighting for? What can you fight for? People
the same thing the 5% are fighting for in South Africa. The white 5% are fighting for in South Africa.
The fact that happened is complete ludicrous, to be completely honest. I don't even want to talk about that.
Yeah. Okay, but I get you.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you have that? Listen, if white people go to Africa, are they complaining about black supremacy?
Now they are.
Oh.
But I get your point, though.
But the fact that there was even an apartheid to begin with is ridiculous.
You're right.
Wow.
How disrespectful is that?
You're right. I agree with you totally.
Shame on the continent for that.
No, I think this
brother got the struggle internet.
Nathan, I want to ask you a question real quick though.
Go.
He's in Germany.
Nathan?
Oh, he's in Germany?
What the funk's in Germany.
Oh, okay.
We pattern ourselves.
He's usually better.
Everywhere now.
Hey, type what you want to say in the private. No, I didn't hear him.
Can I ask you a question though? I just want to know, like, this is a great topic that we had initially about toxic situations. Like, what advice would you give to men and women both that are dealing with toxic situations?
You talking about
verbal abuse? Yeah, verbal abuse, like men that are being verbally abusive or physically abusive to their women, or vice versa.
It's too late in the morning for this.
Okay, so the problem with toxic relationships is it's a choice, you know, and a lot of times we allow ourselves to be saturated in it because of what we've experienced and what we were taught as children, right? What do we see? What's the reflection? What do we see? What do we see our parents do? You know, a lot of these things are doing, it's subconsciously taught. We don't realize it. Everybody I've known to be in a toxic relationship, they've learned it from somewhere, someplace. There was something about it that looks familiar to them, right? So the question is, what's the solution behind that? What is the biggest problem with the Black community? There's no really defined culture. There's no rules. There's no structure, right? And so because there's no rules, no structure, who do you hold accountable, right? Who taught that man to disrespect his woman? Who taught that woman to be promiscuous and disrespectful to her body, to herself, to her man, to her children? Who's teaching this? Where's this coming from? When you can make a song called WAP and the woman becomes Woman of the Year behind that music.
Oh, come on. Hold on now. You know, the women, because when I said something about WAP ban, I put that on the internet, I put that on Facebook, and I said WAP is trash. Boy, these women came for me. Oh, the women, women are sexually liberated. They can do what they want to do. And what's wrong with the WAP? Remember that, Caitlin?
See, nothing.
No, but you remember I pushed back on that too. But you ain't gonna say that though.
Okay, go ahead.
You stay on, be accountable.
Well, you know, the problem is there's nothing wrong with the WAP. The WAP is beautiful. It's a blessing, right?
The song is.
We all love, all the men love WAP. The WAP is a beautiful thing. No, I'm not mad at the WAP. I'm mad and disappointed at people who can't separate entertainment from reality.
Man.
That's the problem, you guys. Listen, there's other cultures who listen to our music, who watch our entertainment. But see, there's something about the Black community that likes to hang on. We'd like to become what we see on television. We like to become what we hear in music. This is the problem.
And it's only gonna get worse with the metaverse. The fake reality is more than the real reality.
I mean,
it's worth more.
But the thing about it is, like back in the day when I was growing up, we had like NWA. These things, NWA they had the worst album, just the cursing and all this. But when they came out with a single, it was Express Yourself, no cursing on it. We're releasing WAP as the first single to our children and on YouTube where anybody can experience it.
Thanks.
It's like, I don't, like you said, there's nothing wrong with the song. I don't care. I don't listen to it. But let's prevent it from getting to our children. We should know that goes back to what I'm saying. I see people riding around in the car with their kids saying, "Then shoot the ops and suck my this and that." It's like your kids in the back and bouncing with you.
Right. And you know what? You want to go see a messed up YouTube video? Find the YouTube video of the little girl singing WAP. She probably 5 or 6. And her mom was like, "And what's the next?" And she said, and say it again. She said, and she don't want what? She said, "I want you to touch that little thing at the back of my throat." I'm like, oh no. Wow. How old is she? 5 or 6?
The devil's a liar.
That has to be classified as abuse.
Man, come on, bro. Come on.
You know what, New Growth, you touched on something that's very interesting. Listen, that's actually a great point. Why is that? Listen, the music we put out is abusive.
Yep.
The shows and the movies we put out are abusive. Look what that stuff
Hustle
is
and flow,
doing to
ladies
our
and
kids.
gentlemen.
Man, you know what's interesting is, because I have to deal with this stuff on the streets all the time, you guys.
I know you do.
What do I see? I see a lot of young Black men trying to emulate drug dealers.
Yes.
They want to be drug dealers. And then you have the kids who are nerds and smart and intelligent. They get no respect in our community.
Made fun of.
They get disrespected. Yeah. What do our women want in our community? Our women want these thugs. They want these guys who live these lifestyles like drug dealers. That's what we glorify. We're the only race of people who glorify ignorance. You know, we're on a stream that Courtney did not too long ago. It was an amazing conversation. As you guys know, Courtney has a beautiful way of just unveiling these truths, right? Exposing the lies and unveiling truth. You know, she had everybody talking about the truth. We're just talking about how these things really just deteriorate our community, you guys. No one
let me ask y'all one thing, because I've been getting a lot of flack from my family, but I don't allow my girls to wear tights unless they're going to the gym, tumbling class, tennis lessons. tights are not everyday apparel.
Absolutely.
Because I'm seeing my 10-year-old is getting bigger now, and I feel like everybody's working out. It's like, is that a bad thing? Is that a father thing? Am I tripping? Or
No.
No.
No,
Hell no.
sir. No,
Hell
sir.
Heck
no.
No,
no.
because the
sir.
women are getting bigger
No,
Hell
too.
sir.
no.
The problem is people feel comfortable letting their kids walk out here looking
Right.
crazy. Look what Monique said that day. She said, "Hey sisters, can you please at the airport? You guys go to Atlanta airport. It's a hot ass mess."
Yes.
You know, and listen, the brothers are doing it too, right? But we're talking about the sisters. What were the sisters doing? The
Now you can
bonnet.
get on them for the skinny
Stop
jeans.
wearing
You
those
can get on them
furry
for the
ass
skinny
the
slippers
skinny
and tight ass
jeans
thing to the
And
pyramid.
the
we ain't
pants
doing
hanging.
yeah. The
And
skinny jeans are out of order.
the skinny jeans are, listen, it's all out of order. What are we talking about? We're talking about black image. What does it mean to be black? What does it mean to look like? There's no
Yes.
pride in how we carry ourselves anymore.
Well, I would say this: the black image is the entertainers or the gestures of the world. We've had this conversation so many times. People keep talking about Hollywood and imitate us. No, they don't. We are the entertainment of the world. Period. And that's that.
But they abuse our imitation at the same time. Because at one point in time, we had Josephine Baker. We had Dick Gregory. We had these guys that were changing the world. We had Miles Davis. These were the greatest innovative entertainment minds of the time.
Correct.
But they understood, just like with athletes, we had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Jim Brown, who were fighting Muhammad Ali. But they said, okay, we can feed them the money and we can control them then. So you're right. We're jokes now, but it hasn't always been that way. And maybe I'm a optimist, but I'm still hoping we can get back to that point. Maybe it never happened.
No,
But
I have to respectfully disagree. If you want to be change the world innovators and things like that, that only comes through building major corporations, building companies and being competitive. Period. If you want, if you want to be, game changers and to get the respect, to get the power and stuff like that, that comes through corporations. And a prime example of this, South Korea in 1979, something like that, their economy was less than Kenya in East Africa. Then after their economic reform, they came the top 4 economic superpowers in Asia. Now people respect them. They got cars, they got electronics like LG, IKEA company with cars and stuff like that. Now they get their respect.
right. But we
Right?
have black, like you said, we're
You're
only
not
13%.
you're not going to get respect until you're able to be competitive.
We
And that
have
is not
Oprah. We have
entertainment.
Oprah who built billions of dollars. We have Kanye West
Oprah
now.
is not
We
on the
have Dr.
level of
Dre.
LG
We
or
have a lot of
Samsung.
these people have taken what they did, what we have done for centuries, and they have parlayed it into other arenas. Nike was bankrupt, on the verge of bankruptcy before Michael Jordan joined the team. So we have to understand
Check this out.
we're not going to be the same way as everybody else. But I hear what you're saying. That's the prototypical way of doing it. But it's also other ways. I'm not saying you're
So
talking about compete or
check this out,
overcome.
right? Remember Black Planet for all the older folks? Remember the Black Planet?
Yes.
Black Planet came out before Facebook. Matter of fact, Facebook is based upon Black Planet. We had the first shot to be the Mark Zuckerbergs. We had, but what happened? Sold it off.
So did MySpace.
MySpace, yeah, same. But MySpace, was that black owned?
No, that I'm saying. But you're giving an analogy like blacks were the only to fail. MySpace was the front runner. They had everything.
Right, but the point is, if we want to talk about how to eradicate supremacy, if you want to talk about how to get the community in line, you have to achieve something. You have to build in structures where when they graduate from high school and college, they can go to a place where the boss looks like them.
Fact.
Right? They can go to a place where 70% of the population is black, because an Asian kid can go to Silicon Valley right now and 70% of whatever that app of that startup, everybody looking like him.
Right.
Whites, it's been that way since the beginning of this country, so we'll need to adjust that. Jews the same, right?
Right.
But that's part of the reason why we're having these kind of problems, because one, the community is in shambles because nobody wants to take direction. People at the bottom looking at people at the top like, what do you got? People at the top are like, well, I can come and help you out, but you just push back and consent on every single thing, right? So there's a disconnect there because the bottom looking like you guys haven't achieved anything, and the top is like, well, we have achieved something. Let me put you on game, right? So, and the thing about it is, according to the bottom, the top haven't done enough because there's no black-owned cars, there's no black-owned electronics. There's 45 different banks, but everybody thinks the white man ice is colder. You see what I'm saying? Right? Because all we keep talking about is our entertainment and our music, right? That's all we keep going back to when it's more than that. It's about pioneer industry, right? Building titans like Carnegie Mellon, J.D. Rockefeller, right? You got to do that to get people on board because at the end of the day, everybody practice white supremacy. And I'll close with that.
I like that. I like that closure, but I got to push back on some of that. I think what you're saying is, I hear what you're saying, but it's not accurate. And I think there's a couple things. When you brought up the example with the Koreans, one thing you have to remember is that that's a different culture. They look at themselves as one people. Black people, we look at ourselves as individuals. If we cannot get on the same accord, listen, why is this channel, even this channel right now that we're on, and channels similar to it, channels like Kevin Samuels, why is it so unpopular? Why is it so popular? What's the number one talk of the town in the Black community? Relationships. Gender. The gender battle between Black men and Black women. How is this even a problem? What do we know? We know we need each other to create life. We know we need one another to build families, to build homes. Why is this even a discussion? We have more important things to worry about in our communities. We can't even get this part right. We can't get this part right. And you want to build corporations? No, sir. Look what Jay-Z did. Jay-Z built Tidal from the ground up and he sold it to Twitter. The problem is we love money in our community. We love money more than we love each other. If you're not willing to delay satisfaction, gratification, you guys, we're done. I had a conversation on Lapeef's network. I was talking with JB and a couple other gentlemen. My man's right here. And then Jedi, what is it? Jedi Mind Trick? What's his name? I can't see his name.
Jedi Mind.
That's right. I'm gonna call him Jedi Jackson in a minute.
That's what I thought it was, Jedi Mind Trick too.
Jedi Mike, Jedi Jackson. What's the problem? I gave a solution to the problem.
Yes, you did.
And I said, listen, the problem is women control the access to sex. Women have to shut it down. Men are so simple-minded. We're gonna just follow suit, you guys. We're just that simple. We're so simple. We're kind of stupid to a fault. If women can control it, women have the power because women change the dynamics of relationships in the Black community. So now, if you fix that piece, because what we have a problem in our community that needs to be addressed. And I had people on the channel who were pushing back and saying that it's not realistic. No. It's not that it's not realistic.
That's what they told me too.
Listen, the problem is you lack the imagination. You lack the imagination. Guess what? I believe in the civil rights movement, there were people who thought it was impossible.
Yes.
We would always be segregated. You guys, if you don't have the imagination to do great things, then you will fail. You will fail. So the reality is, don't tell me what we can't do. Figure it out. If I say this is the only way it needs to be done, then your job is to tell me how it gets done. Don't tell me that it's impossible.
So Nathan, so let's go back because the same thing you just said. I preached the same sermon, but the crowd coming at me with pitchforks, and because I said the same thing about Black women control the access to sex, and when I say that, no, it's the men that need to take responsibility. No, that's not how that works. Because even a lot of Black women are stepping up saying, I go back to Iyanla Vanzant again. She said in the interview, she said, I no longer can do my show because I'm an elder and Black women don't listen to me no more.
Correct.
And she said, I'm trying to help them. They don't want the help anymore. She said, I can't do the show. She said, Black women, I'll say this in my parting ways of our show. She said black women need to open their hearts and close their legs. She said we're the most undesirable woman on the planet because of our sexual behavior.
And let me tell you
So
something.
I have to push back a little bit, but let me just say this: this whole gender war is nothing new. I mean, this has been going on since Black people have been in America. We had this since Reconstruction. We had this during Jim Crow, because after Jim Crow, everybody just split and left. This gender war of black and black women and black men has been going on forever. This is nothing new. This is nothing new.
Would you say to the same extreme though?
What?
Would you say to the same extreme?
No, well, it's more extreme now because you're more free to move around, right? You're
Right,
not
right.
you wasn't as free as in Jim Crow era, right?
Okay.
But the problem is, like, Daddy had a secret family down south. People couldn't get divorces, but they were living separately, right? I forgot, there's a term they call for it, right? Just like living separate and things like that. This has been going on forever. This is nothing new, right? So to sit here and say, well, we got to kind of get black women on page and things like that. There's a great book called The Myth of White Womanhood, and it talks about that. It talks about how black women as a collective operate and move in this country. And so you guys should check it out if you can. It's called The Myth of White Womanhood. So this is nothing
Drop it
new.
in the
Okay, sure. We also look at I will
Cite your
definitely do that.
sources.
We also look at the Moynihan report where the government was like, okay, we're going to try to tie the black family back together. So when they start to give black men jobs and things like that, black women were no longer cooperative. The Moynihan report, and this is back in the 60s. So this is nothing new. So the point of what I'm saying is, now you have to build, right? Black men have to build, because you got to understand, we as black men are on the island. We don't really have friends like that. All we got is other black men. And of course, you're not going to have everybody on one accord, but you got to get enough of us on one accord to start doing things and building things for our own, especially for our children.
All right,
their
pause,
future
pause,
can be better.
pause. I
Right?
gotta
Their
pause you.
future can be better.
Let me pause you for a second, because in this moment you're on the right train, but you're on the wrong track, right? And let me explain to you why I say that. Because again, we need to go to the source of the problem. The history doesn't matter, because black people know how to live together. We've done it before. This isn't nothing new. You guys, we're not just out of slavery out here running around dysfunctional. We had our shit together.
Facts.
So this isn't impossible. I don't care what some men were doing in their home or what some women were doing in their home. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how to rebuild the family structure that's missing out of our communities, right? We're talking about building back a community that's been broken, that's devastated, right? That's what we're talking about. What is the issue? The issue is we have men that just they throw the seed around, right? There's no sexual discipline amongst our men. There's no sexual discipline amongst our women. This is vital. This is vital. What are we talking about with this gender war? The issue is the women think the men are the problem. The men think that the women are the problem. You guys, they're missing the big picture. The problem is our culture is broken. Men don't know how to be husbands. Men don't know how to respect their women. Women don't know how to be wives. Women don't respect their bodies. Listen, women are the closest thing to God. They create life. People got mad when I said that. What is the problem with saying that? Women have reproductive organs. Their job is to create life, and they abuse it. You have men who throw the seed around as if it was water.
So what is your response? Oh, go ahead.
So first of all, women don't create life. Men and women together create life.
We know that.
Let me finish. Please allow me to finish. Secondly, black men and black women have lived together because they were forced to live together during slavery, Reconstruction, and Jim Crow. When you look at the numbers after Jim Crow, you see the black family start to split. You see the marriage rates drop down extreme. And it's all in reports. It's all in reports, and I will put it in there after this. So
Let me ask you, were we doing better? We're doing better with families than we are doing without families. If you could just answer that question for me.
Were we doing we're doing better because there was more marriage?
Were we doing better? Were we doing better with family?
Yes.
Were we do? Yes,
yeah,
right?
I'm saying yes. You were doing
Okay,
better.
so that is so. Again, I don't care what the family structure look like. We're saying we need families together. You're telling me some stuff that's irrelevant. I'm saying,
no,
what
I'm
do we
not
need
telling
to
you.
do?
I'm not telling you irrelevancy.
No, what
I'm
you're
not.
saying, you're pushing back on something. We're talking about solutions. You're pushing
Right,
back
and I
on
am.
solutions. No,
No, because I'm giving you my solution, and you're not. You're saying
what I'm
my
saying
solution is wrong.
No,
and
I'm not. I'm saying when you're speaking, you're wasting time. We are talking about solutions. Add on to my solution. Add on to a solution. The solution is we need to fix families. You're talking about something that has nothing to do with fixing families.
Honestly,
Ain't signing. You're right too.
Because in order to fix families, you need to first focus on economics. Economics, then family. Because economics dictate relationships.
We never had.
And I'll give you a clear example of this. I'll give you a clear example of how. Can I give a clear example of how economics dictate relationships?
No, because your example is irrelevant, and I'm gonna tell you
No,
why
it's
it's
not,
irrelevant.
How is it irrelevant? Because when everybody was on a farm, you had extended families.
We're not talking about farms. We're talking about now.
Economic environments affects relationships and how
you can't have economics without families. You cannot build an economy, a black economy, without family.
Economy dictates family, not the other way around.
Listen,
no, we ain't.
Listen.
Again,
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying you're not accurate. You're not accurate.
It just comes after the family, I think.
No, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't, because history is on my side. When you look at how economics work, you see how family structure changed.
We never had it though.
I mean, I'm sorry.
I am.
Ain't saying.
I mean, okay,
right.
I'm absolutely right. I'm absolutely right.
That's fine.
Economics dictates family.
And if it was that simple, then no one would be talking about building black families.
Well, he didn't say it was that
How do you
simple.
educate?
He just
You can't educate a group of people about economics when there's no structure.
But if our women are saying they go after the man who got the money, if we're trained that way to pick somebody who can provide and protect us, which in a capitalist society is based on economics, it has to be the base.
Right. Marriage has always been a survival point. Marriage has always been a survival point throughout your generations. And when you look at how economics developed, you see how the family structure began to slowly change thereafter. When barter and trade was there, you see how the family lived in extended families. Then when the industrial age came in with manufacturing, then you see the ushering of the nuclear family. Now that you see the industry, now you see that automation is coming in. Now you're seeing the disbursement of individualism, right? Family structure, family planning is a direct correlation between the economic environment, because not only do you see this in America, you see this also in Europe, you see this in Africa, and you see it in Asia.
And who's going to build?
Both of y'all right? Y'all
right.
But you guys are arguing.
Right, both right.
No. We're not both right.
My solution is fix the if you want black families, if you want black men and black women together having families, the nuclear family, you first have to fix the economic environment of the black community. You do that, then everything else falls in line.
And so let me ask you this.
Disagree.
Let's let him leave him to his logic. Bless his heart. Leave him to his logic. Here's the thing. And I mean no disrespect, but we need to put logic behind this, because if there is no black community together, who's going to build the economy to create black families? You're missing the point.
Say that again now.
Who is going to build the economy for black people that you're referring to when there's no black family?
But you keep realizing that we are a part of the America. The economy is us. We can't separate ourselves sometimes. When we pay them taxes, we are part of this economy. So we play a big part in the economy already. Now, if you say you want a separate economy just for our community, that's one thing.
That's exactly what it has to be, you guys.
Okay.
Everybody has everyone. This is why we're failing. because we're a part of an economy that doesn't benefit us.
That's not for us, period.
It doesn't.
But we have more of a spending power in America than almost majority of African countries in the Caribbean.
And
we
how
have
long?
look where you are now. We earn a lot of money in America.
We do.
So
We do.
And
the proof is in the pudding. Everything you just said is 100% correct.
Right.
And here we are. This is why we're having the conversation. The black dollar stays in the community.
3 minutes, 2 minutes.
6
See,
hours.
but the black dollar is divided amongst the men and the women, right? And this was strategically done. Like he said, the paperwork is shown that it was strategically done.
It's
to
strategically
separate.
Right, so
a nation divided will fall. We can never develop.
So since my logic is unlogical or illogical, right? We still have these conversations. We had these same conversations in the 90s. We had these same conversations in the 80s. We had the same conversations in the 70s, right? This is the day-old thing. Booker T. Washington had the same conversation with W. Du Bois.
We're
right?
talking about today. We're talking about
Right.
2022.
But today
Bring
it's
us
cyclical.
right now to the conversation.
It's cyclical, bro. We had this conversation multiple
No,
times.
we didn't because you weren't alive. We're talking
But
about
why
right
is
now.
it repeating? Why is every generation having the same conversation again? Right? Because you got to focus on the economics. And you don't, and the thing about it is that you're understanding, okay, black-owned businesses sell to black people for black people. That is also incorrect. It just needs to be black people in the leadership position selling your goods, services to everyone in America.
Facts.
And giving opportunity to people who look like you, right? But your customer is everyone. Right, your customer is everyone, and slowly but surely, 2 generations down the road, then you have the economic environment to promote a nuclear family. This, I mean, any economist would agree with me. Any economist.
I mean, just basic logic. I mean, like you said, basic logic.
mean,
it is Chinese people don't sell Chinese food to them.
Go ahead, Courtney. Go ahead, Courtney.
Basic logic will tell you that 2 incomes is better than 1.
Yes.
We can't build an economy as far as a black economy if we don't have a black family. We can't do it individually. We're broke and we're more in poverty individually. When you divorce, women are more in poverty, obviously, when they're divorced than they are with their husbands. You need 2 to live in this world today. We're not living in the same world where houses 20, 30 years ago was 20K. Now it's 300, 400K. We can't live in this economy and talk about black wealth if we negate talking about black family first. It just doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't.
It does. That's not even what you guys are talking about. Is if you're really a part of this economy, you guys. The problem is we're 13% and we don't own anything. We don't own anything.
We don't own.
What do you mean about that?
What economy? What do we own? Please don't.
What do you mean? As individuals, as a community?
We're talking about a community. Not individual. Listen, you guys.
As a community. So tell me, what do the Asians own as a community? How much do they own as a community?
Listen, the Jewish and the Asian are the wealthiest people.
No, I'm asking you. Tell me how much do they own? Because at the end of the day, we all check American. So we're trying to build a country within a country, and that will never be logical.
That's what
we have to. We can't move like that. We're not a separate country where we can say, what do we own? We have to look at the statistics. Statistics show that less than 18% of black people live in poverty. But they give this narrative that all of us are broke and poor and ain't got nothing. No, the problem is that we all got Berkey bags and we all got Jordans on and we all got this, so we do not understand how to control our money. We have $150,000 in student loan debt, and if you get out of college, get a $60,000 car.
That's not the narrative.
That's not what
the
we're
narrative
talking
is
about.
not that black folks are just all in poverty. The narrative is that we're on the lowest totem pole when it comes to our salaries per year. The black woman and the black man, that's a fact. Who's the highest paid is Asian.
So we're lower than Mexicans?
Yes.
No, we're not. Fact check that. No, it's not true.
You know what Mexicans have? Togetherness in a
I'm
community.
sorry, Latinos. I'm sorry.
Whatever you want to call it, they're together.
Yeah.
They have money. They
And then
have
the
their
money
own
was
community.
irrelevant at that. Like the whole point was rooted in family, especially when you're talking about having these high incomes. You talk about economics, and guess what? Women think, "Oh, I don't need no man anything. 'Cause I have my own money." We're not thinking
Exactly.
together. So what's the point of your narrative from saying that? Oh, well, we have to focus on the economy when we don't think we don't need each other in the first place. You have two single people who have a high six-figure income who don't want each other.
New growth. Let me ask you a
You're
question.
right.
New growth. You know,
Yes, sir.
what you're saying again, and same thing with we ain't. What is that? We ain't signing.
We ain't
We ain't signing shit.
We ain't signing. Okay. I
Look,
love
man,
that. I love that.
I appreciate you, bro, but I mean,
Nah, we have an intellectual
passionate,
debate.
bro.
There's no disrespect, you guys
No,
here.
I don't know. I'm just saying unfortunately we just disagree. But
that's fine. That's
fine.
Hey, gentlemen, if you could allow me to chime in
Yes,
for
sir.
a second. I've been listening in attentively and letting you all cook. And the reality of it is you're putting an or where there should be an and. The reality of it is that both of you are actually correct, because we live in a capitalist society. That is the biggest umbrella that we live under. So if we're going to conquer a capitalist society, the answer is the root word, capital. Now, what you all are missing, and this is where the and comes in, is that with I'm sorry, I don't know his name, but the gentleman that's right next to me that's been arguing about the family, he's saying that that's the easiest way to get there. So why not do it the easiest way? We can do it your way, we ain't signing. We can do it your way, new growth, and your way is the correct way. But we have to incorporate your way, the tunnel that gets us there, the train that gets us there is the black family, because that's the easiest way. And
you're right.
Logically,
and I'm
you
saying
always take the like water, you always find the least resistance.
Path of least
Right.
Don't
resistance.
make this.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Don't
Let him
make
finish.
it harder than what it has to be. So you know that because the black family creates something that's called synergy. And if you understand synergy, you understand that 1 + 1 can actually be 3. And because you're right, we ain't signing a new growth, because technically speaking, black women don't have to get married. Black women can get rich off of Section 8 and food stamps and living that lifestyle if they invest that money properly. If they take that money and they'll go get their hair done and nails did and all of this and that, and they're buying Bitcoins and this and that, it can actually be done. But it's such a difficult way to do it that it doesn't make sense to do it that way. The best way to do it is family. The best way to do it is to come together and do it. If it makes more, you said it yourself in your own way, we ain't signing. If you're talking about corporations and industry, you're basically talking about networking. You're basically talking about coming together. That's all real Nathan was talking about. That's all Courtney was talking about. That's all Jen I was talking about.
Well,
that's why I said they both were kind of right.
To what you
They were
want to
both
get
right.
to is networking and coming together.
Well, I want to make something extremely clear. I mean, we got our points that we're dug
Chicago,
into our
check your
points.
DMs.
But I wanna make something extremely clear. What I'm saying is this: in order to get the black family, economics have to work. Without the economics, you cannot get to the black family. That is what I'm saying. So when you're telling me it's easier to do it, to get the black family together first, what I am explicitly saying here, right now, if the economics of the community is not correct, you will never have a black family. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying the easiest thing to do is to fix the economy to get there. So I mean, but you guys can say I'm not right, whatever. But the data is on my side.
You're not wrong.
No,
on my side.
So based off your logic,
I'm gonna let it be there because I'm not trying to change.
So
if you guys
based
say
off
I'm
your
wrong,
logic,
now
you're
please let me
saying that
finish.
we should
Please let
just
me
say,
finish. Please let me finish. If you guys are wrong, then fine. I can accept that. I could be wrong here. But I just want to make sure that I'm explicitly saying to you that my solution, because you're saying I'm not offering solutions, my solution is to get to a cohesive Black family structure, you need economics. Now, if you disagree, I respect your disagreement.
all right, now I do disagree. And once again, I disagree because you're changing the goalposts. No one's
have never
arguing
changed
that.
the goalposts.
Once again, you just said you was finished, so shut up. God
You
damn.
shut up. Don't tell me to shut up. Go fuck
I just
yourself.
told you to
Chill
shut
out,
up,
brothers.
motherfucker.
Chill
Then
out.
you shut the
up.
fuck up. How about that? You shut the fuck up.
I've been listening to
chill
you
out,
for
man.
hours, man.
Nah, man, you
Whoa.
keep
Whoa.
coming at me
Hold
fucking
on.
sideways.
Hold
Chill out,
on.
Keep
bro.
coming
Get
at me
off
fucking
sympathy.
sideways, bro. And the first time I let that shit slide, but the second time I ain't gonna say that. So you cry. Go cry like a little bitch.
Respect, Black man. We having great conversation here.
Hey, come on, man.
We
Come
got
on, man.
women in the room, man. Come on, man.
No.
Come on, man.
No.
Poor baby.
Go ahead.
That's right.
Whine.
Shut up.
You shut up.
Like I was saying.
Like a little petulant child.
There
Fucking
you go
idiot.
again. Yeah. I
Go
know.
ahead, B9. Go ahead, B9. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Like I was saying.
Go ahead.
Shut up.
Come on, bro.
Bro. Watch you
Like
fucking
I
mouth.
was saying.
Respect me like I respect you.
Saying,
Respect me like I respect
like
you.
I was saying.
Child.
You are right. We ain't shit, but you keep changing the goalpost. Nobody is saying that you aren't correct in what you're talking about. But the methodology that you are choosing to go there is completely incorrect. The methodology and the application is where the problem comes in. Not your point, your application of applying is the problem. And I don't understand why you don't understand that.
I don't understand why you don't. Anyway, bro, I'm tired of talking to you.
All agreeing.
Just go ahead, bro. Like your voice is
we
annoying.
Are all agree. Will you stop?
Just hurry up and finish.
To talk and just
hurry
shut
up and
up?
finish.
Will you please stop giving me permission to talk and shut up?
No,
come on, brothers, man. Y'all didn't push the ladies out the room, man.
How about you shut up? How about you shut up and let somebody else talk? How about that?
I've been doing that all night.
Well, let's continue that.
I've been doing it all night.
Yeah, let's
Okay, guys. Okay, B9, hey, B9, y'all chill out.
Let me chime in real quick.
Go ahead.
Let's get back on topic.
All right. Let me clear the air, because B9, what you're saying is, listen, you guys, let's just be honest. We are all correct. I think, not signing nothing, his situation is very, very unique. What he's saying, he's sticking to his point. I don't have a problem with that. I think when we have these conversations about solutions, I think the question is always going to come down to, okay, how do we execute?
Right.
What is the most efficient and effective way to solve the problem? We need all of these solutions. We're in a capitalist country, right? The problem with the Black community is, again, in this country, this is a race between races. And we're the only race that's not playing on the same team. This is the problem. What ain't signing shit. What he's saying is we don't need a Black family and the Black family to fix this problem. We need to solve the economics problem in order to fix the family problem. If he feels that way, that's fine. The question is, if that's the case, if that's his viewpoint, let's roll with it. Then what do we need to do? Regardless, Black people need to come together to fix the economy, right? So let's start from there. He wants to stay away from the family. I'll stay away from it, right?
But the reason that we can't stay away from it is because we can't achieve the goal of actually getting economic success if we're admitting that we can't chew bubble gum and walk at the same time.
So are you, B9, are you saying that right now, economically, we're unable to pull ourselves up now with the $1.3 trillion in spending power that we have right now? You tell me that's not enough money for the Black community to get their landing together?
No, the problem is Black people have the money.
Yes,
we have the
that's
skill.
true.
Listen, this is the problem.
I'm agreeing.
We have everything.
Right.
The ignorance is the problem.
The leadership. We don't have the leadership
We don't
or
have
the
anything.
education.
We don't
That's
have the
what we're
education.
missing.
We don't have the education. We don't have the unity. We have the money. Black people have the money. This is
That's
why
not
they
true though. We have the leadership. We have the discipline. I mean, we have all of these, the education. We don't have
Who
the
am I
discipline.
talking to? Who am I talking to? Listen, I can't have debates with people who don't cam up.
This new growth.
Because I'm gonna start questioning whether or not we're talking to African Americans.
Oh wow, okay.
Come on, listen. Stop playing games, you guys. We have money. We have money. We have resources. We have skills. We are educated people. The problem is we're ignorant.
Yes.
Our culture is broken. There's no order. There's no structure. What are we doing, you guys?
So what are we ignorant to?
You tell me.
You said that we were ignorant. I'm telling you, I'm asking you to tell me what we're ignorant to.
I'll tell you what we're ignorant to. I'll gladly tell you.
I'll
what
let
we're
B9 do it.
We
Go
are
ahead,
ignorant to. We're ignorant to a financial education. We're ignorant to networking with one another properly. We're ignorant to trusting one another. We're ignorant to the bumps and bruises that come through the fight that we're gonna have for the results that we claim we want. We're ignorant to all of that stuff because in our mind, it's some type of fantasy land. It's some type of made up mental utopia that somehow doesn't include real hard work, getting your feet dirty, getting your hands dirty, getting bumps, bruises, scrapes, scratches, all of that stuff. That's what's going
on. We from the same home deck, right? So
Yeah.
you know about Anacostia. You know how Southeast DC was the most horrible, disgusting place on the planet.
Damn
right? We know how the crack hit us. We
Damn
saw
right.
them houses. My
That's right.
my grandma's sister lived in them houses, right? But my auntie got the house, right? And effed it off. Now you go to a lot of these places. These white people got these houses that was dilapidated, nobody wanted to live in, are worth $1 million. So do we not have the education because the grandmother passed the house down because that's called legacy? The greatest form of economical wealth in this country has been passed down to generations in the white community. Our grandparents did that to my aunt. She sold it for the first bid. Now them houses over there for. So don't tell me we don't have the education. We don't have the discipline.
No, but we also
don't have the discipline.
No, hold on. Let me answer that. We also don't have the education, and you just said it yourself. Your grandmother owned that house for years, probably decades. So your grandmother and your family had the opportunity to turn it into $1 million house. You didn't take advantage of the because you didn't do it.
Nathan, you still there?
Come on, you don't know about
Nathan, you still there, Nathan? Hold on, y'all. So Nathan, you still there?
I'm here.
So let me ask you a question, Nathan, real quick, y'all. We ain't signing and B9. You guys are so intellectual that y'all banging heads, and it's a great conversation because it's conversations that need to be had, and that's why this platform is important to me. So if you're watching right now, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. I have a goal. Matter of fact, I need to get to 500 subscribers by Friday, and I'm damn near there. I need probably 20. So it's 24 people that's on right now. Please go ahead and give me up to my 500. I got to get to 500 by Friday. I got goals to be at 1,000 by March.
That's what's up.
In April. All right. So
I need to follow you too, Black Man Unfiltered. I like the energy, man. I gotta if you can drop, I'll pull you up because I don't have it on YouTube.
Yeah,
right
I need to contact you, Nathan.
Yeah.
So I'll leave my information in the chat so you guys can hit.
I got your email.
Yeah,
and stuff. I got his email.
Yeah. Oh, you got the email, Jeremiah?
Yeah,
Well, send it to me. And Nathan, because what I want to do is continue this conversation, not just tonight, but I want to dedicate the next Tuesday because we do this every Tuesday at 8:30, and we have the barbershop talk on Friday with just the guys. So even if you want to slide in on that, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time on Fridays. So this Friday we'll be cooking, and then on Tuesdays at 8:30 Central Standard Time, bro. So
email me,
yeah.
and I'll definitely come along and then link my channel as well. So they can be up on it as well. I think this is good content, and I think they would love to hear this type of conversation as well. You guys might not know much about me. I don't know how much you do know, but my channel, Real Nathan Daily, it's about fixing the law enforcement issue in our community and finding solutions to those problems and bringing insight to difficult conversations about policing in the Black community. And so I speak heavy on those, and I let everybody know in my channel that I'm pro-Black and I'm pro law enforcement. All right. And so these two things exist at the same time. And so we have some tough conversations over there as well. So I love getting into the Black conversation talk because I'm very well read on this stuff. I've seen a lot from my profession. So when, you know, I know how difficult it is to get Black people to start their own economy without having a family and structure and an understanding of culture and goals. I know how difficult and damn near impossible it'll be. Because if we're going to create an economy for ourselves without any structure, we can't even put a family together. I'll play the argument, but again, it sounds good. It sounds good.
I don't think it should be either or. I think it should be just both.
Can I respond?
What do you do? What do you do for? What do you do for a living? What's your expertise?
Well, I have two businesses. I have one in Kenya and one in Shanghai. I live in Shanghai, China. Before that, my job was building brands in East Asia.
Okay.
So that's
what experience?
Harvard graduate.
Okay, what experience do you have in the Black community?
I'm Black. What do you mean? What experience do I have? I'm Black.
I mean, however you want to answer. I'm just asking you from a professional standpoint.
He's from Philly, right?
Yeah, I'm from Philly. So I have I did I started a boys and girls club. I started boys and girls club in 2002 to 5 years to about 2002 to 2006, right? Helping boys and girls get scholarships to get into colleges.
That's what's up,
right? Yeah, so that's my experience there. I have global economic experience, right? I speak Russian, I speak Chinese fluently. I have a agricultural business in Kenya, and I have an education company here in China, and I've been living in China for the last 16 years.
That's what's up. Pause right there for me for 1 second.
Sure.
What
I still want to respond later.
All right. What did this gentleman just say? He has expertise in a very unique area that's beneficial to the Black community. What is the problem that we have in our community? We don't know where to put our assets in order to grow areas that need to be grown. Listen, there's a lot of areas, there's a lot of dysfunction in our community. We need brothers like him to teach a certain group in our community to build up. Listen, you guys, we have trouble everywhere. Mm-hmm. We have trouble everywhere. My thing is we need to put the right pieces in place. What he's saying about the economy piece is completely true, right? This is what B9 was saying. He's saying, listen, you guys, we're all right. All of us are saying the right things, but we need to put ourselves in the right position in order to make the right changes, right? What you're saying is correct. Your experience, and when I asked you that, I meant no disrespect. I only asked to say, where can you best be suited for the growth and development and the evolution of our people, right? That's what we're talking about. We need to put ourselves in position where, listen, I only have a unique experience. I was a police officer for 13 years, right? I know a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But to be honest with you, I can't have that conversation that you can have because your experience is unique. We need to put ourselves where we need to be in order to affect the change that we need changed. Do you get what I'm saying? Can we agree on that?
We agree on that, but what I'm trying to communicate in the best way possible is just to say that, okay, first let's say this. We want the same thing.
Correct.
You want Black families, I want Black families, right?
Right.
We both want the same thing. So let's start there. What I am saying is that from my education, right? From my education and my expertise, you need to give people incentives and to have a structure of Black women and Black men together building families again. You need to create the economy. And I will just say this. I do not see Black women and Black families staying together and solid without that economy. I don't see that. Now, if you guys see that, fine. But I don't see that because from my standpoint, I see it as Black people have businesses building corporations, and then down the road, we start to build families. And we have companies, right? We have companies. There's a magazine called Black Enterprises, full of different types of Black people with companies. I went to school. I went to graduate school with kids. I went to graduate school with Black kids at Harvard, who family does mergers and acquisitions and finance. They manage $2 to $3 billion in assets. right? So we have we have the expertise and people out here doing things.
This is what I would suggest, real quick.
And they have structure and they have families. Their small society of Black elite have families.
Well, this is what I'll say real quick. I like the idea of the conversation and solution. And if you ain't signing, if you are serious about your position on this, I would challenge everybody on this panel who has a passion for this subject. Let's take a moment and let's get with this brother. I don't know your name, but we're gonna get familiar.
We ain't signing.
What I would want to task us to do, because we're Black men, and what do Black men do? We lead, right? We come up with solutions. Let's sit down and actually put this on paper. What does it look like? How do you implement it? See, listen, these ideas sound good. I want to hear how it's implemented, right? And let's come back with a conversation with some facts. How can this be implemented? Let's talk about that, because right now we're speculating, right?
So let me do something better. Let me do something better. Give me 1 second. Let me just respond to that. I'll do you one better. Let me call my classmates. Some are from Harvard, but other guys from like Yale and Dartmouth. And we'll put a panel together. Let me talk to them, because they're doing it. We are doing it. We're doing the work. So let me see if I can put a panel together, and then we'll do it from there. Because it's already being
and we still need the stuff on paper though before we get on this panel, because I want to hear some structure to these ideas. B9, let me fall back so you can speak, B9, and then you guys and I'm gonna run.
I just wanted to know real quick, and everybody on the panel and in the chat, do this. Actually close your eyes and act like you in the metaverse, and just imagine what it looks like, what We Ain't Signing said. Because we're talking about a macro thing here. We're talking about us doing this as a collective. And you're talking here in common sense, trying to tell us that as a collective, we're just all going to stop focusing on family and only focus on economics. What does that look like realistically? That's why I'm saying that we have to be realistic and say that we can chew bubble gum and walk at the same time.
But
it is not.
But we have to ask the question. The most important question is, what does economic stability look like for each Black family?
But it is not an either or thing. No matter what the answer is, it's not an either or.
But we have to know, because we listen to brothers like Kevin Samuel say you can't raise a kid unless you make a kid costs $200,000 a year to take. So we don't have an understanding.
But don't listen to everything Kevin Samuel says.
Right. I was just using an example. I don't agree with him, but I'm just throwing it out there.
But my point is that Kevin Samuels is not an authority on everything.
I didn't say he was, brother. I was just using it as an example to see, like, we don't have a clear view of what kind of money we need to make to be somewhat economically stable, to be able to not have student loans for our kids.
That's why two incomes are better than one.
To be able to resource that money. But if everybody is thinking, I'm trying to be a millionaire, we always going, and it's like we ain't economically stable unless we making $1 million a year. Everybody can make 300,000. I hear some brothers say, if you ain't making over 100,000 a year, you shouldn't have a baby.
The problem with what you said is that everybody does want to be a millionaire, but nobody knows how to become a millionaire. And the easiest and quickest way to achieve that is through family, which is the whole point of saying, look, no, don't listen to B9. Go research other millionaires and see how they got there.
It's a small percentage of the population that will ever be millionaires. That's not economic stability. That's a dream world. You were just talking about dream world.
Makes no
That's a dream
sense.
world. What do we have to do to sustain our family and our communities?
New growth, real quick.
Yeah.
1% of the economic world rules the other 99%. So it's not about the numbers. It's about the money and the power. If we have the money and the power, then we can dictate community. We can dictate global things. We will have way more power than just the community.
This also, if I could just drop one suggestion, I suggest New Growth, go read Everyday Millionaire, because a lot of times people talk about
I read that. It's dope.
Okay, so the point of me bringing that book up too is just we act like $1 million is a lot of money. It really isn't that much money. Matter of fact, in their survey of over 10,000 surveys, if you read the book, you remember they said it's teachers and police officers that made up. They were in the top 3 of the millionaires, and those aren't even high earning positions according to, in comparison to the other people.
But it talked about their lifestyle, right? And how they passed down assets. They didn't leave it in
right. But
in
that's
wills.
what
They gave the
saying.
money away before the kids, before they even died. They passed it on so they didn't have to pay that tax. So I get what you're saying, but
I'm saying
reality,
B9 was saying that a lot of people don't know the information.
Right. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that I just want to make that point real quick.
All right. So listen, you guys, I got to run. I know Black Man Unfiltered had something to say. Listen, I task us all to work on this, and we'll link back up with Black Man Unfiltered on his channel, and we'll bring our solutions to the table.
Hey, bro, what part of Atlanta did you do your policing in?
DeKalb.
DeKalb. Okay, so you were in. Okay, you were in DeKalb County. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Are you still in Atlanta?
No. Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I stay in Gwinnett now at this time.
Okay.
Okay, so you understand the areas of DeKalb now that would like the wretched, horrible neighborhoods are booming, right?
Mm-hmm. And the Black people being pushed out.
Yes.
Gentrification.
Because you're right. Respect, man.
That's
right.
throughout all of America.
No. We all good here, you guys. We're all good. Listen, I'm all about solutions. That's what I'm saying. Listen, we can talk about it all day. I like what We Ain't Signing is saying. What and B9, listen, you guys, we all have a different approach. What is We Ain't Signing saying? Listen, this brother's educated. So where's he coming from? He's coming from an educated mind. We need both sides. We need people from the streets who are getting out the mud with their solutions. We need people who are getting out the mud from the textbooks. Listen, It is what it is. This is a multifaceted problem. No, I know B9. I know. But we need the brother. We need him. We need him. We need everybody on this.
And
fight.
B9 on point with his
anybody.
We need each other.
I'm more educated than I think you're.
We ain't signing. We good.
No. I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying you're not. I'm saying that he's coming from a very strict academic mindset, right?
So am I.
Well, I didn't say you weren't. I never said you weren't. I never said you weren't, B9. I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just saying.
Mike, did you say
I know what you mean. Listen,
yeah. I'm not taking
you know what I mean.
Jedi Mike, did you say something?
No, I said
you're
not good. You're not good, man. You always know that.
Oh, we always been good, man. We don't got no issue.
Yeah, I love having weak conversations.
So let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. So how do you guys feel about? Do you guys want to do this as barbershop talk on this Friday, or do you guys want to do it? Tuesday of next week.
What you think? We ain't signing because we ain't signing one. He wants to holler at some people before we do it.
Yeah.
Well, no, that'll take some time. But I mean, if you just want to talk about,
I just want to hear your. I want you to. No, I think what you said was a great idea, but I want you to, because see, we're all talking about this off the cuff, right? I want us to really sit down and actually really put some thought into it and bring some sources to our argument so that we can, because I think this is information again we're sharing with the people, right? We want to get this message out.
All right, so then I need about 2 weeks.
I say 2 weeks is perfect.
Okay, so what day? What day?
Meantime, let me email you. But like your schedule, I guess like a Tuesday, right? 2 weeks.
Okay, yeah, Tuesday.
Yeah, whenever
Tuesday.
Tuesday,
yeah. Okay, Tuesday, yeah.
And then throw us all on an email. We'll come back and listen, you guys. This is vision building. Listen, this is what the founding fathers of this country did when they put the Constitution together. They sat down and they exercised their thoughts. You guys, listen. What did Ice Cube do? What did Ice Cube do? He came with the contract of Black America. Mm-hmm. He had people who were economists, Black economists, that spoke and helped put that contract together, you guys. Great minds have to come together. We don't necessarily need to agree on everything, but we need to have a logical and an accurate way to look at this problem and solving it, something that is practical. Sometimes things work in theory. It sounds good in theory, but in practice, it becomes extremely difficult. This is what B9 is saying. So the reality is we need all of our minds together in order to create this. This is mental ingenuity, you guys. Black Man Unfiltered, what were you gonna say before I bounce? I apologize earlier.
Oh no. You good, bro. You good, man. I thank you guys for coming in on this conversation. This was a great conversation. So what I want to do is, if you can go ahead and put your because Jedi Mike is a fast writer, fast snapper. But if everybody can go ahead and put their email in the private chat, then Jedi can screenshot it or whatever he's gonna do over there. Jedi, you still with me?
I'm with you, brother.
Okay, yeah. So everybody shoot their email over, and then we'll make a huge email. We ain't signing. Everybody go ahead and send it over B9, and then we'll make an email, and we can all converse on. It's 2 Tuesdays from today, so 2 weeks from today, right? Basically, so we'll do it.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head out too as well. So then I'll send my information, and then take care. Talk to you guys later.
Okay,
That
peace. All right, peace. Nathan, thank you for coming. Courtney, I know she had to go. Courtney, thank you for stopping by and bringing Nathan with you. So that's always
That'll
good
be
to.
the 25th of January. 25th.
Okay, great.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Okay, good. And you got everybody's email, right?
Yeah, they just send in the back. Yeah.
Okay, good. So Nathan, thank you, bro, for coming in for your insight. B9, thank you. You always with me on Tuesdays, man. So appreciate you too, man. Jedi Mike, I love you, brother. K Soul, man, come on. I can't do it without you.
Yes,
New
sir.
Growth, thank you for coming in, man, tonight. And we'll see you guys on the 25th. But we'll still be cooking every week. We'll be doing barbershop talk on Friday, and then we'll come back on Tuesday. And then on the 25th, man, it's gonna be the day of reckoning, brother. We're gonna have it together.
That's what's up. I like to hear it. Thank you again for having me, brother. I really appreciate it. And all you guys, I appreciate it. I appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
And guys, if you guys haven't subscribed yet, if you haven't liked yet, please do so I can get to my goal, man. I'm trying to get up there where real Nathan is. I'm trying to get up there, where the big guys are. So please support the channel if you can and share it with others, okay?
B9, hold it down in the DMV, man.
Yeah, I'm with them. Yeah.
Hey,
all right.
Hey, B9, I'm here with you, brother. Now we gotta.
Hey, and Black Man.
Hey, listen, B9. We know we gotta just usher in. You know what it is. You see it.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it a thou with you.
All right.
You're the reason why I just chilled in the chat and didn't say nothing.
I respect that.
And because and I'll give you even one more. I'm gruff. I'm rough around the edges. I'm in your face. I'm giving it to you direct. You come up with a little smoother approach, and that's why I let you rock, because even
appreciate that.
we had the same message.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter if I'm a muscle car, you a smooth classic car, but we both going to the games that we no.
I know.
But we going to the same destination.
Correct.
So,
and B9, I just want you to know I signed both of my daughters up for the Acorns. We rocking. I appreciate that, brother. And K Soul, thanks for bringing up the Millionaire Next Door. I forgot I had it. That's what the daughter's gonna read this month. Appreciate it, brothers. I love all y'all, man, because y'all making me a better father and a better husband. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you, my brother, and Real Nathan and everybody else in the chat. Make sure you subscribe to my channel, because at the end of the day, as usual, even though it's looked like we disagreed, I ultimately agree with we ain't signing shit, because economics is the key. But like I said, you were right with how we need to drive the car through that tunnel to get there.
Correct.
So make sure that you subscribe to my channel, because I talk that money talk. I talk that stock, that crypto, that real estate. So
send me email me B9 when you get a chance, so I can jump on your channel.
I'm about to drop mine.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to email you too,
now.
man. I need you. Nathan, I need
email
you.
Email me, you guys, and then I don't mind coming to your
Hey,
channel.
B9, there it is, B9. I put it down there for you.
My man, as usual, you always show love. I appreciate
and Black Man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to message you. I'm doing one of my streams this week. I want you to be a part of it.
That's me in the private chat right there, y'all.
Yeah.
By the way, Nathan, your solution on Broken Dusty was, I just want to let you
know.
Dude,
man.
That was beautiful, man. Bro. I watched that thing and I was like, why is nobody listening to this man? I was getting frustrated.
I sat back, I was just like sitting here, just like, man.
I
Shout out, Vaughn. Shout out, Vaughn.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Hey, I want to thank Vaughn for going ahead and moderating for me, man. Listen, guys, normally I'm in my little built studio at the house, and I got my TV in the back, and I'm doing real good. Got my little mic up, bro.
Got you slipping,
we had no. We had the show was playing, so I will always do the show, man. Rain, sleet, or snow, we still got to go. So I had a mass internet outage in my area around my house, bro. Everything's out. So I'm in my car actually right now doing the show from my car, bro. So I'm glad I still did it, man, because I didn't give up on it. I just came out, drove out a little further out so I could have some reception and some good internet and Wi-Fi, man. I'm at the Omni Hotel, matter of fact.
That's what's up.
So yeah, man. So I want to make sure we get the show out regardless of what happens, bro. So I appreciate you guys, man. The 25th is gonna be the bomb. Hey, don't wait till the 25th to come back though, man. Please come back whenever you want to, Nathan, because we rocking every Tuesday, bro. Every Tuesday.
Yeah, just keep me, we got each other's information, so just keep me up to date. I get kind of a little busy making videos myself, but I don't have a problem coming on. If I know the topic, I'll come by and kind of, give what I can, offer what I can. I'm all about Black empowerment, you guys. So, I love this talk. And, we got to piggyback on some of these conversations on it. That when we did on Broken Dusty was really good, and again, the issue is, I'm 35. I've seen a lot of stuff that some of the younger generation still complaining about. I'm saying, look, it's not working because we already been through that.
Thank you.
If someone older is giving a solution, we need to be like, okay, how do we get it done? How do we get it done? Don't tell me that it's not possible.
Right.
It's possible. What are you willing to do to achieve it? Is the question, right? That's what we need to be talking about. Everything that we need to be talking about needs to be solution based, because if not, we're wasting time.
Right. And Friday, man, if you're not busy Friday, we talk, man, Friday's show for the barbershop talk is going to be, dick discipline, the new frontier.
Oh, man, I'm ready for that conversation. I'm all about it.
Yeah.
Talk about it from a professional level, from a level right now that we need to handle as men. You know how I feel about you can't be throwing your seed in the trash can.
The trash can, man.
Trash can seed.
Dude. Absolutely,
all right,
bro.
Yeah,
all right, bro.
You guys again, man. Much love, you guys.
I appreciate y'all guys, man. Have a good night.
All right,
good morning.
Yeah.
Hey,